Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Betrayed and Joined the White Dragon Empress Part 10. Before we start, please go support AbrahamJosueSalasRoa for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Issei is a male in this story. Chapter 38 Heaven. End and Concerns. In the fourth heaven, the Garden of Eden. Things didn't seem to be going well for the young people. Since without a doubt, they are now having difficulties against Nema, who decided to stop playing games once and for all. Lefay was panting a little due to her lack of magic, but she could still continue without problems. And it was in the middle of all that she received an information circle, and she smiled when she heard that reinforcements managed to arrive. They only have to endure as they can without knowing that the miracle is about to happen. It was then that Kiba and Biku fell to the ground somewhat roughly due to the succubus giving them a strong kick, only to then launch an explosive shock wave to push Areu and Zenovia away from her. Both resisted it and attacked with sacred attacks from their swords, but the succubus disappeared from its place in seconds. "Behind you, Kiba-senpai," Biku-san Kaneko shouted at them. Both young men raised their weapons as best they could, with Kiba creating a wall of swords that managed to save them from the impact of a powerful blast of demonic light that Nema had thrown at them. The impact made them both fall to the ground with some injuries, but nothing that would prevent them from continuing. Asia was sweating profusely and panting a little, while Kaneko seemed to have dark circles under her eyes, looking more tired than the blonde. After all, concentrating too much to gather energy from the environment is also somewhat tiring. Both girls knew that while they have had tough fights all this year, they had never faced an opponent like Nema. Which does not surprise them, and they are already beginning to see the great difference in level, since it was always Issei who was in charge of the powerful opponents, and the rest were in charge of the lackeys. So now they are feeling firsthand what it feels like to fight with a being that surpasses even Areu by certain margins. Miraculously, that succubus with that armor is not at the level of a minor god or a demigod, because if so, they would be more than dead. But it's still very strong for them. Now on the ground, Lefay would throw a huge stone stake combined with fire towards the succubus, who upon seeing this only launched a burst of power and destroyed the magician's attack, as if it were nothing. Instantly, Zenovia went to the attack in together with Kiba, who created several swords around him and threw them at Nema. Kiba's flurry of swords were powerful, and more so because they were imbued with Durandal's aura, but Nema was skilled and she knew how to move to avoid the attacks. Zenovia tried to use her new improved speed to attack, but it was of little use, as the attacks were unsuccessful. Durandal only hit the air, even with the help of Kiba who created and threw his swords. Biku joined the attack, using his best speed and reflexes to attack and dodge, in addition to using his senjutsu to know where Nema was at the moment. In which it disappears at great speed. Biku would manage to find Nehema's presence and attack her with one of her Ryuji bangs that extended, but the succubus caught her staff with her hand and forcefully pulled it towards her. The Yaokai received a blast of demonic light in the chest, which destroyed the armor in that area and left him on the ground. Determined Areu would attack Nema with Hodoclear and a sword of light in hand. The succubus dodged the angel's multiple cuts, and the nervousness could be seen in her expression. Since Hodoclear enveloped Areu with her aura, letting herself be cut by it is not an option. Areu did a backflip jump and then launched several blades of light, but Nema would disappear at high speed. Biku, now recovered, managed to locate Nema thanks to her senjutsu and would attack her with her two extendable batons. Nema would stop both batons with her hands, only to later see a large rock fall on top of her. Managing to leave it on the ground. Lefay smiled at what she did, as she knows that when she uses offensive magic directly, the opponent could feel it coming even from behind her. But if she is used indirectly, it is almost unnoticeable, to the point where what she did is almost like a joke. It's not much of an attack, but it did help. Ha! With that exclamation, Nema would destroy the rock that had crushed her, and she was angry and indignant. But before she could curse the youngsters, Kiba and Zenovia would appear behind the succubus and attack together. The blonde attacked with a flurry of swords, while the brunette gave a spinning attack with Durandal that managed to seriously crack Nehema's armor. Which was not fun for this one. And just when the succubus was going to attack, Areu would appear next to her and attack her. Nema saw that with horror, she forgot about the angel for a moment. But Angel's cut came very slowly, but the girl's smile took her out of the frame. Only for next to her, Biku appeared with his Ryuji bang wrapped in aura and threw a blow at the succubus that hit her all over the face and sent her back. It was at that moment that Kiba, Zenovia and Areu took the opportunity to attack. The three of them went against the succubus with the best speed they each had. Areu and Zenovia would channel the auras of Durandal and Hodoclear respectively, causing their auras to envelop each other and strengthen them respectively, including Kiba. Nema saw that and was on guard, but her surprise was great when she saw that Kiba's sword was shining with a slightly black-white light. No, more like grey. The blonde's cut was on the succubus's chest, who really felt it. Even more so when she saw that behind him were Arena and Zenovia, who were pointing their swords at her. A joint cut that both gave impact on the entire front of Nema, who was thrown backwards and hit a nearby rock. "Are they okay?" asks Asia, panting as she healed Biku along with Kaneko. And we know Asia, geez, we know Zenovia would look at Arena and Kiba, who nodded. The three of them could continue without any problem. They just hope that the reinforcements really arrive soon, because they are already starting to feel the nerves. The three swordsmen would see how Nehema approached them, and her face was somewhat swollen from Biku's blow. In addition, the front of her armor had a large X-shaped crack, a sign of the attack that Zenovia and Arena gave earlier. I admit it, brats, they are better than I thought. And here I thought that only the descendant of Sun Wukong and Morgana Le Fay would give me a better fight. But without a doubt, the two Knights of Grimoire are worth taking care of, as is Michael's ace. Nehema would laugh sarcastically. And I, like many, thought that the Grimoire group was now a group that was not worth it, since without their former Securitate, they are nothing. But now it seems the opposite. Issei is not the only one notable. We are too in our own way. You'll cut yourself if you underestimate us. Zenovia would target her with Durandal. Hahaha. Maybe Nehema would shrug. It's incredible to see how they went from being a group that depended a lot on his Securitate to now being someone who can manage without him. What do you mean by that? Zenovia asked with a frown. Ha. It looks like you don't get it. But to put it in simple terms, they are weak. What Nehema said did not please the young people at all. And don't think it's just because I say so, others think the same and their past actions prove it. Which ones? Kiba asked now. To put it more simply, tell me, have you managed to get out of a dangerous situation on your own, even without the Securitate by your side, when he was in your group? The silence of the young people seemed to be enough of an answer for Nehema, who he smiled at it. I guess not. It's funny, you know. You were so renowned just for having the Securitate with you. And even though several of their group were very notable back then, they were never able to do anything on their own. Even in life or death situations, if their Securitate was not there was no chance of them making it out alive. Are you belittling us? Kiba asked, somewhat annoyed, but seeing that it was true. Maybe Nehema would shrug her shoulders. You should already know that even a child understands it. All the fame and recognition they had before was thanks to the Securitate in their group. He always took care of the worst situations, and he had the courage to keep fighting even when everything seemed lost. Well, what about you? Easy, they have not proven to be up to it until now. They are even lucky that the game they were supposed to have against Bale was cancelled due to the previous incident. Because if they had continued without him back then, it is a fact that they would not have won that game. In the end, back then, they were just a bunch of losers. Where aside from the Securitate, the other one who was worthy and up to the task was Kibayudo of the Holy Demonic Sword. But if I compare them from before to now they are a careful group for having the Holy Demonic Sword, the improved Durandal, the power of Baylor, and that Valkyrie. The others, for me they are not worth it. Kaneko felt offended to hear that she is being considered less, just like before. But it's not like she can complain, since it was true. She still has a lot of training to do to reach her true potential. You are right in what you say. Zenovia would speak up, making everyone see her. What we had before, all of that was thanks to Ice. We never achieved anything on our own, not even I who tend to brag too much. She would sigh and look at the sky. When he left and the underworld incident happened, we started to have a bad image in front of everyone. Some even insulted us and mocked us in silence, telling us that same truth to our faces. The Grimoire group in the end is nothing without Securitate, but that mattered little to us. And it remains that way now. That's right, Kiba would now take the floor. We depended too much on him, even on his presence, to move forward. He was not the leader of the group, and yet, he was the most important of it. But we no longer want to depend on him for everything. Senpai got the help of someone else who helped him become better and stronger than before. Kaneko would squeeze her fist a little. We failed Senpai as friends and comrades. But still. Sen forgave us, and although it took time, she doesn't blame us for our past bad decisions. Asia had her hands together, as if she were praying. He blames himself for it too. We hurt each other and that caused many results, both good and bad. But some that have made us mature. It may sound somewhat cruel. But the fact that Ice left the group and the family does not matter, since he is still our friend and comrade. And someone I know. Zenovia would look at Asia, Kaneko and Arena, who nodded with a smile. We loved with all our soul. He gave us one more reason to keep going, even without him in the group. Nehema, upon hearing all that, seemed absurd in pure talk. But before he said anything, suddenly, a golden light would be present in the sky of the place. A too dense golden light that fell and divided into several, going towards the young people and enveloping them in a golden aura. This is. Asia didn't understand what was happening, but instantly, she felt how her entire body began to boil. And she even felt his magical power restoring and even increasing. Le Fay was in a state similar to that of Asia. Her magic was restored and increased, as if she had even more power stored up than she already had. Biku was also the same and felt stronger, just like Kaneko, while the three swordsmen felt her strength be restored. Kiba would feel a pulse coming from his sword, from his sacred gear, as if telling him what to do. And without hesitation, I raise his sword over him. Respond to my will, and let's create a new force. When he said that, his sword was wrapped in a spiral of black-white energy that was added with a reddish-golden energy. While inside him, where his soul was, two energy orbs, one white and one black, rotated around each other and came together, creating a great glow. And when the spiral and the energy dissipated, he saw the blonde sword somewhat changed. New sacred gear, sword. Blacksmith Kiba would show his sword, which was almost the same. Only the edge on the left side of the blade was pale gold, and the edge on the right side was dark reddish. And his aura was terrifying. You will suffer the wrath of a true holy demonic sword. How? Nema was stunned by it. And the aura of that holy demonic sword gave him chills, as if she could compete with true Excalibur. It's time to put an end to this. Let's put an end to the Sinner's Arena. Even put herself on guard with Hodeclear, who emanated a golden aura. Biku would spin his aura-wrapped staffs. Lefei would have two golden magic circles in her hands. And Kaneko would be enveloped in an intense white aura, and white flames would envelop her fists. While Asia only stayed behind along with Rasei, taking care of Tauji, who couldn't believe what she saw. In addition to feeling somewhat better. Whatever that golden light was, it helped him well with her condition. Nema, seeing that everyone was ready for another round of hers, clicked her tongue. Seriously, where do these brats get so much power out of nowhere? That doesn't matter now. Then the third heaven tension was in the air, and everyone knew it. For in front of the young men was the most powerful of the evil dragons, Crom Cruach, the crescent circle dragon. Who was seriously pleased with what he saw. All the young people ready to fight again, and with their powers improved and even increased. Issei and Valery put themselves on guard as they stood in front of Crom Cruach. In terms of power, the two of them are the strongest among them all, and now more so than ever with their new and improved powers. While the others waited from behind, waiting for the moment to do their part. The celestial couple stared at the evil dragon, and the tension was stronger than before. And once they raised their auras. The three strongest dragons in the place roared, starting the combat. Issei and Valery were the first to go on the attack at an unreal speed for everyone, charging their fists and aura. Crom Cruach didn't even flinch at having to move. He raised his arms and caught the respective blows of the celestial couple, who were surprised by that, but noticed the effort that Crom Cruach made to stop them both. Right now, if both fight together and each have 50% of the power of their respective dragon, both fighting together are the equivalent of a celestial dragon. Crom Cruach would force the celestial couple away from him a little, and then attack Issei with a blow that he blocked with effort with his arms, resisting it better than before. Valery would take advantage of that to attack Crom Cruach with a strong high kick to the face that took him a couple of meters away. It was then that Lint and Cao Cao appeared next to the evil dragon. Lint had true Excalibur enveloped in his purple flames, while Cao Cao emanated a great golden aura. Both humans would attack, but Crom Cruach would increase his aura and stop both humans' weapons with his hands, then do a spin and send them both flying away from him. Baroka would attack Crom Cruach with magical blasts wrapped in a Dragon Slayer aura, which Crom Cruach destroyed without problems with his fists, but it was noticeable that this power affected him, although slightly, but just as annoying. An opportunity that Duel took advantage of to create two ice walls around Crom Cruach, join hands, and have said ice walls hit Crom Cruach at the same time. But Crom Cruach would come out of that after breaking the ice. At that, Roswis would appear next to Crom Cruach and give him a strong blow charged with a golden aura on the shoulder, making him resent a little. Crom Cruach would attack her with his own blows, but Roswis would begin to dodge it almost without problems. With very agile and precise movements, and then hit him in the face, the other shoulder. And when he hit his chest, he created a golden circle that exploded within seconds, pushing Crom Cruach a couple of meters away. Crom Cruach would smile at it, and thanks to his sense of smell and his senses, he sensed two presences behind him. Seeing that they were Rias and Akeno, the Redeed would throw Hakai no Chikara blades, while the black-haired woman would launch blasts of holy lightning combined with fire. Crom Cruach would only raise her hand and launch a powerful large flaming blast that neutralized the attacks of both with an explosion. But that was what they expected, since it was then that Issei, Valery and Tiamat reappeared to attack their enemy with their bare fists. The flurry of blows they gave was such that it seemed that only the arms of the three could be seen throwing all the blows, as if they were several arms blows that Crom Cruach received and counterattacked, now with total seriousness. Starting a fight of pure blows, where Crom Cruach received a majority of blows and the dragon trio only received a few, and even dodged them as best they could. With precision, Issei delivers a kick that was blocked by Crom Cruach, and then blocks a blow from Valery. which Tiamat took advantage of to give Crom Cruach a strong blow in the chest, moving him a few meters away and leaving ditches in the ground until he stopped. Crom Cruach. Tell me something. Tiamat caught the attention of the evil dragon, who stopped by to see her. Why, even though you were a peaceful person, did you join beings like Klepeth? They are going to destroy the world for their whims. I just want to fight. Tiamat. Crom Cruach would rub his neck. I am a dragon, a mass of pure energy. And fighting is in my nature. Even you can understand it. Maybe Valery would shrug his shoulders. But you are fighting for beings that are the evil of this world. And you gave your will to those morons just for this opportunity. Have you no pride or honor? Of course I have it, Hacker Yuaku. But I still can't let this opportunity pass. Do you know what it feels like to be too powerful and not have someone who can stand up to you? Crom Cruach's question left everyone speechless, but Drake and Albion seemed to understand that. Maybe you guys don't understand it, but I bet Drake and Albion do. Indeed, Drake would speak. In my time, as I became stronger and had my flames that were feared by everyone, I also felt empty. I flew all over the world, looking for beings that could stand up to me, but they all always gave in to my flames. I felt like a being superior to the gods, and that was kind of boring. Not having anyone who can stand up to you. It is not always fun to be someone very powerful, since in the end, the number of beings that can confront you and make you go with everything are very few, like 1 in a billion. Now Albion takes the floor. Even Shiva, Indra, Ra and Elohim, who were stronger than us, still respected and feared us. And they never fought against any of us, only Elohim when the war was, and with a lot of help. That's how it is. They certainly understand. Crom Cruach would put his hands on his back and see Gasper Baylor still doing nothing. I was a very powerful dragon that surpassed the dragon kings. And Baylor was the only god who managed to control me. And when I got stronger and overcame it, I left it and wandered on my own. I had few interactions with other dragons. In all these 2000 years, I became stronger and stronger with training. But even with that, he was not satisfied. I wanted to feel the thrill of battle. And the idea of another world sounds pleasant. But with you, Crom Cruach would pass by to see the young people with a challenging smile. It doesn't matter if there are several of them and they all fight at the same time. With you, I already found my fun. So I will take an oath. An oath? Issei asked. It is something very important in our race. Tiamat would take the floor. When dragons fight each other, they take an oath before the battle. And said oath carries conditions that must be met depending on who wins. Although normally that was only done between dragons who fought for each other's treasures. I even fought Fafnir on one occasion, beat him and kept some of his treasures. Pray. You can tell that the dragons are very greedy, commented Dulio, somewhat interested in the topic. Anyway, Crom Cruach would shrug his shoulders and raise his aura. I, Crom Cruach, the crescent circle dragon, swear in my name that if you manage to defeat me or at least amuse me to the extreme, I will leave Klepeth's organization and will no longer help you. But if I win, I already decide what to do next. The Edo Issei had a complicated face and looked at Valery and Tiamat, where they both just shrugged their shoulders. We accept your oath and we will fulfill it to the letter. Well, Crom Cruach would smile, increasing the aura of him. Let's continue. Everyone would be on guard to resume the fight, but, Kuroka would feel many presences approaching the place, seeing how a horde of evil dragons were approaching in the distance. And many with armor included. Arianaya. We have company. Without a doubt it is something serious, Dulio said to a night watchman. We will take care of those things. Riaz along with Akeno and Roswis would take the lead to face the enemies. And the rest take care of Crom Cruach. I support you. Naya Kuroka joined them. 6 Longinus, along with Tiamat and Fenrir will be enough against Crom Cruach. Naya. Well, let's go then. Roswis with 2 golden circles in hand would take flight and attack the evil dragon's horde, being followed by the others. Now it's our turn. Issei stood guard along with the others, ready to resume the fight. They just have to defeat him and that's it, but obviously, it won't be easy. Crom Cruach smiled at this and, raising his aura, he would hit the ground hard, making it shake and crack. What a power still. Cao would use his abilities that he can still use without the orbs, teleport to Crom Cruach's side, and attack him with his spear. But his surprise was great when Crom Cruach stopped his spear, as if it were nothing with his hand, and with one movement he sent it flying to the side. Issei went towards the evil dragon, using his speed and reflexes to give several slashes with his claws. Great speed, but they were all blocked by Crom Cruach. Valery, even going to attack together with Tiamat, barely did anything, but Crom Cruach still blocked and dodged all of their attacks, with effort. With the movement of his wings, Crom Cruach moved a trio of dragons away from him, while Gasper Baylor created several dark tentacles from the ground that trapped Crom Cruach's limbs, and then began to attack him with dark blasts that hurt him and use his vision to paralyze him as best he can. Crom Cruach, even receiving that rain of attacks, would increase his aura and by sheer force, he would free himself from the darkness and shoot it and then launch a powerful flare that Gasper Baylor devoured with the darkness of him as he could. Lint and Fenrir went on the attack together against Crom Cruach, with the girl using a pair of combat knives from true Excalibur, enveloped in their purple flames, and the wolf attacking with his claws. Both gave skillful attacks and cuts, but Crom Cruach blocked them with his hands and wings almost without problems, barely receiving any serious scratches. It was then that Crom Cruach turned in the air and kicked the two in the face, sending them flying something far. Cao would attack Crom Cruach head-on with his spear, but the latter stopped the spear with his hand, but still cutting himself a little on the edge of the weapon. He gave a blow that Cao dodged with an acrobatic turn backwards, and then attacked again with his spear, this time releasing an explosion of energy that pushed Crom Cruach away, which Duel took advantage of to attack him with his flaming meteors. Crom Cruach quickly regained his balance and proceeded to destroy those meteors with his fists, but was still forced to retreat a little by them. And when the Joker's attack stopped, Issei and Valery went again to attack with bare fists against Crom Cruach, who happily accepted the challenge. The celestial couple launched their flurry of blows at an unreal speed that seemed that several arms attacked Crom Cruach, who blocked the blows as best he could and attacked when he had the opportunity. But what they didn't know was that the battle would soon reach its climax. Regardless of the result. In the fourth heaven, the battle between the 7 young people against the succubus Nema had taken an unexpected turn for everyone. Although before the battle was a little in favor of Nema due to her great power and that version of her scale mail, with the young people already recovered and even with her improved powers, they had put things a little in favor her. Even so, the battle was still somewhat difficult for the youths. Shiva and Areu were the overall attack force because they could attack at any distance without problems, while Biku, Kaneko and Zenovia were in the front due to their certain speeds and great resistance. This forced Nema to attack constantly, and I not only had to dodge the Yaokai's attacks, but also the fists of the Nekomata and Zenovia's Durandal, and the cycle repeated itself. With Lefei and Asia, they were the attack and ranged support force respectively. The mage of 2 combined magic circles launched blasts of rock stakes wrapped in fire and lightning, while Asia, to the general surprise, could now create defensive circles from a distance and use them to protect those who were going to receive a lethal attack from Nema, and that was more than useful. Could it be an effect of that golden light that improved his powers? If so, they should take advantage of it. Nema couldn't believe what was happening. She was losing ground to these brats, and not only that, they were managing to put pressure on her. Shiva and Areu were the most dangerous due to their ways of attacking and moving, especially the angel with Hodoclear. Nema would start using her sense of smell to dodge Zenovia and Kaneko's attacks, but at that, she felt something. It stopped her. They were chains of ice that came out of the ground and wrapped her legs and waist. Product of Lefei that she had her hands on the ground with magic circles in her hands. That small moment was enough for both girls to hit Nema with their respective attacks and make her fly until she crashed into some nearby trees. Not satisfied with that, Lefei with her magic would create a large sphere of ice in the air with spikes on all sides above Nema and would let it fall on it, making the place shake. What a way to use magic indirectly but effectively. Nema would destroy that large block of ice on her, and she looked angry only to notice how Biku would attack her with his 2 Ryuji bangs, which extended and retracted and vice versa, giving several blows to Nema, who then received a strong hit. Double blow of both batons in the abdomen, making her retreat. Only to later see how Shiva had launched a shower of swords at her, which she blocked with her defensive circle. Opportunity that Kaneko took advantage of to appear behind Nema without her noticing her coming, charge her fist with her white kasha flames, and hit the succubus all over the back, seriously cracking her armor and disconcerting her. Opportunity that Shiva took advantage of to throw another sword that destroyed Nehema's defensive circle, giving Areu the free pass to attack with Hodoclear the angel, would make a fierce lash with her sword that seriously cracked Nehema's armor, only for Zenovia to appear behind her. Her friend and attacked the succubus with Durandal, creating an explosive wave that pushed Nema away. Nema stepped back and then turned around and sent several blasts of demonic light towards the young people, who immediately began to dodge said blasts. Asia, for her part, covered her and Lefei from some of those blasts that were going against them, since he couldn't let the mage spend power defending. Shiva dodged with great agility those blasts that went against him and then made his sword shine and created the dragon knights around him, which were black-white with red and gold details. Product of his new sacred gear that has the balance breaker now available. It seems that whatever that golden light was caused the 2 sacred gears in Shiva, Sword Birth and Blade Blacksmith, to merge into one. Sword Blacksmith can create sacred demonic swords, and Balance Breaker is the subspecies of his former Blade Blacksmith, improved. And it is likely that this new sacred gear never seen before can still grow and have more unknown abilities, which he will discover if they make it out of this alive. Shiva would send his new dragon knights against Nema, who almost without problems destroyed those entities with powerful blasts, but that moment of distraction was enough for Areu and Zenovia to attack the succubus together with their swords, but in the end she covered herself with a strong barrier around him. But what I didn't expect was that after that movement, Biku and Kaneko would appear and attack at the same time, breaking her barrier with their blows and making Nema retreat, who would try to go somewhere else, but she was held back by Lefei's ice chains. At the same time, Asia created a defensive circle behind Nema to prevent her from escaping. Something that was taken advantage of by Kaneko and Biku, who attacked together. The combined blow of the Nekomata and the Yokai shook the succubus to the core, only for Kiba and Arena to then go and hit her several times all over the front, and added to Zenovia's great sacred attack with Durandal, enough for Nema to be sent away. Away from the men hit a large nearby rock and shattered it. The 5 young fighters gathered to prepare in case Nema attacks, while Asia and Lefei walked a little further away, along with Tauji. It was then that everyone noticed that Nema was walking, and even with the blood on her face and cuts on her armor, she looked fine and whole. Very well, Nema would wipe the blood from her face and then see her, and that made her frown. Now the games are over with you brats. The 5 combatants were on guard before this. They only have to continue and try to win, or wait for more help to arrive, and deep down they hoped that the others were fine. In the third heaven, the battle on the side of Griselda and the brave saints against the evil dragons took a better turn thanks to the inclusion of Rias, Akeno, Roswis and Kuroka. Were finishing these things more easily. Roswis would have taken out a sword from her personal dimension and enveloped it in her golden aura, using it with one hand and slashing or punching and bombarding those things. Kuroka, not wanting to be left behind, would wrap herself in a dense jet black aura, concentrating senjutsu throughout her body, and the Tauki that surrounded her was noticeable. Seeing several evil dragons in front of her, she concentrated her Tauki on her legs and would move at an incredible speed, touching many of the evil dragons at high speed and implanting magic circles into their bodies. Where once she finished his attack, he snapped his fingers and those lizards began to burn in their black kasha flames, turning into dust. Rias would launch small bursts of Hakai no Chikara that, upon impacting the evil dragons, would instantly turn into total dust. While Akeno would envelope herself in light, lightning and fire. And behind her 2 elemental entities appeared. A holy lightning dragon and a holy flamings bird. The 2 beasts roared and went at the evil dragons, wiping out many of them without problems. On the other hand, Griselda helped the brave saints from the air with her bow and arrows of light. Without a doubt, the warrior sister's speed and precision was very good. And among those brave saints, Marana Shadorova, Gabriel's ace, launched powerful spears of dense light against her enemies and sent them flying after a powerful explosion, with some of those things dead. Griselda for her part would look towards the sky, where a breeze was in the air, from which more of these evil dragons came out, but now in smaller numbers. The only thing they can do now is hold on. Ethel Waldsimler, Raphael's ace, is a brave saint who has the ability to heal, thanks to his sacred gear, which is the opposite of twilight healing. Since he can only heal the other brave saints, angels and people of the church. Something that did not worry Rias and the others, since Kuroka was in charge of the healing along with Roswis. Ethelm cut those lizards without problems with his swords of light and then raised his hand and created spears of light that fell against several of those things and made them explode, killing several. Nero Ramondi, another of the brave saints and ace of Uriel, hit those things with his bare fist and sent them flying. He even used fire combined with light on his fists, having his own holy flames. But his greatest affinity is in his sacred gear, which gives him an extremely impenetrable defense. The more attacks his body receives, the stronger his resistance becomes. Although of course, it has its limits, but with these things you don't have to worry about that. Nero, seeing that more evil dragons were going against him, charged his fist with holy flames and when he hit the air, he launched a powerful blast of holy flames that I send those things flying, with some dead. Gyatora Shinra, another of the brave saints and Joda of Metatron, fought against the evil dragons using 2 katanas wrapped in his sacred power, cutting these things with great precision and skill, like a great samurai. And as his name indicates, he was a member of the Shinra clan, the same clan from which Tsubaki Shinra, the queen of Sona, was expelled. Gyatora even used the wind to make his light attacks more dense, being able to eliminate more easily these things. Ryu Henkai, Raziel's 10th, would create several angelic circles on the ground, from which humanoid entities with angel wings made of light appeared, and he sent them against the evil dragons, and said entities exploded upon contact with their targets, eliminating many of those things. All this while Jessica Lagerkvist, the queen of Sandalphon, attacked those super-developed lizards with her artificial holy sword, and with one hand, she could create shields and light barriers that protected her from the attacks of these things. Roswis would slit the throat of one of these things, only to see more of these things keep coming non-stop. Okay, time to be more serious, and because it has more destructive power and more magic than before, it doesn't have to worry so much about consequences. Friends, step back for a moment. I'm going to send these things flying at the ex-Valkyrie's warning. No one doubted her, and they positioned themselves behind her, leaving the way clear for her. Roswis channeled her golden aura, which was semi-divine, and created an abnormal amount of golden Nordic circles in front of her, all charged with power. And without hesitation, she launched her attacks, a fierce and powerful rain of blasts and golden blades that went with such force and speed that the attacks impacted all the enemies and destroyed them without mercy, managing to finish them off. This woman was seriously an all-rounder. "Good job, Roswis." Riaz congratulated Areu, who nodded, sighing somewhat deeply, but not tired. "Besides, you killed many," and Griselda would look towards Agrees, where more evil dragons came from, but there were fewer and fewer. "It won't be long before we finish. Can you do that attack again just in case?" Kiyotora asked. "2 more times." Roswis raised 2 fingers. "It's all I can do, since I'll be left without much magic." "Well, let's make every shot count." Griselda would take out an artificial holy sword from an angelic circle. "Let's go there and put an end to these things." "Hi, Griselda-sama," all the brave saints responded, going to the direction where more evil dragons came from. Riaz and Akeno smiled when they saw that. "Oh well, time to continue." With their wings they took flight, being followed by Kuroka and Roswis. On the other hand, the 6 holders of Longinus plus Tiamat and Fenrir had managed to have Crom Cruach in place and keep him at bay. They were managing to retain and pressure the Crescent Circle dragon, and that was something that is certainly not an easy task. The battle itself was already too tiring, and that only shows that they are facing a completely careful opponent. Crom Cruach is now more powerful than he was in the past. He is stronger than a celestial dragon in terms of power, but he does not have special or notable abilities like Dragon Albion, but he was still a monster, and a very dangerous one. Even so, they were resisting and even doing good damage to Crom Cruach. Issei and Valery managed to give him one or another blow, despite the damage to their improved armor, since they were the main attack force and the ones who attacked the most. Cao and Tiamat attacked when they saw the openings that the celestial couple gave, and moments when Crom Cruach did not react as he wanted due to the attacks of those two. Asper Baylor tried to hold Crom Cruach with his darkness and his paralysis, giving the others the opportunity to attack. Lint would manipulate True Excalibur, and using Mimic, he would create a large deck that he used to hit Crom Cruach after catch him off guard and send him flying. Which Fenrir took advantage of to make a great jump and attack Crom Cruach with his claws and fangs, giving them some fierce scratches on his body and then kicking him with his paws and sending him to the ground, crashing him. Which Duel took advantage of to raise his hand, causing a pillar of earth to come out of the ground beneath Crom Cruach and send him back into the air. Crom Cruach with his wings would regain his balance, only to later notice that he was surrounded by a large number of golden spheres, the product of Cao, who closed his hand, and the attacks were against Crom Cruach, hitting him squarely and creating an explosion. Crom Cruach would come out not so hurt from the above, only to receive several meteors and a freezing storm from Duel, making him stay in his place and receive some of the meteors and manage to destroy others, only to later see how Issei and Valery appeared in front of him, both giving a strong blow together that hit Crom Cruach's chest, making him hit the ground hard. Crom Cruach could now see how complicated it was to fight them. He can handle 3 of them without problems, up to 4. But 8 like them and with many skills and so on. It's already a very complicated fight, but one that still pleased him. That idiot Rizavim and his people wouldn't have a chance against these brats on his account. And he is not surprised that is why they want powerful beings to fight the battles that they cannot. And they call themselves the true demons. They're just cowards who hide behind being stronger than them, who they think will listen to them. Crom Cruach would rise and then, notice how a communicative circle appeared in his ear, informing him of the situation and so on. And then "Get lost" was the only thing he said, cutting the call. And in that, a strong glow would be present in the sky. Where everyone would see that said glow came from Agrees. Which within seconds would disappear from the place in that light. But what? Issei didn't understand what had happened. Did they retreat? Is it because they have already met their goal? Shit. "I'm done for now" was the only thing Crom Cruach said, taking his human form again, looking more hurt but not as affected. "What do you mean?" Valery asked him. "I will only say that Clippus' original plan was never to attack heaven." What Crom Cruach said left everyone in the place absolutely speechless. A few minutes before, in the 4th heaven. Now things had gotten a little complicated for the 7 young people who were fighting against Nema. The succubus was now blocking many of their attacks with some effort, and it was obvious that she wanted to kill them. Tiba would throw a pair of swords at Nema, who blocked them with her defensive circle and destroyed them, only to see how the young man's dragon knights went against her. Nema would then destroy said entities with her claws one by one, but suddenly, one of the dragon knights began to act differently as he made more skillful movements and dodged and blocked her attacks without problems. Only for said dragon knight then, after dodging a blast, puts his hand on the ground and several swords came out of the ground, trapping her like in a cage. But what Nema didn't believe what was happening. As Zenovia would swing Durandal hard, launching a powerful holy attack that hit Nema squarely and took her a few meters away from her. Well done, Zenovia. She gave the Dragon Knight a thumbs up, taking off her helmet and revealing that it was Kiba. But then. Nema would look at where Kiba was supposedly standing before, seeing that he disappeared. An illusion. It means that the bastard had cheated on her. Let's go. Biku attacked the succubus, accompanied by Kaneko. Kaneko, thanks to his speed, got there first, and using her nails turned into claws, she would begin to give several blows at great speed, but they were all blocked by Nema. Biku, even going to support her, did not do much help, the same with Arena who joined them both, since Nema now looked serious and dodged and blocked all the attacks with little effort. With the movement of the wings of her armor, Nema sent her attackers flying away from her, in addition to launching blasts that seemed to hit them squarely. At that moment Kiba and Zenovia went towards Nema. Each one attacking as best they could with their swords, but Nema blocked them without any problem. He even used his armor wings to cover himself from Lefei's attacks. Nema with his hands would stop the swords of both Grimoire Knights and then turn them on their axis and send them flying, while Asia and Lefei tried to hold her back, but it was impossible. Nema was fast, and her magical attacks were so powerful that Asia couldn't block them completely. One more movement on Nehema's part was enough for Lefei to now cover herself and Asia. But the wall of ice, the impact of the succubus's blasts destroyed the ice wall, but both blondes can still stand without any problem. Our damn Arena stood up a little sore from the last impact. She noticed that Kiba, Zenovia, Biku and Kaneko were going to attack, but they weren't going to achieve anything by attacking the crazy woman. But they don't have any plan or anything, just fight until the end. Arena would get up and go to help her friends who were trying to land an accurate blow on the succubus, a measly blow that could give them the advantage, but Nema now seems very elusive and delivers some blows that make one lose track. The good thing is that their regeneration is slower now, but they still shouldn't be trusted because of that. The 5 young people fell at a safe distance from Nema, while Lefei fired magical blasts to do something to Nema, who covered herself with a defensive circle. While Asia covered and healed the wounded a little in the most serious wounds at that moment, Lefei launched several bursts of fire and then caused them to explode and create a screen of smoke. This screen was used for the 5 combatants to attack the succubus in a different way. Kaneko threw concentrated Tauki and white flames combined from her fists. Kiba created many swords around her, and these were like a rain towards her. Biku launched a large sphere of Senjutsu energy, and Zenovia launched a large powerful sacred blast of Durandal. The impact of the attacks caused Nehema's defensive circle to suffer damage, but not full still. Instantly, Arena charged Nema head-on with Hodoclear in hand, emanating a golden aura. The impact of the sword with the defensive circle caused a struggle to begin, which Arena won when Hodoclear managed to break through the defensive circle. But with agility, Nema dodged Arena's attack, and that Arena passed her by, to the horror of the angel. Although Nema admits that she was careless, she did not expect this, and in truth, she was not in the mood to put up with nonsense. In an explosion of pure power, Nema caused her power to create an impact wave that sent the 5 combatants flying several meters, and the 2 blondes were covered with a barrier, while the place was affected by it. Part of the place where they were was enveloped in the explosion of the succubus's power. Needless to say, that part of the place looked like a field with scorched earth and destroyed trees, indicative of the great power that was seen. Zenovia and Arena would rise from the ground with regret like the rest, some being worse than others. Kaneko, Zenovia and Biku being the strongest as they had better resistance, while Arena and Kiba were narrowly saved from worse damage. While Asia and Lefei along with Tauji were totally fine, but fatigue was noticeable in both blondes. Seeing how Nema took flight and began to charge her demonic light made everyone stand up to resume the fight. It's funny to see that brats like you are fighting for this world that is already worthless to many. Don't come to us with your ideas. You are not acting differently from what many do and say. You just want to destroy the world on a whim, just to demonstrate what demons should really be like, said Zenovia, spitting out little blood. It's because it is like that. The demons do not rule, but destroy everything they do not like and plunge the world into misery. Lucifer didn't know that, and that's why they killed the idiot who didn't know what a demon really is. But anyway, the talk is over, Nema said with spheres of demonic light in her hands. Yes, the talk is over. Arena would take flight with her wings and hold Hodoclear with one hand and let the aura of her sword surround her. With this, the angel would launch multiple luminous blasts against Nema, who with her 2 blasts in hand, intercepted Arena's attacks instantly. Kaneko made a great leap towards Nema and launched a powerful blow charged with her white flames that was blocked by the succubus, who could notice the force that made her hand a little numb. At that, Biku attacked with her 2 extendable batons, hitting Nema and disconcerting her a little, only for Kaneko to kick her hard in the face while still in the air. Only for Kiba untied on her arms and legs, courtesy of Arena only for 2 pillars, one of ice and one of stone, to instantly hit her squarely and damage her armor, courtesy of Lefei. Needless to say, Nema saw those two furious about that, but the combined attack of Kiba and Kaneko managed to put her on the defensive, an opportunity that was not wasted by Zenovia and Biku, who went against Nema and attacked her with their weapons, which that Nema miraculously blocked. Who in the middle of the movement threw spheres of demonic light at the Bluenet and the Yaokai, moving them away. But even as she fell, Biku attacked her with her extendable staffs, pushing Nema away a little and damaging her armor. This was taken advantage of by Arena, who threw several spears of light wrapped in Hodeclear's aura at Nema, causing them to impact and explode, affecting her. Which angered Nema, who instantly created a large sphere of demonic light above her head, and said sphere began to fire multiple smaller but dangerous blasts towards everyone. Arena managed to avoid major damage thanks to her reflexes and a defensive angelic circle, and Kiba covered him and the rest with a wall of swords. And Asia and Lefei covered each other without problems. When the attack ended, it was clear that everyone was exhausted and injured. Nema seemed to be as if nothing had happened, but she was still panting, a little tired. It was then that Arena received a communicative circle in her ear and smiled when she knew who is it about. Alright, just a couple more minutes, you should hold out. At that, Nema went against them, first against Kaneko and Kiba, who looked still disconcerted. Both young people fell to the ground while the succubus moved on to its next victim. Zenovia tried to defend herself, but the impact on her face and then her abdomen was enough to leave her almost unconscious. Biku used her 2 Ryuji bangs to attack Nema and defend herself, but Nema destroyed the Yaokai's weapons with a few cuts and then gave it a strong kick that broke its armor and knocked it out. Set aside. But that fact, Nema went towards where Arena was. The aerial battle was one-sided. Nema was putting pressure on Arena, who could do nothing but defend herself and block the attacks with her sword. Seeing that Arena was going to receive an imminent impact from a blast, Asia created a defensive circle in front of the angel, barely covering her from the attack. Which Arena took advantage of, and when the attack and the circle perished, she launched a slashing attack from Hodeclear that collided with a blast from Nema. The impact and explosion of both attacks made Nema retreat and then be covered by a torrent of white magic made by Lefei. With her circles nothing, they were not achieving anything, and seeing how Nema was walking towards them at a pace slow, made everyone break out in a cold sweat. You are more resistant than I thought. I'm not really playing with you, but still you are opponents who have proven their worth. Nema would look at the angel, who was breathing tired, something to say. Not much really, I was just wondering how come you don't feel remorse with all this? Asked Arena. And Nema laughed at those words. Remorse is not something that we demons have. We are evil beings after all. Therefore, feeling empathy is a weakness, one that we do not have. True, but if they have another and they are trusting. Arena smiled ironically after what she said, and Nema was confused by that, until the golden light was present in the sky of the place. And when the succubus turned to see said light, she froze when she saw a silhouette in the middle of said light with 12 golden angel wings. And said silhouette raised her hand, and instantly, a gigantic spear of light would be created. And without hesitation, he threw it at the succubus. Everyone, take cover, as Arena said. Everyone took evasive actions as best they could to avoid the impact. Nema would cover herself from that attack with a barrier and the wings of her armor. The large spear of light split into multiple smaller spears that had the same goal. And upon impact, many explosions occurred in that part of the Garden of Eden, so many that even the landscape changed significantly. And when the explosions ended, the place was seen somewhat devastated, and Nema would appear, panting tiredly, and her armor was damaged. It's been a while. Nei-chan the succubus would look at the sky, seeing that it was Michael who arrived and descended to the ground. Although we have only interacted a few times in the past. The SK shit. Nema clicked her tongue at that. Even if she was in his best condition, even with the armor, he doesn't have the confidence to be able to face and defeat someone like Michael. Thank you for coming, Michael-sama, Arena thanked, tired like the others. I'm sorry for being late. It took us too long to raise the barrier of the 7th heaven, and now only the rest of the enemies are in the 3rd heaven. So I came to give my contribution, said Michael. Plash, plash, some applause would be heard, and suddenly, someone else was in the place and was walking towards Nema calmly. It was Valery Lucifer. That was a good show. You held up well, Nei-chan. The SK, I just hope this turned out the way it should, idiot, Nema complained. You are the son of Rizavam and grandson of Lucifer, right? Michael said, almost saying something he shouldn't have. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Archangel Michael. Razavam would give a slight bow and would take out an object from his suit. However, unfortunately we now have to leave. Since we already fulfilled our objective by saying that, from a magic circle, Lucifer would take out 2 things that were a pair of withered fruits, but, is that? Michael seemed to recognize that they were those withered fruits. Yes, they are, Razavam smiled, and the young people were confused. These are the last existing fruits of the trees of wisdom and life. That's impossible. Irina raised her voice in disbelief, unable to believe it. Those trees haven't had fruit for a long time. Exactly, they don't have them, but these two were preserved by my grandmother, Lilith, the original Razavum would smile. In the past, when Lilith was human and lived in Eden, she was also known as Adam's first wife. After her came Nema, who also left Adam, and lastly came Eve, who stayed with him. Razavum would caress both fruits. We've been trying to find them all these years. And we finally did. Although they withered long ago, we can use the Saint Grail to restore them. But where in heaven were they hidden? I never noticed them in these years, Michael asked almost without believing it, but it was real. In purgatory, deep in purgatory. Hidden in a hidden passageway to Hades, said Razavum. Did purgatory have a passage to the underworld? But then that means Michael seemed to come to an answer, one that bothered him even though he didn't show it. Well, deduced Michael. It was not necessary for us to attack heaven. This attack was more to help the useless Ugaki Masayomi, and because of him, we lost good resources. But this will be worth it for the next phase of my plan. Razavum would put a finger to his ear, where there was a communicative circle. We're leaving. Oh well, do whatever you want. That was the only thing he said, cutting off the call. We're leaving Nema, we're done here. I won't allow them. Michael extended his hand, creating and launching multiple small golden spears at the two demons. But Razavum, with a calm smile, extended the object that he took out of his suit, and this glow, enveloping both demons in a white barrier that smoothly blocked the Archangel's attacks. Is that? Michael was incredulous. Do not even try. This barrier has one of the seals of 666. I think I have to thank your father for such a forbidden level. Beneficial for us in the end. When Razavum said that, a magic circle appeared below him, and Nehema. See you in the war, was the last thing he said, and he, along with the succubus, disappeared from the place in the glow of teleportation. But that, everyone clicked their tongues in irritation. Once again they were playing under Clipeth's palm. All the hardships they went through were in vain. Clipeth has gotten his way twice now. And they already have everything necessary to revive 666. Chapter 39 Talks and Christmas. Things had finally calmed down in heaven following Clipeth's sudden retreat, with many able to breathe a sigh of relief after so much fighting. Furthermore, Azazel along with Arthur and Team/Dog would have arrived at the third heaven shortly after everything ended. And a few minutes later Michael also arrived along with the young people who fought in the fourth heaven, reporting everything that happened. Needless to say, everyone was speechless. The SK shit. Azazel clicked his tongue at what he heard. And to think that Lilith was able to hide said fruits until now, and we didn't know it. Even with what he said, she would sigh. Still, we can't complain that much either. Even without this attack, they would still have already had those fruits in their possession. So we can only prepare for the worst. Indeed, Michael agreed, being calm. Although at least we have managed to seal 2 evil dragons legendaries, so the threats have been reduced a bit. On the other hand, with young people. Are you okay, Virginia-chan? Lavinia asked when she saw Valery still a little sore. Don't worry, it's not serious, Valery assured him, rubbing his shoulders. Only Crom Cruach was a tough nut to crack. No way, said Issei sitting on the ground, trying to recover. Not even Ozzy Dahaka made us feel as tired as we do now. And whoa, he was startled when he felt someone on his shoulders. I'm totally fine. Dezu Lint was sitting on Issei's shoulders while she tapped her fingers on her face. And Ice Nai-san is cool and strong. Dezu. Hey? Nai-san. Issei was somewhat incredulous at what the artificial human said. I want Nai-san to ride me on a piggyback, Lint said with a mischievous laugh. And that weight, Lint-san. Because seriously, I'm exhausted, Issei said, tired and exhausted. As you wish, Nai-san, Lint said, getting off the brunette's shoulders, allowing him to sigh calmly. Could it be one more? Lavinia asked in mockery, and seeing how Valery emanated a slight bluish aura that was scary. Pooh, congratulations. Shirin Nyan Kuroka was hugging Kaneko, who couldn't refuse. Even if he went with the help and product of a miracle, you are so close to obtaining all your hidden power. Apparently he found out what happened in the fourth heaven and knew the cause of that golden light, the truth idea. I want Ni-sama to continue helping me, was the only thing Kaneko could say, since his face was between his sister's big breasts. And Ni-sama will gladly help you, Kuroka said. Michael would direct his gaze towards Cao Cao, who was somewhat distant with the rest. We really appreciate your help in heaven. I never imagined that I would be able to enter heaven. However, I am still a sinner. Furthermore, whenever I do something, it is thanks to information from Hades, Cao Cao said. What he said left everyone shocked. Hades had provided information. And did Hades also know about the secret passage between heaven and the underworld that Clipeth used? Hades thought this would make him fair. Or is he just having fun? Azazel asked, narrowing his eyes. Well, Michael would look at Cao Cao. Since you were the one chosen by the true Longinus, as long as you are not an enemy, then I will not be hostile. Heh. Although this spear was used to pierce Jesus, as an archangel, you accept it quite well. Cao Cao laughed a little and then turned around, ready to leave. See you next time. Wait, I call to him Issei, stopping him as he stands up from the ground. Are you an ally or a member of the Cow's Brigade? At least, I'm no longer part of Cow's Brigade. Cao would look at the sky. I am currently part of the vanguard of Indra. Although the previous vanguard was the first Sun Wukong and I was behind the scenes. I am responsible for some internal matters that I cannot make public. So in a way I'm not his enemy. You have done so many bad things, but still Indra keeps you by his side. I really don't know what he's thinking, Valery said, still somewhat indifferent. I am only with Indra because he saved my life on a whim. I think that in my current position, I cannot relate to my past ambitions and dreams. Which is ironic, since I was previously a member of Cow's Brigade. Cao said. I see that you don't understand the meaning of reflecting, Arthur said, frowning. You Cao would sigh. You say reflect. From my point of view, should I reflect on facing creatures? Or do you say I must swear to myself for revenge? Is a fight between humans and creatures fair or evil? Currently, I am simply incompetent, complacent and unable to answer any questions. An ethereal empty shell. The way she talked about him made some know that he was still a nonsense. What about Georg and Leonardo? Valery asked. They are still in hell with Hades. Cao would laugh lightly. Georg is researching the magic of the Grim Reapers and was sent to a sorcerer who was famous when he was alive and quickly got caught up in researching magic. It looks like he won't be back for a while. I really can't understand the principles of sorcerers. And Leonardo also seems to enjoy the atmosphere there and he won't be back for a while either. He passes by and tries to improve the Annihilation Maker's control of him. I see. Valery seemed to accept and believe what he heard. I was the only one who wanted to return, that's why I came back. Cao would place his spear on his shoulder. If you want to punish me, then feel free to do so, if I am an object of hatred. Although I have no intention of dying so easily, he said with some sarcasm, although without any indifference. Can we trust you? Issei asked, wanting to be sure. Also, what reason do you have to return? You haven't come back for revenge or atonement, right? Actually, I need to become a certain type of person. Cao would look into the distance. Why was I born with true longiness? Why was I born with the most powerful weapon in the entire world that didn't even follow my former ambition? And why does he now follow me in a certain way after my change of attitude? I only live to answer it and I will search for it myself. In the end, I want to discover myself and that has led me to the result I have now. If you decide to continue in the search for your being, what will you do? Asked Arthur. This continuation does not exist. Cao would shake his head. My former ambition was already destroyed by Issei. So my next dream is I would look at the brunette because I already sensed what he was going to say. Defeat the Securite, Issei. I believe that if I am able to defeat you, I will recover completely. Although I'm not sure about that yet, but. Cao would look at the reflection of him on the blade of his spear. Issei, what drives you the most to continue fighting, even when everything seems to be against you? What made you continue fighting even when you abandoned your loved ones? Issei became thoughtful at what he heard and looked at all his friends, especially Valery. And he got the answer from him. I fight for my family and my friends. I don't have big ambitions, I just want to live in peace with everyone. But if necessary I will fight. Friendship, camaraderie, family and love, what are they? How important is all that? Cao's question left many speechless and they could tell that he was curious about it. Well, actually Issei would scratch the back of his neck and smile slightly. Maybe one day you'll find out. Because even if my opponent is a god, I will never fall when it comes to my loved ones. I understand, or maybe I don't know. Cao would shrug his shoulders. Goodbye for now. Indra ordered me to attack the evil dragons and help you, so you can say that it was fate that brought us together. I have another question now. Valery stopped him. If Indra ordered you to fight, what would you do? Obviously do that. Cao's response left everyone silent. All I can say is that Issei and Valery, the next time we face each other, I will no longer have the eye of Medusa or Samuel. I will use my own power to face them. In that case, I will make sure to hit you harder than before, that you won't even be able to get up. And I will take revenge for the previous beating. The celestial couple and Cao smiled recklessly at the same time. Cao looked at them both one last time before leaving the place without being escorted. It's a little hard for me to believe that this is the Cao we saw in Kyoto, Zenovia said. I say the same thing. How hard did Ice-kun have to hit him for him to change? Kiba wondered, intrigued. Issei would cast his gaze on Crom Cruach, who was also somewhat distant. He would get a little closer to her. And what will you do now, Crom Cruach? Not much actually. Crom Cruach would shrug his shoulders. For now, my only goal is to see how far the dragons will go. Maybe Crom Cruach would look at the celestial couple. Are you the ones who will indicate how far the dragons will go in this era? I wouldn't know how to answer that, Issei said with a complicated face. Does see it. Crom Cruach would turn around. I'll retire for now. What will you do? Will you return to Klepeth or? No, I've already lost interest in that. Crom Cruach interrupted and answered Valery's question. Maybe it will give me a change. I have already gotten used to the human world. I'll let some angels guide you to the exit, proposed Michael, and the evil dragon did not refuse and simply left the place, being escorted by some angels. And the archangel would then look at his ace. Arena-chan, you have done your part well. Well, I was concerned when I received the alert that you almost fell. I'm glad you managed to avoid it. That's why you're my ace. What the archangel said would have left those who did not know what happened in the fourth heaven doubtful if it were not because they were told everything, including Arena's almost fall. The Edo M. Michael-sama, I would like to know, why did he choose me as his ace? Arena's question was valid and interesting. Why did Michael choose Arena as his own ace? Of the ho ho, so that's what it's about. Michael would clap his hands and raise a finger. In the human world, when you open the packaging and box of a new deck of cards, what is the first thing you see? The Ace of Swords. Natsume answered the question first, which seemed even for everyone. And just as he said, the first card you see in a deck of cards is always the Ace of Swords. That's right, Michael smiled in his own way. My idea was that an ideal person should be the perfect reincarnation of an angel, someone who represents the brave saints. The archangel would put his hand on his ace's shoulder. Angel Arena, you have a pure heart. Even if you have made many mistakes in your life, what matters is to face them and not let yourself sink in guilt, no matter how difficult it may be. That is why you are also honest, sincere and a devout believer from the bottom of your heart. Plus, you are capable of getting along with anyone. That is why you are the person best suited to be the representative of the angels. Now everyone understood the reason for that meaning. The title of ace was not only due to Arena's personality, but also due to Michael's expectations. Could you please continue carrying the image of the brave saints, as Arena? Michael asked her. Yes, Arena responded, excited almost to tears. I will do my best to prove my loyalty, amen. Ugh, although that last word from the angel caused a slight headache to those who were demons, and she didn't say that word to them and still. Naya, I was back, how annoying that is, Hiroka said, rubbing her head. At least I had better luck. Valery seemed as if that sentence had not affected him. Being half-human certainly has its advantages. With everything done and having at least avoided worse damage to heaven, everyone prepared to retreat and prepare for what comes ahead. Since apparently, the resurrection of 666 is now inevitable. So that happened, huh? In an unknown location in the human world, far from all brooding. The floating city of Agrees was in said location. And in a meeting room in the same city, Rizavam had already been informed of everything that happened in heaven, and well, without a doubt, it doesn't look like something happy, even though they have the fruits that his mother left behind. That's right, his son, Razavam, agreed. In the end, that human was a waste of time. And that cost us Layden and Yamada no Arachi, and Crom Cruach seems to be gone. I don't know where, but it seems he left the organization. He has turned his back on us. So that's how things are. Rizavam now seemed more displeased as he emanated a slight murderous aura. Never in his entire life had he been so angry and indignant as he was now. I won't tolerate this anymore. But Rizavam-sama. Asked Euclid. You'll see. Rizavam would then look at his son. Give me the grail. As you wish. Razavam would take the Saint Grail out of his suit and put it on the table, in front of his father, who took it in his hands. What will you do? You'll see. Rizavam would rise from his place as in his right hand, he displayed a magic circle that he implanted in himself. And the three demons recognized that as a seal for his ability, since he rarely used it. Come if you want to know. The three demons looked at each other with doubt, but still followed their leader. The four of them would leave the meeting room and walk through several corridors, until finally leaving the building where they were. Once outside, they continued walking until they reached an open field, where Ozzy Dahaka was there. And next to it was a black-scaled eastern dragon that measured more than 100 meters in length. It had gems along its body, all of which released a bright silvery glow. It had 3 eyes on its head that released the same silver glow as his gems. That was the evil dragon, Apophis, the eclipse dragon. Ozzy Dahaka would notice the presence of the 4 demons in the place. What is offered to them? Not much, Rizavam said somewhat sharply, and he would look at Apophis. Where have you been? You should have returned from Hades' hell hours ago. Oh come on, I wanted to stretch my body. I only revived recently, and I already missed the atmosphere of a hell. Although I still prefer the Egyptian hell, my place of origin. Apophis spoke in a tone that did not care about his claims, and the confidence and arrogance could be seen in his tone. Besides, you shouldn't care what we do. We do what we want, when we want. This is how we evil dragons are, said Ozzy Dahaka, in a tone similar to that of Apophis. Nobody tells us what to do. And just because we have a truce, that doesn't change that much. So we have those. Rizavam narrowed his eyes, doing his best not to show his anger. Damn dragons who look down on them, but not anymore. So are you coming to tell us your next move before the war, or what? Apophis asked. Something like that. And the next step would be Rizivum would stare at both evil dragons with a neutral expression. We don't need them anymore. Those words confused both evil dragons, but when they realized Rizivum had raised the Saint Grail, that released a powerful whitish light throughout the place. And then. What? Sensing that something strange was happening, Ozzy Dahaka would see how the lower part of his body began to slowly and quickly turn grey. And the same thing happened with Apophis. What does this mean, demon? Simple. I won't take any chances with you two. Rizivum would look at you without interest. Since Lilith-chan, I thought we could manage better on our own and that others would listen to me and follow my orders, but with Crom Cruach and them acting as you want. He made me realize that I shouldn't trust lizards like you. In the end, you were simply sacrifices. Well played, demon. Even with his body turning grey, Apophis didn't seem to care, he even laughed sarcastically. You are not wrong in what you say. After all, we would never be loyal to a foolish old man who can't do anything on his behalf. And you claim to be better than Lucifer. You don't have the charisma that he had. My father was just an idiot. And I'm better than him. Rizivum seemed to get even angrier. You dragons are even more despicable beings. Your only role in history is to be tamed by other beings, including humans, and to be their lapdogs. But since they don't obey and we already have what we want for 666, we don't need them anymore. It is obvious that you demons despise dragons a lot. They just don't want to accept that we are better than you. Ozzy Dahaka even now didn't seem to care what was happening to her, and half of her body was already turning grey. In the end, without us, you would not have achieved any of this. Rizivum, Live and Lucifer, we may have been your disposable pawns, but remember this well. Belittle and underestimate the strongest race in this world will not take you anywhere except death, said Apophis in the same state as Ozzy Dahaka. And soon you will know and experience it firsthand. In the end, it was always the dragons who had a greater role in the stories and the ones who will continue to rule the world forever. That was the last thing said by both evil dragons, whose bodies had turned completely grey. So that within seconds, both bodies of the two dragons crumbled like dust that was carried by the wind, remaining in the air two orbs, one dark purple and one very dark grey. The souls of both evil dragons. Well, that won't be the case. Rizivum smiled, pleased at having gotten rid of those beings that could have been a future problem against him. In the end, it will be the demons who will be at the top and will be the most feared. So, father, what will we do with their souls? Asked Rizivum when he saw the souls of both evil dragons still in the place. I leave it to his discretion. Rizivum would shrug his shoulders. Powerful souls cannot be wasted. For what you decide. If you fufu. In that case, Euclid would approach the souls of the two evil dragons and with a sign he would ask for the Saint Grail. And Rizivum would give it to him. I already have the final elements for true and unique longinus from us. That sounds interesting. Rizivum smiled at that. It seems that they will have great power on their side with the idea of Euclid. And what will we do with the mass-produced evil dragons? Asked Nema. They still serve us. These things have no thought of their own, they only obey their creator. Rizivum pointed to himself, smiling evilly. Although I think we can give them another appearance and make them look more like simple creatures or strong eyesores. I'll take care of that, Rizivum offered, and there was no objection to it. Those of Clipath were determined now more than ever to achieve their ambition, one way or another. Even if it means sacrificing his allies. A few days would have passed since the battle in heaven, and now. At the Haidu residence, all the residents made a toast, since today was the night of December 24, and tomorrow would be Christmas, so it doesn't hurt to celebrate. Even Lint and Tauji were present, with the latter already being cured of Irachi's poison. And soon after, all the young members of the Orc gathered in one part of the room to talk about a topic or an announcement from Riaz and Akeno. It may be something sudden, but we have decided to announce about this right now, Riaz said. And we will announce who will be the new Butchu and Fuku Butchu of the Orc next year, what Akeno said, surprised the young people who did not expect this so soon. As the Butchu of the Orc for 3 years, during that time I have taken extra care to ensure that the next generation follows strict principles. I hope that future presidents and members will be able to remember this. When there is flexibility, the Orc will become better. Riaz would then cough and continue. So the new Butchu will be Asia, and the Fuku Butchu will be Kiba. Everyone was surprised by what they heard. While some expected Kiba to be one of the presidents, they did not expect it from Asia. Even the blonde was surprised with her hands covering her mouth in shock. The reason I chose Asia as the new Butchu was because I felt that she was the most appropriate person to renew the club. I think she can direct the club's activities in a different direction. Imagining what could happen is quite interesting, Riaz said. In my case, I chose Kiba-kun simply because I thought that both the Butchu and the Fuku Butchu of this generation had been women, although there are many reasons for that. I think he will have a male role for the school. That's how I discussed it with Riaz, Akeno said. But this, everyone understood that reason. The reason Asia was chosen was because she could lead the Orc in a new direction. The choice of Kiba was for the future growth and communication between the other male students, although of course, since Kiba is a handsome boy, the male students will hate him, while the girls will adore him. So, this doesn't bother you? Riaz asked them. I do not have a problem. I think it's reasonable, Kiba said, smiling slightly. Ah. Why Iedo Asia for her part didn't know what to say, and she had a lot of nerves. Can't you? Riaz asked as she gave a glass of water to the blonde, who took it and seemed to calm down a bit. I don't know, I'm not the best. I think it would be more suitable if he is someone more cheerful like Arena-san, or maybe someone serious like Ravel-san. So I'm afraid that someone shy like me can't do it well. Asia gave her points of her insecurity at this. That's not true. Issei would smile slightly at Asia. If that worries you, I will help you in any way I can. Also, with you as Butchu, Asia, I think it will be fun. Why do you think? Asia asked, blushing and somewhat happy that Issei believes that he can do this. Obviously Issei would give him a thumbs up. What matters is the attempt. I say the same, said Riaz, being in a good mood. You, Kiba would sigh and look at everyone. I have decided that as long as I am entrusted with this, I will try to do my best to support Asia-san and everyone. Asia, you have a good opportunity. Zenovia put her hand on the blonde's shoulder. I think it's worth doing. Being the club's Butchu is an opportunity that I probably won't get a second time. Also, as someone once told me, it's better to take a risk and try, instead of suffering the regret of not having tried. But the blue-haired girl said surprised some, they didn't expect her to say something so wise. Although Issei chuckled when he saw that she used her own words to encourage Asia, which doesn't bother him. Even he would have done the same. For Asia-chan, I will definitely work hard, Arena said enthusiastically as always, showing her support. Asia Butchu, I think it sounds good, Kaneko said, eating a popsicle while she is sitting on Issei's lap. How she missed sitting there. Why yes, if it's for Asia-san Butchu, I'll also try hard, Gasper said. I have no objection, said Ravel. Asia became thoughtful when she saw that everyone supported this decision. And after thinking about it, she smiled, reassigned. Then I will accept the position, she replied, looking determined in her expression. Everyone, next year, please work with me as the new Butchu. Hi, Asia Butchu, all the orc members said in unison. Ah, this feeling, it's like a burden has been lifted from my shoulders, Riaz said, rubbing his shoulders. For me too. It's time to leave this to the minors, Akeno said with his usual smile. In that case, how should we address Riaz Butchu now? Kaneko's question was valid. I see. Riaz would high-five her and make an expression that everyone knew indicated that it's something she wants. Can you tell me, Nisama, can you do it? Although what she proposed was not a bad idea, Kiba, Kaneko and Gasper made complicated faces at it. It's not that they don't want to call the redeed Riaz Nisama, they're just more used to calling her Riaz Butchu. But since it's something she asks for more than anything, they'll give it a try. For now though. I can't call her Riaz-senpai for the moment. Asked Kaneko somewhat shyly. It's just I'm so used to telling him Butchu that. As I say the same, Gasper nodded to what Kaneko said. I also prefer to call her senpai for the moment, Kiba said, smiling somewhat complicatedly and with a drop on the back of his neck. Oh, so that's it, Riaz sighed, reassigned. She really wanted to be called one Isama like Asia did. Since it's a sudden change, that's fine for now. But Riaz would kind of pout at her servant. I want to be called Riaz Nisama one day. Hi, Kiba, Kaneko and Gasper responded in unison and somewhat uncomfortable. Damn, now they understood why Issei couldn't call Riaz by her name, much less with a very familiar honorific. It's a little scary just to think that they could offend her, since they are younger and the redeed is the oldest. Is it enough for now if I can just call you Riaz? Asked Zenovia, who had thought that perhaps she should use the honorific Sama now, but she saw it as somewhat unnecessary. Sure, no problem. But I still hope you can call me Nisama. Riaz smiled at the blue-haired knight, who now had a complicated face. Shit, now she understood the Issei from back then. Riaz turned to look elsewhere, where she saw how Valery in the distance made a sign to her as if to talk in private. Which I miss, but she decided to take advantage of it. Well, that's all for now, let's enjoy the rest of the party. Hi, they all responded in unison, beginning to disperse and continue with the party. With that, Riaz would sigh and stand up, going to the place where Valery was waiting for her. And both girls would go to one of the corners of the room. Is something wrong? Riaz asked, trying to be normal, since this is the first time she has spoken face to face with Valery. I just want to know why, even though you were Ice's former mistress, you couldn't see what was happening to him. Valery asked with her arms crossed and her eyes closed, without seeming indifferent. Although internally she already knew the answer. I think Riaz became somewhat thoughtful and complicated, remembering her past actions. I became overconfident in believing that he wouldn't have any internal problems like the others, even when I saw, in a way, how scared he was when I tried to get close to him. I didn't pay attention to him. I thought it was his nerves for never having been with a woman before, but I know, Valery interrupted her, sighing somewhat understandingly. I also thought the same. And then do you recognize your mistake? Yes, Riaz nodded, seriously. Valery Lucifer, I accept the fact that I was wrong and that you won over Ice without even trying and that you did everything that I didn't do. But until he confirms to me if he is no longer interested in me, I will try to continue seeking her forgiveness and be able to start again. Although I won't expect a miracle. How much do you love him? Valery asked, narrowing his eyes. More than my own life. Riaz would clench her fist. You don't know how many times I tried to risk it for him, not caring if he died. But he was always the one who protected me. I have loved him since he told me that he saw me more as just another girl, instead of an heiress with a future guaranteed by others. And that won't change. Not until he tells me to my face with true sincerity that nothing is possible between us anymore. His gaze was determined. I see. Valery would sigh and shrug his shoulders. Partly I hate you for not appreciating it properly, but I hate the trainer girl more for what he did. Valery would turn around to return to the party. If he accepts you, I have no objection. Since I even recognize that. If I had not taken him that night, you would have healed him from his trauma and would have been with him instead of me. That was the last thing he said, going with the others. Riaz was speechless at what Valery said. And he had to recognize that it was true, but if something good came from that hard experience, it was to mature and recognize his mistakes even more. With all this, tonight's party continued to go on normally. Soon, more guests arrived at the residence. These being Azazel along with Tobio, Lavinia, Natsume and Kaki. They obviously welcomed them and introduced the young people to the Haidu parents who welcomed them with pleasure, although they were surprised to know that the 4 young people were the older brother complex. From Valery, something that embarrassed the aforementioned a little. Oru Haidu, Issei's father, was drinking along with Tauji and Azazel, and the 3 of them were talking about stupid things, and so on. It seems like they got drunk. Obviously Mickey was in charge of reprimanding those 3 when they crossed the line. Seriously, how she wishes Irina's mother was also here and helped her a little with these 2. Although she is grateful that Tobio helped her with Azazel. Roswis was talking to Tiamat about things that could help her get closer to Issei. Obviously the Dragon Queen agreed to give him advice, and recognizing that the former Valkyrie has feelings for Issei. On the other hand, Kiba and Gasper were chatting calmly with Arthur, Biku and Kaki, while Fenrir was calm next to them. The rest of the girls were well into in the middle of the party, jumped on top of Issei, riding on her shoulders. And the brunette, without a choice, began to give her the piggyback ride that she promised her self-proclaimed younger sister. According to Lint, Lavinia continued to look curiously at Issei while she chatted with Valery about him. Haneko and Zenovia watched in amazement as Kuroka and Natsume competed in drinking alcohol, since they were both of drinking age. The competition occurred due to a provocation on the part of the human to the Nekomata who fell into her game, and thus they ended up drinking until they got a little drunk, barely being aware of their idiocies. Ria spoke with Ravel, Asia, Akeno and Lefei about common topics, but they always returned to the same thing, about future plans, and so on, all this under the gaze of Issei, who was enjoying the good atmosphere. This brought her nostalgia. Years ago it was just him and his parents with the Shidu family who got together for these holidays, but now, his family has grown and he wouldn't change that for anything. Why so relegated? Irina approached her friend with a glass of soda in hand. I was just looking at the scene, and I start to think that Issei would smile. After so much suffering and so many problems, there is some peace, something that is truly worth fighting for and sacrificing a lot. The young man would look at everyone, especially his parents. Seeing this gives me peace, and I'm glad that they are happy. Yes, I think the same. Irina also smiled wistfully, remembering the past. Still not being able to believe that so much has happened in such a short time. And then. Hey, Ice-kun, is it okay if we go for a walk and chat a little? She proposed to him while she was internally determined that it was time to make everything clear. Issei thought for a moment, remembering that since he came back, he hasn't interacted with Irina since. So it's a good opportunity. Okay, let's go. Irina smiled happily when she saw that I accepted. Very good, now comes the difficult part. But for now. Both brunettes and friends would go to the front door and leave, starting to walk down the street, seeing the other decorated houses and Christmas lights that illuminated the night. Both young men walked side by side and remained silent. They both had their common clothes along with some coats and scarves, since it was too cold tonight, especially at this time of year. Even with that, Issei could tell that there was a certain awkward atmosphere between the two. So he thought it was best to start a talk about the past. Oh, do you remember the Christmas promise we made when we were children? The girl was undoubtedly surprised by what Issei said and she stopped by to see him. She didn't expect her to remember it. That we would defeat Santa Claus and deliver his gifts, right? So you remember? Irina smiled a little sadly at it while she prevented the tears that wanted to come out. I thought she was the only one who remembered it and that you had forgotten it. Although, if I'm honest, he had forgotten. Issei interrupted Irina as she scratched the back of her neck. But I started to remember it as we were getting ready for Christmas. Arena would laugh wistfully. Yes, we were certainly innocent back then, or should I say we were clueless, we really had bold ideas. And I really had fun when I played like a boy with you and even thought like one. Issei laughed at that, he knew that back then he had a lot of bold ideas with Arena when they were children. Although at that time he was completely wrong about Arena being a boy, he still played with her and took her to places where girls wouldn't like to go. We really went out to places like the forest and a park outside the city, and we also destroyed shrines, Issei said. Yep. We even took a bug catcher with us and went very far with our bikes, Arena said. You say far, but we were children, so the furthest we went was the neighboring city, Issei said. But it was fun, since it felt like we were entering a new world, Arena said. Yes, like those sweets we bought in the candy store in an unknown city. I still remember its taste, Issei said. Yeah, we really ate things like cheer lettuce and Mick the octopus, Arena smiled at that memory. Issei laughed wryly. Well, he couldn't believe it was so easy to remember. He actually played with Arena quite a bit back then when they were like 7 years old and she lived in his same neighborhood as hers. They certainly did a lot of things together. Even his Christmas memories are so childish. They are full of innocence and recklessness. Issei would sigh and scratch the back of his neck. I'm sorry I didn't know you were a girl, although I think I should have assumed it because of certain actions you were doing that only a girl would do. But since he was very naive, I didn't pay attention to it. I don't blame you for that. Although I also didn't know how to tell you that she was actually a girl. Arena would make a somewhat downcast expression. No one wanted to play with me back then, especially because I was a masculine girl in appearance. But she would smile happily. I'm afraid you came up and played with me, and I was afraid that if she told you that she was a girl, you would leave me aside too. Nonsense, Issei caressed Arena's head, ruffling her hair, and she looked at him with a pout for it. If you had told me, I would have still accepted you. After all, they ignored me too, and having a friend, no matter who, would have made me happy. Yes, friend, Arena put on a somewhat downcast expression at what she heard. Issei, noticing this, thought that she said something she shouldn't have. But before she even apologized, I'm sorry, that was said with a somewhat sad tone. Hey? Why? Issei asked doubtfully, since it was strange for her to get like that. For everything, Arena would start tearing up while she spoke. I know that I have nothing to do with that topic, but likewise, I feel guilty about that night when you left. Issei didn't know what to say to what Arena said. Did she? I also know. Perhaps. If she had done or said something, or even tried to make you understand that she was passing around you, maybe sniff, you wouldn't have left. Arena with that, and without thinking twice, Issei would hug Arena to give her comfort while she caressed her head, letting her let go of her pity. Don't blame yourself, because just like I told the others, I'm partly to blame too. I let an unrequited love rule who I am, and that's why I couldn't move forward or mature with them, although I admit that it also hurt me that even you blamed me and called me insensitive. Sobbed. I'm sorry. Arena tightened her hug on her while she trembled, as if she was afraid. And Issei noticed it, so she made sure not to let go. I'm sorry, even with your flaws, you are important to me, more than anything. Sniff. There wasn't a night that I didn't pray that you would come back and that you would be okay, so I could apologize. You don't need to be sorry. Issei caressed her head, giving her more comfort. I'm sorry if I made you feel bad by not speaking to you even once since I came back. I'm certainly not the best example of a love interest or a good friend. Sobbed. No, I didn't have the courage to talk to you either, for fear that you didn't care anymore. Arena cried a little more as she remembered what happened in heaven. See, when we fought Igaki Masayomi, I was envious of how Zenovia faced him, telling him about her love for you and making him reconsider. And Arena would shake even more remembering that horrible experience. Nema put me in a trance where she tormented me with my past mistakes, how I failed everyone who trusted me. And the one who an angel cannot love normally. Issei didn't know what to say to what he heard, but with that he hugged her to Arena even more, while with one of her hands he wiped away her tears. The mistakes you made in the past don't matter. What matters is not letting these govern who you are. And just as Tauji Ajasan said before, the fact that an angel cannot love is wrong. Just hearing that, Arena felt her emotion overcome her again as she cried again harder. She didn't know if she was sad or happy, or even both. But what she did know was that she wanted to hear those words from him. And then the wind would blow near her and tell her that voice, from her friend, Urine. She doesn't know how or why, but Ice-kun. Yes. The brunette would look at her friend with some doubt, but suddenly and without expecting it, Arena placed her lips against his, a kiss. With just that, Issei's mind went blank while Arena was red with embarrassment, but equally happy. And when she broke away from the kiss, Issei brought her hand to his lips. Wow, it's an angel's kiss. Well, you know. Arena would smile a little embarrassed and blushing. That's my second kiss with you, Ice-kun. What about the second one? Issei was undoubtedly surprised by what Arena said. Shit, when did they kiss? I don't remember that before we Yufufufu, it was when we were kids, Irina laughed amused, interrupting Issei. You stayed the night at my house on one occasion, and I took advantage and stole a kiss from you while you were sleeping. Issei didn't know what to say to that. Gosh, and to think that before she thought her first kiss was with Ria's, but in the end, Irina was the one who hit it first. And then Issei noticed how something white was slowly falling from the sky, and she knew that was it's snow. Wow, I didn't think it would be a white Christmas. The weather forecast had clearly said that tonight would be clear with a few clouds. Ice Irina called out to him, breaking him out of the shock of her by the snow. And when he turned to look at her, he couldn't help but blush when he saw Irina acting a little shy and with the snow in the background. In truth, she felt that she saw an angel, literally. I love you. The young man didn't know what to say to that statement, but if she kissed him, then But before she didn't accept it, because I thought that accepting this feeling would mean falling, but she would put on a determined face. If I can be an angel and love without problems, I don't mind being one more. Irina. Issei didn't know what to say again, but he admits that he likes her too, and he would give anything he had to see her smile. So without hesitation, he approached her and kissed her while he held her cheek with one hand. The girl was so happy that she even wanted to cry again, thinking that he had accepted her. And when they separated from the kiss. I love you too, but give me some time, okay? I still have to deal with others. Yes, Irina nodded, happy. I can wait. I don't mind waiting a little longer. With everything already arranged and clarified, both chestnuts and childhood friends would take the road to return to the Haidu residence, holding hands. This was undoubtedly a good night for them. Azazel, I would not use this private line if the matter were not important. On one of the balconies of the Haidu residence, the former governor had a private call from Surziches through a communication circle about a Grease secret. I think it would be better to make it clear. Is the problem getting worse, Surziches? Azazel asked, with a glass of sake in hand. Something like that, Surziches would sigh. Within Agrees is the technology that was used to create the evil pieces that contain the highest quality essential crystals. Since Agrees was stolen, continuing to create new evil pieces is not possible. Currently, the number of sets of unused evil pieces that I have are few, less than 1,000. If that is the case, then the number of demons that can be reincarnated will be limited. In fact, the situation has taken a turn for the worst. Azazel would become serious and would remember something. Speaking of which, the brave saints also use the same materials, but they can only use their existing inventory of materials. Even if we could maintain the reincarnation system, without the materials to make these things it would be meaningless, although the angels are fine. However, the reincarnation system hasn't been in place for a long time, so it wouldn't be a problem if they don't reincarnate. The problem is, correct. The evil pieces are deeply embedded in the life and culture of the underworld and are important to its values. If they were removed, the foundations of the demon world can be collapsed. Azazel completed what Surziches was going to say. But I don't think Clippus' goal is anything more than this. The essential elements for reincarnation are in Agrees. Above all, there is the Saint Grail, and the evil dragons. The cards they possess now have become extremely dangerous. So, possibly, they want to revive 666 and invade the other world. It's crazy I still haven't assimilated that news, Surziches said. Surziches? Rizova may be many things, but he is not stupid or naive, perhaps not anymore, and that would not be an exaggeration. I even agree with him a little in his ideal of wanting to demonstrate what demons should really be. The simple act of ruling was what killed Lucifer, Shalba and his compatriots. And Rizova knows that he will not be able to achieve his ambition alone. That is why he wants that thing that will allow him to kill even the gods, who are almost at the top of the world top 10. In a sense, I can say that his existence could be more threatening than a mythical god of war or a god of destruction. He is the most problematic type of person, Azazel said. I know. I also think the same. Surziches would remain silent for a moment until, well, changing the subject. I don't know if you know this, but I understand that politicians and others from the Trumas faction who did not support the underworld are interested in Valery Lucifer. I can even think that Zekrom Baal has something to do with it, since he was the one who informed me. Wow, that's crazy. Azazel was surprised. I've only interacted with him a couple of times since the alliance was formed. It seriously makes me doubt that he is the same as other pureblood nobles. I say the same. Surziches would then sigh. Those from the Trumas faction are interested in Valery Lucifer for the simple fact of finally being able to have a true blood in possession of him. Although his former ideals have changed greatly, they continue with the principles that it must be a descendant of the original mass who rules the underworld and changes it. And Valery Lucifer is the perfect component for said change, but for now they plan to wait. You cannot think about politics and so on in this situation, in the face of a possible war. I do not deny the fact that Valery is the only means that can change the underworld completely. Azazel would drink from his cup. But it is a fact that she will never accept Lucifer's position. She would rather waste her time training and doing things with ice and be a warrior on the front lines. Don't spend her time in an office reviewing documents. But if there's anything she can help with without being the next Mao Lucifer, I'm sure she'll help you. Because even she thinks that Lucifer's position suits you better. For the Mao, and I would like to finally retire Surzich's sounded reassigned, although well, I can't demand that either. Although Serafal is seriously thinking about retirement, after all, she is the busiest among the four and has her program in progress, her schedule is tight. She is even thinking about a new mass system, just as she says in the Bible, the seven mass of the underworld: Lucifer, the pride, Leviathan, envy, Beelzebub, gluttony, Asmodeus, lust, Ammon, wrath, Mammon, greed, and Belphegor, sloth. Like the seven deadly sins. Azazel said something funny when saying that. I'm not surprised, you know that Surzich's laughed wryly and sighed. Ajuka doesn't mind staying as Mao Beelzebub for the rest of her life since she likes to investigate. In fact, it's more than obvious that he has more influence than me. And Falbium doesn't mind staying as Mao Asmodeus either, after all, he's not as busy as us and he spends his time sleeping. I would say that he represents sloth more than lust. And Ajuka has a great gluttony for research, which does not seem to be satisfied. I understand that very well. Azazel laughed amused and drinks the sake from her. With this, there are only 5 positions available if you do not retire. And since Areu aspires to be a Mao, what position would he have? I don't know, we'll see. Although it is a fact that the position they give him will not matter to him, he only wants to be a Mao, so that the Baal have greater influence and show what he is worth, even without having talent or demonic power. Since it is already established that his younger half-brother will be the next leader of the Baal clan, Surzich has said. That's a fact. Azazel would drink from his cup and see the night sky with snow falling. I think he should talk to that guy, since he seems to have shown an interest in the alliance. Although it is a fact that he does it more because perhaps he wants to have Ice's cooperation. Shiva is quite strange, it even surprises me that he has responded to our messages of peace. I don't trust Indra much since Cao, and not having him in control. Surzich sounded serious without a doubt. Do you think I want him for that future war against Indra if we manage to defeat Klepeth? I do not doubt it. After all, Indra has Cao, Georg and Leonardo on his side. Having 3 of the first level Longinus capable of destroying the world. Dulio with the Zenith Tempest, the second strongest Longinus, is with Heaven, as is Lind Selzen with the Incinerate Anthem. Sererg with Regulus Nemia is with the demons, and Valery with Divine Dividing is indirectly with the demons, although he is still under Grigori's protection. And Tobio and Lavinia with the Canis Lycaean and the Absolute Demise respectively are with Grigori. And Valery Teeps with the Sephiroth Grail is with the vampires who have accepted the alliance. So Ice is Shiva's only option, since Ice is now someone who is not affiliated with any side and is only an ally of the alliance after breaking away from the demons. So it would not be a surprise if other mythologies accept the alliance in exchange for lending them Ice. Azazel said. I don't doubt that it can be like that. Surzich's would sigh. At least Odin, Zeus and Izanagi have accepted the alliance without much or nothing in return. But the thing about the Longinus holders still surprises me. I know. Gosh, I still have a hard time believing how many Longinus are gathered in this era. In the past, a meeting between 2 or 3 Longinus holders was normal, but now almost all of them are gathered in the same place. Azazel would rub his temple and remember something. There are only 2 Longinus left to appear. Tilo's Karma and Innovate Clear. So, tell me, have there been any results in the search for that guy? According to Ajuka, that guy's group is called Cross Time Kiss. And for now we are trying to cooperate with them. Would you not mind helping in the cooperation? Surzich has asked. I have no problems. Azazel would raise his glass and see the liquid. There is a lot to do after all. Clarifications. The reason why I made Rizavim betray Ozzy Dahaka and Apophis is to give some more tension to the story. To be honest, when I read volume 20 of DxD, I felt a little sorry for Rizavim in the way in which he was killed and how Ozzy Dahaka and Apophis stabbed him in the back, although I admit he deserved it. While I understand that Rizavim is a character that is too burlesque, somewhat malicious, and that he does not take things seriously, in this story, I wanted to give him more seriousness and hatred. After all, in the canon, Rizavim never once worried even when Team DxD had sealed Grendel and Layden or removed Yamada no Arachi's soul. And he didn't care that the Incinerate Anthem was taken from him or that Crom Cruach betrayed him. Because as long as he always had Lilith-chan with him, he would have nothing to worry about. But in this story, losing Lilith-chan to Office and having Crom Cruach even betray him, in addition to what Ozzy Dahaka and Apophis told him. It was enough for Rizavim to understand that he cannot trust dragons, much less evil ones. What Rizavim wants is to demonstrate that demons are the most feared beings of all, and he does not mind destroying his own world and attacking the other world to prove this. Now, a small spoiler to clarify another doubt, maybe some have noticed it and maybe others have not, but the voice that was heard in the Garden of Eden was from God or Elohim, to give it a name. And Elohim's voice was the same one he heard Cao in his head before he used the truth idea. As you should already know, the truth idea of the true Longinus has the ability to create all kinds of miracles. If it did not work before and did not respond to Cao Cao's ambition, it is because the spear does not follow principles or ambitions that are considered evil. Below him is a god who never sought war, no matter how powerful he may have been, and only wanted peace, which is why the spear rejected Cao Cao before, but on this occasion, the true Longinus and the will of God, they accepted Cao Cao after his change of attitude and recognition of his past mistakes. The miracle that created the truth idea was one that not only increased the powers of Issei and company, but also had certain effects on others. In the case of Issei and Valery, because the Longinus of these two still have needed to mature, the truth idea granted them both greater access to more power than before, but they can still grow the celestial couple on their own without another miracle from the truth idea. With Tiamat, the truth idea simply improved his powers, as with Akeno, Roswis, Riaz, Kuroka, Kaneko, Biku, Lefei, Asia, Zenovia, Gasper, Lint and Dulio. But the rest of their future power must be achieved on their own, in addition to healing their wounds and power consumption. The thing about Kiba's new sacred gear, Sword Blacksmith, occurred to me while I was writing the caps. Also due to the fact that since Kiba doesn't have Gram or any of Siegfried's demon swords in this story, I thought I'd give him something more of his own. Where the truth idea created the miracle of combining Kiba's two sacred gears and creating a new one. And that is likely to affect the 7th Heaven sacred gear system as well. The traumatic past for Irina occurred to me while I was writing the caps. Since she wasn't entirely part of the issue of Issei leaving her and not being valued, I thought that maybe a bad experience would help her mature, since she didn't want a reconciliation between Issei and Irina that was too simple. In addition to Irina having her own power up on her account. And what the truth idea did was just restore her spent power from it. Issei and Valery in their most powerful armor to date, with 50% of the power of their respective celestial dragon. Both are in the world top 10, occupying 9th place in the top also. I understand that Fenrir, at 100% of his power, is in 10th place in the top, tying with the Titan Typhon. While Vidar is stronger than Fenrir. In addition, Drake and Albion are ranked 4th in the top at their best, and Crom Cruach with his current power, would tie with the two of them, or would be ranked 3rd in the top. The truth is, I don't know at all. Since as always, they never make anything clear in DxD. And this is just speculation on my part after reading all the DxD volumes so many times that I've already lost count. Anyway, to finish this. I leave my own version of the world top 10 for you, judge it if you want, and I even accept suggestions or tell me if I made any mistakes. Since this is just speculation on my part. World top 10 from this story. 10th place. Fenrir 100% and Typhon. 9th place. Vidar, Issei and Valery both in their final armors with 50% power of their respective celestial dragon. 8th place. Crom Cruach, Ozzy Dahaka and Apophis all three with their power from the past. 7th place. Hades. 6th place. Ozzy Dahaka and Apophis after being revived by the Saint Grail and having their powers improved. Furthermore, they did not have much time to be revived and did not develop their powers much, so in this story they are not at the celestial dragon level, but they still got stronger. 5th place. Surziches and Ajuka. 4th place. Dragon Albion. 3rd place. Crom Cruach after training for 2000 years without ceasing. 2nd place. Elohim in the past, but I still count it to give an idea, Indra, Mahabali, Brahma, Vishnu, Office with half of his power and Lilith Chan. 1st place. Office with his full power and Shiva now the most powerful existence in the world. Note. Great Red is not part of the top 10, the novel says so. But it is still the most powerful, they just don't count it. Chapter 40 New Year and Gundam Combat. Currently, Azazel was at the remote border of a certain country where there was a small stream and the fallen one had a fishing rod in hand. Although he likes to fish, he doesn't feel like he is fishing right now. Don't you like fishing? Next to the fallen one, there was a young boy who was holding his own fishing rod and had a small smile on his face. His hair was green-black that looked more bluish. He seemed to be about 14 or 15 years old, like a high school boy, and had normal features, a handsome boy. Not really, although in the past I spent quite a few years doing this, Azazel said. The boy smiled bitterly. My enthusiasm has already faded. But once, a long time ago, I had enthusiasm. After a brief conversation, there was silence again. They have continued like this for hours. Assuming how long they have been there must at least be fishing results. Although, unfortunately, there are no fish in this stream. But even with that boy still seems interested in fishing here. Known as the most sinister among the fallen angels, the boy would break the silence. You are also his leader, but still, you try to spread peace in the world. This seems like a joke. If Indra knew about this, he would probably be laughing, or maybe he would laugh and say something. The boy wondered with a finger on his chin. There is only one thing I want to ask you. If that happened, could you stop the beast? Azazel asked. 666, right. The fallen one nodded to what the boy said. Isn't that a mythical beast from his mythology? The only one who can stop him now is you, Azazel said. The boy would smile satisfied. Office was split and her unstable power will make her more of a danger than a help. And Great Red would never get involved in a matter like this, so the only one left is me. The boy would smile wryly. Still, why don't they use the copy of Office that is not unstable? Although, I think I couldn't beat that thing anyway, right? Indeed, Azazel nodded and scratched the back of his neck. But even if it were possible, I think our security would not let her fight since she promised him peace and no fights. A difficult request with unreasonable conditions. This is not really negotiating. Azazel already saw that response coming. In his position, this god, he is not a person like him. But anyway, he must get help from him. If there is something you want, as long as it is within my power, whatever it is, I will satisfy your request. If necessary, I will go and ask Odin, Zeus and Izanagi. Even my life doesn't matter, I would give it to you. I just need to stop the destruction of this world. That's all. The boy would laugh out loud. Hearing that contradiction is too interesting. After saying that, the boy would sigh and there is no need. Whether it's Zeus, Odin, Izanagi or your life, I have no interest in it. The boy would then become thoughtful. Maybe I would have been interested in Office as an opponent before, but it would have been impossible for me to defeat her, and I have no interest in an incomplete Office. But anyway, the boy would shrug his shoulders. I will do that. I will fight that beast. If you wish to destroy both this world and the next, I will stop you. Thank you, seriously, Azazel thanked, being relieved deep down. There is no need. But the boy would raise a finger. Everything else is just interference. Whether it's something that's happening now or something that will happen in the future, it has nothing to do with me. Even if it is Rizavum Live and Lucifer or the evil dragons, I will only give them a hand if it becomes the worst situation. Are you okay with that? Sure, no problem. That will at least make me calm, said Azazel. Anyway, that's my original mission. Destroy everything. The boy would then feel and see that his cane stings something, and when using little force, he would pull out of the stream, which should have no fish, an enormous fish that radiated a divine splendor. Bingo. Azazel couldn't help but think that maybe this god can't see something he can't. However, this is not surprising. The atmosphere that this god exudes makes him feel some kind of immeasurable power. I understand. I will no longer doubt you, god of destruction, Shiva. Azazel, you have shown me your willingness to die. Shiva would put on an eloquent smile while he touched a fish he captured with his finger. Better be more careful. A man who preaches peace is always an unsightly existence. Still, you have come here to tell me about bad omens. Your talents are quite interesting. I am very aware of the risks. But still, I want to do everything possible with my power. Azazel would sigh, reassigned to not bite anything. And then. By the way, if you really believe in that faith, are even fallen angels capable of reincarnation? I don't know, responded Shiva, shrugging his shoulders. And he would remember something. Many things happen in a very short time. Nothing like this happened even in 2000 years. But still, the most intriguing thing for me is the security abandoning his old side. Do you know the real cause? You could say. Azazel would shrug his shoulders. And do you want us to lend you the boy? It's not like they can tell me no, but Shiva would stare at his fish. I'm not going to demand it just like that. If I have the opportunity to meet him and make my offer, I will accept the answer he gives me. But the main thing is something else, to see if it is worth it. Are you talking about his lack of power? Azazel asked, raising an eyebrow. I understand that he currently has 50% of Drake's power. Admirable, without a doubt. Shiva swung his fish a little on his rod. But it is obvious that he is still lacking. And not for the sake of completing the power of the Welsh dragon. And it would be the power of Great Red and Office. Shiva responded to Azazel's doubt, leaving him speechless. He. The dream and the infinite in a single being. The now son of the two gods dragons and current Security, the descendant of Lucifer and current Hakuryuku, and the queen, who is the daughter of that goddess. The last thing was said whispering. Azazel would look at him with doubt. It doesn't matter. Shiva waved his hand, signaling that he doesn't care. And he would look at the sky. Let's see how far the dragons will go in this era. I have interest in that. The day was the last day of the year, the end of the year, and currently, Issei, Valery, Tiamat, Kuroka, Lefay, Office, Lilith, Irina and the orc members decided to go to Kyoto early, before the party from this night. Where their destination was the Fushimi Inari Taisha shrine. And then. Guys, long time no see. In front of the torii of the shrine was a small blonde girl dressed as a Maiko. That was Kunu, Princess Yakai, and she hid her ears and tails because there were common people around. Oh, Kunu. How long? Issei greeted her while she remembered that since she returned, he has not seen the girl again. Although I spoke to her on one occasion during a communication circle. I'm glad you've been doing well, so far. Obviously. Although I'm glad you're okay, Ice Kunu looked relieved. I admit I feared the worst when you disappeared. Ah, that. I'm sorry for scaring you, Issei apologized, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. And she would remember something. Oh, right, I haven't introduced them. Issei would see Valery. I guess you already know who she is, right? Yes, Kunu nodded. Valery Lucifer, right. Nice to meet you, I'm Kunu, Princess Yaokai. I know. And a pleasure, Kunu-chan. Valery greeted her with a slight bow. I see that there are new faces. When that voice was heard, a very beautiful woman appeared from inside the sanctuary. It was Yusaka, the Yaokai queen. And she hid the kitsune ears and tails from her. But she still looked majestic. Welcome and thank you for visiting us. A pleasure. All the young people greeted the woman with manners and a slight bow. I have always wanted the opportunity to greet you, Yusaka saw Maria's, who was wearing a long-sleeved kimono, approached the woman a little. But due to various reasons, I have never had the opportunity until now. I say the same, Gremory-chan. Yusaka would then look at everyone until focusing on Valery. Nice to meet you, Valery Lucifer-san. I say the same, Yusaka-sama. Valery would bow. And if she wants, she can just tell me Valery. It's okay. Valery-san. Yusaka would then look at a certain dragon woman. Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat, right. It is an honor to know you and have you here. I say the same, Yusaka-san. Tiamat extended her hand for a greeting and the Kyuubi accepted the greeting. And then. Yusaka seemed surprised to feel something after that squeeze and confirmed it by Tiamat sent an aura. And she felt the same way with Issei and Valery. Hence. Area, and to think that the Sekiruyutate Dono even marked the Dragon Queen as his as well as Valery-san. Issei was speechless at what he heard, as were some, with the two dragons blushing with embarrassment. How did? Ifufufufu Naya. Don't underestimate the Senjutsu. Naya Kuroka gave his answer, making everyone understand it. You can't trick a Senjutsu user. Especially one who uses both arts. I agree with that, Yusaka stated, somewhat amused by this. Haha, don't be vulgar, Kunu replied, somewhat blushing. And she is internally jealous upon knowing and confirming that Issei already did that, and just before getting married, she never thought that could be done before. Kunu. This is the youth of today, said Yusaka, continuing with a joke. And then she would cough. Well, joking aside. We will guide you through the temple and have you pay your respects to the gods. Kunu would put aside the above and see the young people. I will also do my best to give them a good tour. We're counting on you, Issei said with a somewhat bitter expression and with a drop on the back of his neck. Suddenly, Kunu would fix her gaze on the pair of Aoroubaro's sisters. Ice, who are they? Well, Edo. Issei, after remembering the situation and so on, decided to improvise. They are both relatives of Tan and Asen. They are staying with us to learn about human culture and they took those forms to not attract attention. Besides, they are twin sisters as you can see, and it is not easy to tell them apart. Issei would then put his hand on Office's head. Her name is Fis. And her then she would put her other hand on Lilith's head. Her name is Lith. A pleasure greeting Office without expression or spirit, as always. And Lilith just nodded silently. Oh, right, Yusaka reacted by remembering something, and she would see the redeed. Gremory-sama, about the matter we talked about before, do you already have an answer? That Rias also seemed to remember that. Of course. There is no problem with it. Hey? What are they talking about? Issei asked with some doubt, and others too. Oh, that's right, they don't know. Rias would look at everyone. You see, what happens is that Kunu will attend Kuo Academy High School next year. And the preparations are ready. Issei, Valery and among others, did not know what to say in the face of that sudden news. They didn't expect that. It's only a matter of time before I'm going to learn about the human world. Kunu hit her fist with her chest proudly. I could say that I want to go to a school that doesn't have problems with Yaokeis. So after asking Hahayu, I simply asked Ria-sama. Oh, I see. Well, congratulations, Issei said. Anyway, let's get started. As Yusaka said, everyone resumed their path to climb to the top of Fushimi Inari Taisha. As they climbed, some of them chatted with each other about trivial things and so on. With Kunu chatting, so to speak, with Office and Lilith. And it seemed like they were getting along well, even though they just met. Anyway, after reaching the halfway point, everyone would see some familiar faces in the place. Rias. Finally you came to. It was Sona who was in the place along with her servants. With all the girls wearing kimonos, except for Benia who was wearing a jacket. Sona. I heard that you were coming to Kyoto, but I didn't imagine that I would find you here, Rias said. We arrived here more than 10 minutes ago, Sona said. I understand, said Rias. Hello Haidu, Saji greets the aforementioned. Hello Saji. Happy New Year's Eve. Issei would extend his hand and they would both shake each other. Did you also come to pay your respects, and so on? That's right, Saji nodded. Fushimi Inari Taishi is our fourth stop. After this we plan to go to 2 more places before returning. Part of the new year means going outside, which is well deserved. I see. And by the way, what did you want? Did you perhaps want to be elected as Fukukaichu of the council? Issei asked somewhat mockingly. Ha ha. Very funny, Saji said sarcastically. On the other hand, Zenovia and Momo were staring at each other and there seemed to be a silent tension. After all, they were competing for the Kaichu position of the student council. In other words, they were rivals. I will not lose to you, Zenovia-san. Oh, Momo, me neither. I will definitely beat you. But that said, the two shake hands as a declaration of rivalry. Without a doubt, those two are full of competitive spirit. Well, if that's all. We must go now. Sona caught everyone's attention. We still have other places to go and we must take advantage of it. Ah, that's right, Riaz agreed with what her friend said. Have fun and see you to the party, Sona. I say the same, Riaz. That was the last thing Sona said, beginning to go down the hill along with her servants who followed her. With that, everyone continued on their way and as minutes passed, they reached the sanctuary at the summit. Where once there, those interested joined their hands to make a wish. Dia-kun, when making a wish, you need to give your address and first name clearly to the god, do you understand? I advised Kaneko. Hi, I didn't know that, Kaneko-chan. I need to do it again. Gasper would try to make his wish again. Don't worry, Gasper. Issei would caress his cowhai's head. The shrines have different factions. This one is focused on the goddess Inari, so it is best to make a wish related to that. Oh, I understand. Gasper understood. Kaneko-chan, what did you order? Issei asked her. Lots of sweets, and that senpai let me sit on her lap, Kaneko said. You don't have to ask for that last thing. Issei would caress the loli's head. Just ask, and I'll let you sit. I have no problems. See, Gada. Kaneko, trying to keep her poker face, blushed and smiled at it as he purred. Tiamat-san, won't you ask for anything? LeFei asked him. Ah. It's not necessary. Tiamat would cross her arms. What I want I already have. Besides, I'm not going to pray to any god. I am the dragon queen of the strongest race in this world and I will never pray to any god. Smug. Although I agree, Drake said. I just heard you, you idiot, Tiamat shouted at him, who was smiling evilly and with an unfriendly aura. Drake. Only you know how to get into trouble. Albion also joined the fun chat. Drake, if you don't want problems, don't talk, Issei advised him, and the dragon only snorted in response. Asia would see that Zenovia seemed to finish making her wish. What did you ask for, Zenovia-san? Ah, I just hope to have calm elections. Although I'm not sure if these gods would fulfill a demon's wish, Zenovia said. Still, you want to win with your own strength, right? Kiba asked him. Of course, Zenovia would smile confidently. Victory or defeat, they only have meaning if you give your best. Her face was determined and determined. Olafei, Issei would go to see the aforementioned. What did you ask for? That's only that we all remain in peace, said LeFei, somewhat blushing. Naya. I just ordered a lot of cakes. Kuroka would yawn and settle on his little sister. Nisama, if you're going to slack off, you'd better have stayed at home, Kaneko replied. Don't be cruel to Nisama, Shirin. Naya with drama. Kuroka would hug Kaneko from behind and her head was between her eldest's breasts. Your Nisama still has to get used to certain things I'm not used to being a house cat. That's no excuse, Kaneko said, without expression. It seems that Riaz looked somewhat complicated at the relationship between the Nico sisters. The new year will not be easy. I say the same. Although I just want Ice-kun to finally give an answer to that, Akeno said. In this way, the new year had finally arrived. So what will they do before the third trimester? It was already a new day in the new year, it being January 3rd. And right now, all the young people of the Haidu residence were gathered in the main room to discuss the topic that Riaz spoke about. Well, Issei would become thoughtful until he remembered something. I remember that I promised to go visit my grandmother with my parents since I couldn't during the holidays. That sounds good, Isan Asia said. For my part, Akeno had a somewhat emotional expression. I will go to visit my mother's grave together with my father and my cousin. I will go to train with Nisama in the mountains, Kaneko said. I don't want that, Naya, but I see that I will be dragged. Naya. Kuroka would sigh, reassigned, only to relax after a few seconds. Oh well, apparently our destination is also an open-air thermal bath. I will relax and enjoy the hot springs, Naya. And I will accompany Kuroka-san, said LeFei, raising her hand. Gasper looked somewhat nervous as he played with his fingers. I'm planning to go to Grigori P to see how Valery is. Just that. Wise decision, Gasper. Issei gave him a thumbs up and congratulations. I will return to England to see my mother. Irina would put her palms together. But I'll be sure to come back before the third trimester. Zenovia would sigh. I'll go help Griselda's sister. Although the student council elections for Kaichu are close, I'm also a little worried about the church. Her expression looked like she didn't want to help, but it still indicated that if you don't do it, it will go badly for you. And I was also thinking about visiting my granny. Roswas was dressed to go out and with a small suitcase in hand. But I'll be sure to come back first and shop at 100 yen stores along the way. It is obvious that you are not going to abandon your poor side. Valery looked at the ex-Valkyrie with some pity, and the latter did not care about it. Nah. I will return to my house for a while. Bhikkhu seemed disinterested. That old man promised me training, and I hope he keeps it. I have nothing to do. Arthur would adjust his glasses while he reads a book. So I'll take care of the house while the rest are away. I also have my own business, so I will return in a few days. Tiamat said, settled on the wall and crossed her arms. I will return to my house for a few days, said Ravel. Same here. Rhea said the same thing as the Phoenix while she drinks hers. And Yudo will be my escort. So all good. And Valery would scratch the back of his neck somewhat complicatedly. I think apart from Arthur, Asia-san and I don't have any plans either. Office and Lilith, less so. The last thing was said looking at those mentioned, who tilted their heads in confusion. In that case the two girls would stop by to see Issei, who seemed determined. How about they both come with me and my parents to visit my grandmother? See, can we? Asked Asia, a little nervous. How complicated? Valery put a hand to her chin, being somewhat thoughtful. Although he doesn't dislike the idea either. Only he, like Asia or more, is nervous about meeting another of Issei's relatives. Don't worry, Issei would give them both a thumbs up. I assure you that everything will be fine. What's more, I think my grandmother will be happy to meet them. Ah yes, I will, Asia said when she felt convinced. Okay, Valery said simply, still trying to hide her certain nervousness. I think we all have our plans. Riaz drank her tea again and would look at the queen of him. Good luck. Thank you, thanked Takeno. In this way, all the members of the residence already had their plans for this new year. The next day. It was about a little after afternoon. The Haidu parents along with Issei, Asia and Valery were in a car in the middle of a field far from the city. Where as time passed, the car would have stopped in front of a small house in a certain town. That house was where Grandma Haidu lived, the mother of Guru Haidu, father of Issei, and in front of the house, there was a middle-aged woman with elderly features, tied pale brown hair and a friendly smile. Happy New Year, family. How was your trip? Grandma Haidu greeted and asked. Very well, as always, Akasan said Guru. It's good to see you again. Mother-in-law Mickey would hug Grandma, who accepted that with pleasure. I say the same, Mickey-chan. And you still look beautiful. When saying that, Grandma Haidu would look at the young people, paying more attention to the two girls next to the chestnut tree. Area, who are these young ladies? Won't they introduce me? Ah, yes, Issei would cough and introduce them both. Grandma, the blonde is Asia Argento. And the one with silver hair is Valery Lucifer, my girlfriend. You a pleasure. Both girls greeted somewhat nervously and gave a slight bow. Oh, and apparently, they speak Japanese well even for being foreigners. But above all very beautiful ones. Grandma Haidu's eyes would shine for a moment and then she would cough. I introduce myself. My name is Izumi Haidu. Goru's mother and Isa's grandmother. Make yourself at home, young ladies. I will be in her care. Asia gave another bow out of respect. Well, I say the same, said Valery. Well, let's not stay here. Let's go in, insisted Izumi, who suddenly appeared behind Asia and Valery and began to guide them towards the house. Issei, just by seeing that, she knew that her grandmother, when she wants, is very fast and imperceptible. But anyway, when everyone entered the house, the smell of it made Issei nostalgic. This is an old wooden house, but it is always clean to the last corner. And once inside the house, Issei would remember something and would give a greeting to his grandfather's prayer altar. Just like Mickey and Goro on said altar, there is the photo of Grandpa Haidu smiling happily. He hasn't. It's been a long time since Grandpa Haidu passed away. But they still remember that every time they came to visit, Grandpa always greeted them happily. Grandpa, I tell you that now I have a girlfriend. Mentally, Issei began to briefly tell her life to her grandfather. I have also made many friends. A lot of crazy things have happened last year, but everything has gone between good and bad, and we're still fine. Please take care of me this year. But that said, she would finish her prayer and greet her grandfather. Goro would sigh, relaxing and sitting in an armchair. I always relax every time we come here. Valery would look at Father Haidu's attitude with a raised eyebrow. Seriously, it hasn't even been 5 minutes since they arrived, and Father is already completely relaxed. Well, it's normal, since this is where he was born and raised. So it's understandable. I'll help you with that. Mother-in-law Izumi Mickey followed Grandma Haidu towards the kitchen. Asia, on her side, would sit on one of the sofas in the living room while she was still somewhat nervous. Which Issei saw as understandable. Since it is her first time here, it is normal for her to be like this. While Valery, she saw some of the corners of the room. For an old wooden house, with metal in important places, it looked almost like a modern one, and then, her gaze would focus on a small frame with a photo on a shelf, wherein Issei could be seen. As a child with his grandfather and grandmother. Wow, he looks cute and childish. She would have liked to meet him that way and… what is he thinking? Somewhat blushing, Valery would put the frame with the photo in her place while she calmed down. Blessed fantasies that are affecting her. Asia-chan, Valery-chan, would you help us here? Mickey called both girls. Let's go, they both responded in unison and went to the kitchen. Maybe some housework will distract them for a while. After a few moments, the entire family would relax while drinking tea in the main room. With the Haidu parents telling Izumi everything that happened at her house last year, from her own perspective. And obviously Issei had to make some things up since he wasn't ready to reveal her secret double life yet. If Yufufufu Izumi would laugh mischievously and elegantly. Maybe at this rate she can see my great-grandchildren. Ice, if possible, please hurry up. Issei would choke a little on her tea and burn her tongue a little. Grandma, please stop joking. Valery blushed a little embarrassed, as did Asia. Yes, hurry up. We cannot wait. Miki and Goru joined in what Izumi said, making Asia and Valery cover their faces somewhat embarrassed. While Issei only reassigned himself to this, does making bad jokes run in her family? If so, she now understands where she inherited the shameless perversion. And in this way, they began their little vacation in this remote village where Grandma Haidu, Izumi, lives. Later that same day. Sorry, girls. It's just Issei scratched the back of his neck, something complicated. My grandmother likes to joke. Ah, okay, Asia said. See, understandable. Valery appeared normal, being slightly blushing and with one hand on her belly. Although I'm surprised they knew we did that, how did they know? Maybe female intuition. Issei gave the only answer of hers that seemed the most likely, and both girls agreed. Anyway, having that conversation, the three young people took the path from Izumi's house that leads to the center of the town. Since after helping Izumi with her work, Issei decided to take Asia and Valery to see the surroundings here. Also, Izumi gave the three young people their New Year's money. And Issei was sure that if the others had come and her grandmother gave them her New Year's money, she would be bankrupt. Anyway, continuing with the walk, compared to the city center where they lived, it is less busy here. There aren't many shops either, and each shop is a few hundred meters from one another, although, in the same way, for Issei this town hasn't changed much. The nostalgic and peaceful feeling that this town landscape makes him feel has not changed at all since he was a child. Do you come here very often, Ai-san? Asia asked him as she looked around in amazement, as did Valery. Yes, Issei nodded, smiling. Every time Dad and Mom had something to worry about or had to travel far away, they sometimes told my grandparents to take care of me. I played here from time to time with my grandparents. I couldn't come here last time because I was busy in the underworld. Even after becoming a teenager, I came here on August 13th to 15, which is when a holiday called Obon, where we pray to our ancestors. I can say that this is my second home. I see. Asia smiled happily at it. Ah, that's right. Valery seemed to remember something and would see Issei and Asia. Remember what Grandma told us before we left. It was something about how, lately, this place has become dangerous. Ah, that's true. Issei gave himself a facepalm for forgetting that warning. According to his grandmother, several people have been attacked in recent nights. Also that all the people who have been attacked have a bite on the neck. Surely, not only normal humans live in this place. Now what do you think, Valery? Well, let's stay alert. Valery would look around. With that description, I can think that perhaps they are renegade vampires. And it wouldn't be a surprise if that's the case. So there will be no problems if we kill them. And it will not be necessary to report it. Well, if you say so. Issei wanted to contradict what she said a little, but he had to recognize that it was true. What's more, even if there are several vampires, they won't be a threat to the two of them incidentally, and they have Asia to assist them. Anyway, leaving aside the topic already discussed, the three young people continued with their walk through this town. After passing by the barber shop, the laundry and daily consumption stores, they finally arrived at their destination. Issei looked everywhere, looking for a special store. There was a Dagashi shop of anime characters around here. Are there also those stores around here? Valery asked somewhat incredulously. Obviously. Issei continued looking at the surroundings while she speaks. I went to that store for the Dagashis with my grandfather very frequently. He would ask him to buy me the gunpla figures, and oh, we also came here to buy scale models and some snacks for the road. Heh. Ataku. Valery made fun of him. Silence, you can't claim that from me. Issei would point a finger at Valery. Let it be known that you like romance animes lately. You even use your allowance to buy romantic mangas. What Issei said caused the silver-haired girl to blush so much, knowing that he discovered her. And then oh, there it is. Issei would walk forward until he was in front of an old store. Let's go in. With that, as Issei opened the door to the store, a bell rang. This really brings back memories. Shelves were placed everywhere. Also, the old toys were hanging from her box on the ceiling. Ah, this brings back memories. Oh, but look who it is. At that voice, Issei would see the man who was in the box. It seems like she still remembers him. How much you have grown, Haidu-kun. You no longer look like the same child you did that time. Even in part I am the same, Asen. And Happy New Year. Issei said. I'm wondering the same. Happy New Year. Asia and Valery watched the conversation between Issei and the apparent owner of the place curiously. It seems there are people here who know him. But anyway, once the brunette and the owner finished their little talk, the three young people went even further into the place where after they passed by the snack place, Issei took Asia and Valery to the place. Where are the gunpla figures? The gunpla he saw here when he was a child was still here, incredible. For a store like this that is in a town, having gunpla figures is really incredible. Valery looked at the gunpla figures in amazement. Alvin, look at this is the discontinued Yadarobo gunpla. Upon hearing that female voice that became familiar to Issei, they looked in a certain direction and not only that, but it is the Yadarobo 3 who is said to it doesn't have a lot of production. She was a very beautiful girl with very pale green hair who looked blonde and was wearing glasses with her eyes shining excitedly, and this is the discontinued model, Robo Fighter Verum, one of the 100 enemies of Metal Iams. This is the model that they couldn't even release for resale because they couldn't create the old model. To find such a thing here is the beautiful girl was so excited that his entire body was shaking as he held the gunpla box. Are you seeing the same thing as me? Issei asked while he rubbed her eyes and ears to see if she was hallucinating. You're not hallucinating. I'm seeing it too. Valery also surprised by this. She is, without a doubt, Sikvera Gares. Then I never imagined that we would find her here, Asia said, still not being able to believe it. You Sikvera, without even noticing the presence of the three young people, would adjust his glasses with his trembling hand. I thought that no expert would come to such a remote store, however, coming here was incredible. I found an unimaginable treasure. Apparently it was a good idea to come here. Sikvera-sama, the person next to Sikvera, was an elegant black-haired man wearing a butler's uniform. He is the queen of Sikvera, Alvin. Yes, Sikvera nodded. I entered this store without any hope, but Sikvera would grab the box with great happiness. This was a good discovery. Wait a second, Sikvera-sama, a hooded person, who was a girl by her voice, approached the demon. Things got complicated the moment you entered here. Surely this isn't why we came here, right? Even with her feminine voice almost unrecognizable from her, she couldn't see her face well. There is no reason to go so fast now. Sikvera spoke with a cold voice. We've done enough research this morning. Now, we just have to wait for night to fall. Although she said that, the simple fact that she is holding a box of gunpla means that her words don't have much concern or something. Hey, Ice, does she? Yes, Issei interrupted Valery's question, being expressionless. She is a bucking otaku who loves mecha with all her soul. And here I thought that Sona-san was a little strange for liking sports and animes and mangas. Or that Rias likes Shota. Jew. Otaku heiresses. I'm wondering the same. Valery and Asia couldn't believe that demonic heirs have this hidden side. Especially Sikvera Gares, who is equally or even more serious than Sona. With this, the serious image of the demons has gone down the drain. Oh wow, suddenly, Alvin looked in the direction where the three young people were looking at them. I never thought we would meet like this in this place. Hello, Issei would give a belated greeting. Sikvera to see the direction that Alvin sees, she was surprised and happy to see the three young people. Oh, it's hi to Ice-kun and Valery Lucifer. I never imagined we would find ourselves here. And that's right, she stopped her words and seemed to understand what was happening. You like Gundam too, Ice-kun. Tell me, you found this place thanks to your mecha instincts, right? Sikvera would widen her smile. No, well, the truth is Issei was trying to think of what to say to him, but, as always, it's not easy for him to talk to Sikvera in otaku mode. You are suddenly, the small-headed girl caught the attention of the young people who saw her confused. The girl would lift her hood a little so they could see her face. Red eyes, small fangs, wavy pale blonde hair and a doll-like face of vampire. You are. Valery seemed to recognize who she was. From the Karnstein house, right? The girl nodded in affirmation and gave a slight bow. I'm Elemental Karnstein, from Carmilla's side. It is an honor to see you again, Sekiryute-sama and Hakuryuku-sama. Oh, I see. Issei finally remembered who she was. Since she only saw her when Azazel was dealing with Shalti or Carmilla, she did not know Elemental's name. After the initial surprise, Issei told Sikvera the reason why she came here. Where, after the explanation, the heiress Agares understood everything completely. Oh, I'm surprised that this is where your grandmother lives, Ice-kun said Sikvera. So what are you doing here, Sikvera-san? Issei asked. Sikvera, upon hearing that question, exchanged glances with Alvin-san and nodded her head. I think I can talk about that if that's you. Let's go out for a moment. Before that I need to buy something. Saying that, Sikvera left to buy a rare gunpla figure. And once they went to the checkout to pay for their purchases. Lady, you are a foreigner, right? Have you moved here? The cashier asked Agares. No, I'm here for vacation, said Sikvera. I see. The cashier nodded and continued speaking. But it's strange, since a new lady recently moved to this place and frequently comes to this place at this time and buys whatever gunpla figure she has on hand, the cashier said that while he places the box inside a bag. Then, Sikvera apparently realized something upon hearing the shop owner's words. Once they were all outside the Dagashi store, they all sat on some balconies while Sikvera explained the other reason why he was here along with Elmenhold while he ate the snacks that Issei bought in the store. But anyway, the topic of Sikvera and Elmenhold's mission was that a vampire reincarnated as a demon was acting on his own in this town, and the information about that case was passed on to the House of Aegers not long ago, and apparently, that vampire demon is extremely strong. He fled after being reincarnated as a servant of a high-class demon. Since the target is someone extremely dangerous, the house to which he became a servant is on alert. In the end, demons always show their true intentions and rebel against their masters. I can't believe it. Issei put a hand to his head, trying to process what was reported. We already assumed about the renegade, but he didn't expect this. Still, why here? Valery asked the main question, which does not seem to have an answer at the moment. Without knowing anything, we were walking through the towns of the human world on New Year's according to our calendar, Sikvera continued explaining. Well, he ate. At that time, I heard that report from my house and came here. Then, I suddenly met the Carmilla faction agent, Elmenhold. That fugitive vampire, the Carmilla faction, I have been looking for a long time. Elmenhold, who was sitting on the edge of the bench, lifts her hood a little. And now she has shown herself. I think this happened because of Climax's terrorist attack on the Carmilla and Teeps faction. Back then, a large number of high-class vampires were defeated. It is no surprise that the exiled vampires seek ways to strengthen their own strength in their own way, said Sikvera. I see, said Valery. Duel would sigh. This happens because vampires can increase their strength by biting the necks of their victims during a full moon. Furthermore, they can be much stronger than a high-class demon. Increasing his strength in this way is easier than the reincarnation ritual as a demon, and Alvin would notice Elmenhold's expression and. Excuse me, Elmenhold-sama, I went too far. No, that's the truth. For lower-class vampires, reincarnating as a demon is an easier method to increase their aura. Although he did unpleasant acts, we never imagined that he would become a demon. Now I understand why we couldn't find out anything about him, Elmenhold said without concern. Anyway, Valery would sigh as he sandwiched her. Do you mind if we help you with this matter? Sikvera didn't know what to say at the offer, but before he says something. I agree. Issei joined the talk. If I leave a very dangerous person in my grandmother's village, I will not be able to return to Kuo in peace. I'll help too. Asia showed her determination to want to help. If Yufu, it's reassuring to hear that from you too, Sikvera would smile. We were going to take care of this with the three of us, but having someone who has a lot of experience in that topic join us is very helpful. Should we say that this is a DXD secret mission at the beginning of the year new? I guess, Issei said with a bitter smile and a drop on the back of his neck. Sikvera would become thoughtful and put a hand on her chin. But it's a little worrying that she bought gunpla from this store. I wonder why. It seems something will come with intensity and force towards us. But that alone, Issei didn't have the courage to say anything to Sikvera. She knows that if she talks about her, she will talk to him about Gundam again. All this, while Elmenhold didn't say anything and didn't deny the extra help, which is intriguing. Sikvera would get up from the bench and look at the brunette seriously. We have decided to start this mission at night, which is when the vampires are active. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Issei nodded. We will wait for you at night. Well, Sikvera agreed, adjusting her glasses, which would shine and. By the way, are there more anime figure stores around here? Apparently, the future heiress of the Aegers house wants to enjoy her free time to the fullest. Upon returning to Grandma Haidu's house and waiting for night to fall, the three young people were thinking about how to go out at night without anyone seeing them. Which was not complicated. They will come out when the adults are asleep. As for how they could discover where the renegade vampire demon would be hiding. Issei remembered that this town had very few abandoned houses, plus another thing she didn't remember. So, the renegade should have a hiding place in a place where people don't go. So she, without a choice, decided to ask her father if there was something similar to a haunted house in this town or an abandoned building that no one goes to. Where her father replied that, somewhere in the cicada forest, there is a western-style mansion that is not inhabited by anyone apparently. That mansion was a vacation mansion that some nobles built in the Meiji era. Or Taisho. It is not known if that nobleman sold his mansion or his lineage was cut, but it is believed to be the latter. Since that mansion has been uninhabited since Goru was a child. But anyway, as soon as she got that information, Issei contacted Sikvera and informed her of what she discovered, which she affirmed when thinking that the renegade could be there. But that, and after being sure that the adults were asleep, the three young people left Grandma Haidu's house without her noticing. Also, Valery planted a magic circle that raised a barrier over the house, just in case. With that, the three youths flew through the night sky, with Asia now able to fly on her own with her wings. It seems like she's been training hard lately. And the place where they would arrive was a rural road in the middle of a vast fog. The words were superfluous, and Issei began to guide everyone to where she had indicated that the uninhabited mansion was to the bottom of the forest. This place is more like a small mountain with a road on one side than a forest. And at the top of the mountain is the mansion. I have something to ask you. Menhold would look at the brunette while she takes off her hood. How is Valery Teeps? Oh, she's fine. She is still in the same state as her, and they continue to do tests on Grigory. Issei put his hand on his chin. According to the tests, it is confirmed that she can only return to normal if we return the grail that was taken from her. And she still talks to ghosts, and even ghosts in a strange language. Issei would look at the vampire. Why do you ask? Simply curious. Menhold would follow her path and give a side nod. I am currently an agent of the Carmilla faction, and I travel around the world to eliminate those who want to create chaos or take advantage of it. And I'm here more because my faction is recovering with few inhabitants. I see. Issei didn't know what to think about it. But he admired the fact that she worked very hard for her country. So why did you ask the Aguirre's house for help? Did you have any contact before? I'll answer that. The young man would go to see Sikvera, who adjusted her glasses. Since ancient times, the house of Aguirre's was known as the recoverers of the lost. So, the magicians from time to time summoned the demons of the house of Aguirre's, thinking that the rumors were real. Oh, I see. Issei was surprised by what he heard. Tell me something, do you have that power? Yes. Sikvera nodded. The first generation was said to have such powers. It was also known that they could control time, but now we focus on collecting all the information we can with our title of Duke. I understand. Issei would put his hand on his chin. She was more curious about the Aguirre's clan's capabilities. And he would remember a certain characteristic they had, so he remembers. Can you control time, Sikvera-san? Well, time is the specialty of the Aguirre's house. That power has been passed down to all of my lineage. Although little, but I have those skills. Sikvera would adjust the lenses of him. Although, if she compared the power of the time of the Aguirre's of this generation with those of the generation when the devil called Aguirre's, he was alive. So my timing skills are nothing compared to that guy's. I see. Issei said. After talking about that and deviating from the main conversation, everyone would walk on the rural forest path for a while, until about 10 minutes passed, which made some people nervous since the fog in the forest has lifted. Thickened and they can't see the mansion anywhere. Issei remembers that when he was a child, it took him no less than 20 minutes to get here when it was daylight. Even if it is dark, he can see without problems thanks to his draconic night vision. So even with this thick fog, he has to see the mansion. Not only that, this fog has a thick and sinister aura. It's probably a barrier. Using fog as a barrier is common. Apparently they are watching us from that direction. Sikvera stopped his walk and looked forward. Maybe he is using the fog to make us late as he sets traps at his hideout. Maybe he tries to escape using this fog. Issei asked. That's impossible. Alevin shook his head. Since this area is under Sikvera-sama's barrier. The enemies probably already know this and set up their barrier as well. So they have done it inside ours to protect themselves. But Issei was undoubtedly surprised by what he heard, as were Asia and Valery. Sikvera-san, there was already a barrier. Since when? Yufufufu. It is thanks to this from a magic circle. Sikvera would take out a Gundam gunpla figure. And said figure moved his hand, greeting the young people. Is she alive? Issei, Valery and Asia were excited when they saw that figure was waving at them. How was that possible unless? These guys are the ones who support my barrier. Sikvera would speak in a happy tone. They don't need much power to move, but since they are small, we can infiltrate them anywhere and the enemy won't notice. At this moment, thanks to these guys, I have established a barrier at several hundred meters. The barrier will support. Incredible. Issei admired that fact, while the two girls were still skeptical. Also, as a reference to this forest, Alevin would take the floor. The flow of time outside the barrier is different from that of us. You can say that an hour here is like a few minutes outside. This is the limited power of time that Sikvera-sama mentioned a few moments ago. Wow. Changing the flow of time within a barrier, that would be useful if applied for something else. Letting his fantasies fly, Issei began to think about the possibilities of whether that power could be applied to help him train faster. And from what he could understand, there are more Gundam gunpla figures in this forest holding the barrier. Something between terrifying and exciting. He also wants to control his gunplas with his aura. His eyes shone, and he looked at the figure in Sikvera's hand, who noticed his expression and what he wanted to say. Do you want me to show you how to do it later? Would you do it? Issei asked anxiously. Of course, as companions of the same interest, said Sikvera animatedly. Asia, Valery and Alevin looked expressionlessly at the interaction between those two, while Menhold didn't understand what was happening. Why are they excited about some figures that don't know what and that can move? Oh, well, Sikvera would cough and see the way. Walking on this mountain in the thick fog is a bad thing. It's also bad that we can't see the road. Alevin, make a path. Yes, as ordered. Alevin bowed his head before his mistress and then released an insane amount of aura from her body. He would raise his hand and launch a large powerful fireball, which made its way through the entire forest and impacted the dense fog, making it disappear. After that, the huge mansion they were looking for appeared before his eyes. In addition to feeling the presence of the renegade in said place. With that, everyone walked towards the mansion where they saw that the doors of the main entrance looked like they could fall, and the windows were destroyed, with part of the structure damaged, but with no sign that it was going to collapse. To say, this place hasn't changed since you last came as a child. Even the mansion's garden was overgrown with weeds, and the path leading to the main entrance was cracked. Those who have left their master to fulfill their own desires. Sikvera would go to the front and look towards the mansion. That sin is condemned with death. In the name of Archduke of Aguirres, I will punish you now, show yourself. Right at the moment she said that, everyone could feel a horrible sensation and murderous intentions, and looking at the direction where said murderous intention came from, something shiny came out from that place. It was like a straight light, but they knew that this was no ordinary light. Careful Issei, seeing that said beam of light was going towards Elmenhold, quickly stood in front of her and blocked her attack with her boosted gear. Gosh, but light. How is that possible? Areu. You did well to block that. With that feminine voice, a woman would emerge from the darkness. The woman had black hair, red eyes and fangs. Indicating that she was the renegade they were looking for, since her aura was demonic and vampiric, but she is a sensual one. Issei with a mysterious aura and a cape in addition, she was only wearing a sports bra, showing that she had big breasts. Issei, just by seeing her, internally ranks her an 8 out of 9. That demon vampire can compete with Ria's. The young man would go to see Valery, who was looking at him suspiciously. You better not be thinking about indecencies. I didn't. Issei defended himself, trying to get them to believe him. Although it seemed obvious that she did. Whatever. Sikvera cut off the discussion and looked at the renegade. How did you do that light attack like it was nothing? Oh, it was thanks to some tools that I modified from the church. Which I took from some boys who came to capture me, said the demon vampire with a mocking tone. And Elmenhold looks at her with hatred. And as her cloak fluttered in the wind, the renegade extended her arms. This area is covered by all my servants who have similar weapons. If you are not careful you can die. Do you know that? The moment she said that, many small shadows appeared around her. And when they could see clearly what they were. Those are the gunpla figures. Issei was surprised to see that. Was he doing the same thing as Sikvera with her own figures? I can't believe it. And to think that she can do that too. Sikvera was also incredulous at this. The light that attacked them came from gunpla's weapons. Using my power I could modify them to my liking, the demon vampire said proudly, while strange lights came out of the weapons of her figures. And then, the demon vampire would take out another gunpla from her cloak, which left Sikvera shocked when he recognized her figure. That's the original armor of the gunpla figures, the grand prototype Pla Evil Gundam number 4, he had sent him to watch, but he was captured by her. Oh. This was done by you, huh? The vampire would look at the figure in her hand. It seems you are controlling them with your demonic aura. To send a relic as ugly as this, I really can't understand you. She said that with an indignant and angry tone. Why did you put the weapons from another Gundam on the new Universal model? This Pla model is new to Universal. He has a flashy assault rifle and a nicely decorated shield, plus this winged backpack is useless. That's all from another Gundam. I really won't forgive you for doing it. Then, the lost vampire pointed to her own gunpla doll. I placed a simple but effective rifle on it, a humble but useful shield, a backpack is ridiculous extras, its only function is to carry the burner, and saber lance. This is the real Gundam, unless you want to change the new design to the new universal world, but still, I can't recognize your gunpla as real. I see. So you're a fan of Sikvera adjusted her glasses, which shone dangerously. Universal Century. From your look I know that you hate others. There are factions of Mecha Oedicus that consider another Gundam as an enemy that came out of the family, so you are one of them. If you are one of them or from another mecha faction then I can understand you, but mixing the armor of your figures is the new Universal Century. As long as I can see with my eyes, I can't accept something like that, said the demon vampire. Your poor girl. Sikvera would make a hurt expression. It is because of new Universal Century and another that the current Gundam is. If you deny the existence of the old one, then the current Gundam should not exist. How come you don't know that? Thanks to that weak and unacceptable attitude they have caused the old series to have damaged the production company and the young fans. That's just ego. While the demon and the vampire argued, like the bucking Oedicus that they are, Issei, Valery, Asia, Alevin and Elmenhold could not do anything but watch the situation with confused faces. Geez. In this remote forest of a remote village, a demon and a vampire are discussing the topic of Gundam. Serious images gone to hell. Alevin nodded while he had a communicative circle in his ear, so that he was informed of something. Apparently, a few villagers are inside this mansion. Everyone is creating gunpla figures with zombie eyes. Oh. Yufu. Upon hearing that, the demon vampire would laugh. These villagers were selected to create my servants, then I make them come to life and control them easily. This is what I really wanted after leaving my old homeland and my old master. Ha. Issei couldn't believe that that girl's servants are gunpla figures and that she says it with so much confidence, but what's almost worse is that she controls the villagers to create her gunplas. So, the new person who lives here and the one the store owner mentioned is her. She was the woman who bought the gunpla figures. The reason why she bit some villagers was not to make them her servants, but so that they would believe gunpla's nobility from her. I don't believe it, all this really confuses me, said Alavan. I agree with you, Issei said. Definitive. Goodbye to seriousness, Valery shrugged, reassigned. Since she's been with Issei, humor has been everywhere lately. These humans are nothing more than the employees who build my nobility. They are nothing more than a tool, fufu. After starting to build them everywhere, I will start building them en masse. And if I succeed, I won't have to worry about the Carmilla faction, said the demon vampire. Okay. That in itself is a terrifying idea. And even more so if they can fire light attacks. Now they have a sense of why they exiled her. Issei said. Undam Elmenhold had a confused face, not understanding anything. That is something that excites the princess of the Ager's house and tempts a pure-blood vampire. Why does that happen? Will I understand more of that if I go back to that store again? Stop, don't get involved in that or you'll get caught. Issei stopped her from focusing her attention on that, since it would be like giving your soul to the devil. However, I also want to build one of those when I get home, Asia exclaimed. No, stop, Asia. Is tried to stop her too. Asia getting into the world of Mecha and I'm would be bad and she wouldn't let her focus on the world of Universal Century either. Then, the demon vampire and Sikvara changed their expressions and stood in a battle stance. This mansion is a place where I can use an airbrush without anyone complaining. If you interfere with my plans, I will destroy you. As the future heiress of the Ager's house, I will not let you do whatever you want and there's no way for your soul to reach the real gunpla. In the middle of the night, while the Gundam gunpla figures are controlled by the aura of a vampire and a demon, a great battle formed. The rest got to see a great gunpla's battle in the air and an incredible battle on the ground. The vampire's gunpla amazed them by releasing aura of light like the exorcists. After finishing their work, everyone walked towards the path on the side of the mountain, maybe because this is the first time he saw a gunpla's battle. Issei's brain reached its limit. Well, Valery was seriously thinking about watching those mecha animes. But anyway, the demon vampire was defeated after receiving a direct attack. And the villagers were freed and returned to their homes. I will let the laws of my country and the underworld take care of her. Elmenhold seemed like she could relax, while next to her was the vampire handcuffed and with her power suppressed from her, thanks to seals. She will be able to accept the truth of Gundam. Sikvara shed a small tear as she looks at the sky. How dramatic. Without a doubt, whenever I get involved with you, I end up exhausted, Issei said with his head down, reassigned. Eseker Uete Sama, the young man would go to see Elmenhold who spoke to him. Why did you save me before? Do I need a reason to help whoever needs it? Issei smiled optimistically. That is a virtue of mine that I cannot avoid. Plus you want to protect your home, right? We do the same and try to change things for the better. Elmenhold would not know what to respond to her words and she would look down, blushing slightly without being noticed. I appreciate your help tonight. I'll make sure I can return the favor. After saying that, I would activate a transportation circle to leave with the renegade, but wait, Sikvara would stop her and she would see her. You want to know a little more about Gundam? When she asked that, she created a magic circle from which a Gundam Blu-ray box it came out. She starts with this. Anyway, you have to inform your superiors about this, right? So, you should study everything you can about what that vampire wanted to do, which is why she betrayed her country. This is just material for research, yes, just for research. After receiving the box with all the Gundam Gunpla episode discs, Elmenhold responded. Okay, I understand. After saying that, she instantly disappeared into her transportation circle along with the renegade and what Sikvara gave her. Well, we will probably have the chance to cooperate more with Elmenhold Sama. It's good to have these kinds of connections, Alavan said. To me he's just trying to create more Gundam fans by taking advantage of this opportunity, Issei said. Thus, the elimination of the renegade demon vampire came to an end. And with that, the three young people decided to return to Grandma Haidu's house, with Issei saying that what she wanted was to sleep and clear her mind. Elsewhere, in a part of the floating city of Agrees. You look thoughtful. Razavam would look at how Nema was behind him and then he would look at the horizon again. Are you worried about something? Not at all. However, Razavam would smile gracefully and evilly. My father seems very desperate to want us to revive and free that thing as soon as possible. Indicating that instead of wanting his ambition, it's more of an obsession. And what he asked Euclid Khan to do to those eyesores and scale mails is mass. No doubt, he is desperate. Nema would smile mockingly. What will you do, Razavam? Just wait for the right moment. From a magic circle, Razavam would draw the sword out of it. Kitswakithorn. Father has been very weak for centuries. But I, on the other hand, never neglected myself. He may be a sadist and a madman now, but when he has nothing under his control, he is more pathetic than a human. Yufufufu. I agree, Nema said. By the way, as of them would go to see the succubus, have they located her yet? Heh. Obviously Nema would smile evilly. According to reports from our spies in Grigori, he is in Europe. That's all he could get. That's enough for me. Razavum smiles evilly. I will demonstrate what a true demon is, he said that while he looked at his weapon, which emanated a gloomy aura. The final conflict was getting closer than one could expect. Chapter 41 Third Quarter and Surprises. Winter break has come to an end and Kuo Academy entered the third semester. Aside from third-year students, who have greater freedoms, first and second-year students continue to attend school every day. Because today is a half-day holiday, after roll call and the entrance ceremony, it was time for orc activities. Being the very important first day of the orc working under the new organization. And all the orc members, without Riaz and Akeno, were present while Ravel served tea, a duty that Akeno inherited from her. Issei looked around, feeling that there was a different atmosphere than before. Which didn't surprise him that much, but he still admitted that the club doesn't seem the same without Riaz and Akeno as those in charge. But anyway, he would see Butchu's desk at the club out of the corner of his eye and then go to see Kiba and Asia, who were sitting in one of the club's armchairs. So what are we going to do for the third semester activities? Well, Kiba would get a little thoughtful and go see Asia, who would shake his head, indicating that he had no idea about anything. Besides, she still isn't ready for this. Since Ria's Zenbichu is no longer here, she probably feels difficult getting used to the new environment. So we'll get used to it little by little. Kiba would then put his palms together. First, why don't we write down our ambitions? Calligraphy. Valery was sitting next to Issei, looking a little bored. Although if they do calligraphy, at least that's how they kill time. It doesn't seem like such a bad idea. I guess Issei would shrug his shoulders. Although, this new style of thing isn't bad. This is something the old orc would not have done. There is always the saying, you should try new things, said Lefei, who was sitting next to Valery, with one finger raised, as if giving a lesson or advice. Heh. That's true, Issei would smile wryly, and by the way, weren't Riaz and Akeno coming? They said they would come if they are interested. Kaneko, who was eating a chocolate, spoke. Just like Sona's in Keichu and Tsubaki-san, they came to visit the third-year rooms to talk. Oh, I see. With what he heard, Is already imagined how the four third-year one-isamas were probably chatting about their 3 years at the academy. Better not bother them for now. Ria Zenbichu has basically ceded everything to us. She said that if she comes here, then she would easily affect the new organization. So she will wait until we settle down and decide when she will return, Kiba said. So that means that it will be difficult for Ria Senpai and Akeno-san to come, and then they will graduate. Gasper was somewhat depressed at this. Daya-kun, you are too pessimistic. Kaneko would caress the Dampiro's head to encourage him. But he's too lonely. Normally, the two of them would be here, Gasper said. He's right, Asia nodded. And they always welcomed us with a smile every day. However, they said that the university section of Kuo Academy was close to the high school section. Ravel spoke up while he drank some of his tea. So will they come back after graduation? It is most likely. Issei would now take the floor. I understand that the middle school, high school and university sections of Kuo Academy are very close to each other. You can walk there, even during lunch. How close? Lefei expressed her opinion and some surprise. Ria's Onasama's graduation is one thing. Asia would look at the desk where the Redid sat, being somewhat complicated. The new first-year students who have joined us is something else, and both will happen soon. Asia would lower her gaze, feeling very homesick. I feel like a year went by so quickly. Since I arrived here around the end of April last year. It's true. Issei would put a hand to his chin, looking thoughtful. And in 3 months it will be April of this year. No doubt, it was such a long time and cut at the same time. But we have to remind you that you were away from the end of September until the end of November last year. Kiba spoke to him with a certain amusing sarcasm. Ah, right. Issei would scratch his cheek remembering that, but I still don't regret that. It was for the better, in a way. Anyway, since for about 3 months we will be third-year students and others second-year students, in addition to the arrival of the new first-year students, shouldn't we know if we will have new members? There is a member, Kaneko said. Hey? Who? Asked Lefei, surprised and interested to know. It's Benia-san. Ravel took charge of answering the question while he takes a sip of his tea. Oh, I see. So that was what Saji was talking about. Issei would remember how he had a talk during training with Pawn Citri, who mentioned something about a member for the orc and that he will know soon. This morning I heard from the student council members that Benia-san will take the regular entrance exam this year. If she passes the exam, then she will become a student here from spring, Kiba said. Benia-san has never had the chance to talk to us, so I don't know if she's safe. Maybe new members that we have never seen will also join, so we don't know what will happen. Ravel and Gasper had a point in what they said. Until spring comes, you certainly won't know about those things. Even if they discuss them, they are irrelevant now. In the short term we must decide our initial direction. Although I think keeping things like last year is very feasible, we are the first new organization, since Ria's Zenbachu was the Butchu for the last 3 years, Kiba had a point in what he said. So, the first thing we should do would be. Thus, the discussion of being the first new organization began. After talking for a few hours, all the orc members would take a break for the time being. And their final plans were that there will be no substantial changes, and in case of any changes, they would discuss it again. It was simply the maintenance of the status quo, the same organization of Rias and Akeno, and any new situation that arose would be handled by another discussion between them. At least they got a decent result in this meeting. There's no other way. The previous administrators have left, and their new Butchu, Asia, does not have much confidence, since all she could say, for the moment, in the face of everyone's opinions, was to agree without being very sure, to show her approval. So they decided they couldn't force things unreasonably on her. After all, it was not possible to gain enough self-confidence on the first day. You must first support Asia, and then let her develop her own confidence and awareness. Anyway, leaving the club matters aside, Issei would curiously look at the place where Arena and Zenovia always sat. Since, today, neither of them has been here, the reason for that is due to the electoral activities. Zenovia has already started her campaign, and she was together with Arena in another room of the old academy building, discussing the topics related to the elections. And this time, Arena was Zenovia's assistant. Asia also wanted to join them, but she had her duties as the club's next Butchu, so she couldn't help even if she wanted to. Although, Aika also became Zenovia's assistant. I wonder if they will be ready and well for tomorrow's electoral activities, Issei said. And just when she said that, we have to choose Zenovia Kai's victory dress for the elections, with the sound of the club door being opened with a knock, followed by that familiar voice. Aika and Arena were seen, who they entered while Zenovia entered last. And everyone paid attention to them. Boo, it's still a little cold, right? Zenovia, who was a bit cold, was dressed in an elegant outfit, similar to those of the aristocracy of medieval Europe. But there was a problem. It was a men's suit. In other words, this was Zenovia's men's style beauty. Although it looked good on her, it was due to Zenovia's somewhat masculine inclined nature. Zenovia, why are you wearing that? Issei asked her, while she looked at the girl up and down. Without a doubt, that masculine style suits Zenovia more than any other girl. Ahem, I want Zenovia Kai to get used to her new clothes, and apart from her, Aika would adjust her glasses and continue talking. Doesn't it make her feel like a president? If she wore this while standing in front of the school gates, the female students would start screaming. I don't doubt that. Valery affirmed what Aika said, which some agreed with. Still, I don't understand cosplay, Issei said. So what should I do now? Zenovia wondered with a hand on her chin. Should I now say Andre and carry ice in my arms? Why did that sound to me like it was a cheap reference to the Rose of Versailles? Valery wondered, although the answer seemed obvious. There is a phrase that says clothes make a man, as a saddle makes a horse, which would describe this situation. Arena-san, I think what you said is a little wrong. Asia, who was born abroad, gently corrected Arena, who was born in Japan. Bora, speaking of which, if Zenovia Kai used magic to bewitch everyone, then she would be invincible, Aika said, being on the left side of Issei, who listened to her. I guess, but still, hey, wait a minute. Issei would go to see Aika, somewhat incredulous. Those powers are not possible for normal students. What you said is correct, Aika said with a mischievous smile. Aika. Issei would look at the girl with a drop on the back of his neck. Did you just mention using magic or something? Did I say that? Aika, calmly, pretended not to understand. That Asia's voice made the brunette come to see her. I don't think we mentioned that to Ai-san. Hey? Mention that? Issei asked, even more confused, demanding answers. Well, Valery and Lefei already seemed to know what was happening. The thing is that Kiryu is one of my regular clients. And she knows what we really are, Zenovia answered calmly, as if she were the most normal thing in the world. What? Issei was elated in absolute surprise at such a revelation, which he did not expect. When did that happen? Micah would become thoughtful, trying to remember. It must have been approximately the beginning of last December. I received a flyer near the station. Then try to think about this, and summon Zenovia. In the end, after talking to her, Ria-san also appeared, and this is how I know the current situation. Oh, I see. Issei sighed when he knew how it happened. But she still had a doubt. By the way, don't you? Don't worry, I haven't told anyone, and I won't tell Mitsuda or Motohama. Aika interrupted the young man's question, and continued. Since Ria-san and Asia-san are my friends, they ask me not to tell anyone. With this kind of thing, I will keep my lips sealed. She said that while making the gesture of sealing his lips. Another relief, no doubt. Issei sighed again in relief, but now having a dilemma of whether he should tell his parents about this. But you haven't had it easy. Aika would speak again. Aside from hearing the reason for your disappearance in those 2 months, I heard from Zenovia and Asia that you have the fate of the world in your hands. Something that I still find hard to believe. But if it weren't for the physical evidence, I wouldn't believe it. Aika would nudge Issei a couple of times, who tried to ignore her, but it seemed impossible. Don't bother me, Issei said, crossing his arms and trying to appear neutral. Oh, well, Aika would then leave the brunette and see Zenovia. I think Zenovia Kai has no problems even without makeup, so there is no need to wear strange outfits. If you think there will be any obvious disadvantages, then she could try this, or something like this. Aika pretended to have a camera, taking photos of Zenovia. I won't lose. Zenovia would raise her fist a little, being determined. I will definitely beat Hanakai. Yes, that's the spirit, Zenovia Arena said. It's true, although I can't help you because I am now the new butchu of the club. I will continue to support you as my friend, Asia said. Ah, that's the friendship scene, my friends. Amen. Zenovia, Irina and Asia linked their arms around each other's shoulders, looking at each other full of enthusiasm. This is why I said I would help Zenovia Kai. You members of the new orc must work hard, Aika said. But it became clear to Issei that, although it is only the beginning of a new year, something so extraordinary has already happened. But that doesn't mean that a lot of notable things won't happen this year. Later in the evening of that same day, in the internal pool of the underground of the Haidu mansion, there were all the young people of the orc, along with Dulio, Griselda, Tiamat, Arthur, Biku, Kuroka, Tobio, Lavinia, Natsum and Kauki. With the girls wearing swimsuits with certain clothes that didn't leave much to the imagination, but anyway, everyone was having a relaxing time in the pool and I can't swim in the pool, Gasper was screaming as if his life was in danger. He just stepped foot into the pool, slipped and seems to be drowning now. Gasper, it's ridiculous that you're afraid of water, Issei, who was only wearing swim shorts and a t-shirt, told him. I am a vampire, it's normal for me to be afraid of water, Gasper exclaimed, still kicking as if he wanted to avoid sinking, even though the water is not that deep. Fool, you are a mestizo. In addition to being reincarnated as a demon, the water won't hurt you, so stop it already, Issei said. Ah, that's right, Gasper would stand up normally even in the water. Not to mention that his swimsuit is a girl's bikini that fit him. He looks like he won't let cross-dressing go so easily. Yufufufu. Jaya-kun is so cute. Naya Kuroka, who was in the pool and was wearing a rather hexy sheer black bikini, caressed the Dampiro's head. Hey, can we start playing toilet polo once and for all? Asked Lefei, who was wearing a light blue bikini that highlighted her figure and had the sport ball in her hand. I agree with her. We should start playing, said Kaneko, who was now wearing a white bikini with black cat faces. Let's do it. Natsum, who was wearing a dark brown bikini, clenched his fists. Ready for the challenge. Ifufufufu. It looks fun. Tiamat was even present for the game and his bikini was light blue like the sky. Ara. This kind of thing once in a while is not bad. You're right. The Keno and Rias were lying quietly in their beach chairs somewhat near the pool. Where the Redeed was reading a small book and the Blackhead was just observing. Neither of them wanted to get into the pool so soon and they preferred to relax. Elsewhere in the pool, Valery and Lavinia were having their own girl talk. Where, apparently, the blonde seemed to be playing with the silver-haired girl who looked embarrassed. Possibly talking about the silver-haired girl's relationship. Roswis on her side was just sitting at the edge of the pool, getting her feet wet while Fenrir was next to her, being bored as usual. Dulio, Tobio and Kauki were simply sipping on their drinks while having their own man talk. And Ravel was also relaxing in her own beach chair, even listening to music with headphones on, and seemed entertained by her music. In addition, Zenovia, Irina and Asia were playing cards at a table with an umbrella. Not to mention, they also talked a little about the student council elections. Issei watched all this while he was sitting on the other side of the edge of the pool. And he admitted that some peace of mind for the moment was good. Zenovia seems to have changed upon hearing that feminine voice. The young man turns around and sees Griselda, who was wearing a white bikini and was not wearing her usual veil, revealing her long hair that was blonde. Do you think I've changed? Issei asked curiously. Since for him, Zenovia had not changed that much. Sure, now she thinks things through better and rarely says outright her feelings for him, which is progress. But if Griselda says that Zenovia has changed, maybe it means there is more to her that she doesn't know yet. The Slashing Princess, the title Zenovia had when she was an exorcist. Griselda would sit next to the brunette and she would look at nothing wistfully. She used Excalibur Destruction and Durandal to eliminate many enemies of the church without mercy. So much so that that's why no one understood her and they made fun of her, naming her the Slashing Princess. Was he perhaps such an airhead or what? Issei asked with a raised eyebrow and a complicated face. Ifufu. More than you think. Griselda would laugh ironically. She is a girl who needs a lot of affection. That's why I was selected to be the one to take care of her. But no matter what he said, she grew big and strong and I taught her the minimum behavior she should have as a lady. I've done everything I could for her. Even since she met Irina, Zenovia occasionally showed the expression of a girl her age. I see Issei had to recognize something or a lot of what Griselda said. Since, apparently, most of the church's warriors could not adapt to Zenovia's personality or her fighting style, thus all refusing to be her fighting partners. And apparently, only Irina was able to adapt to Zenovia's personality and fighting style. Without a doubt, those two have very peculiar personalities. And it seems that this combination of peculiar personalities had good chemistry. They were like soulmates, and that's why they became companions. When I heard that Zenovia had become a demon, she almost gave me a fit. Griselda would laugh at the irony at the memory. But seeing her now occasionally worried and occasionally laughing, I feel that that was for the best. She said that while she looked at where the church trio were, and the young man followed her gaze. It really was a heartwarming scene. I heard that she plans to become the Kaichu of the student council. That's right, Issei nodded. At first I thought she was joking, but you could tell she was serious. After classes, the three of them stay to have a strategy meeting for the elections. She is certainly enjoying student life. Griselda was happy from the bottom of her heart at Zenovia's changes. And then, she would turn to see the young man. By the way, I know the reason for your disappearance and why Zenovia has been depressed since then. That Issei would scratch the back of his neck somewhat complicatedly and feeling guilty. I'm sorry if I hurt you and more. Even I admit that I'm not the best type of romantic interest. I am pathetic. Something rude, but you recognize it. And that's good. Griselda would nudge the brunette, as if wanting to bother him. I will only ask you to take care of her and make her smile. I'm telling you as a sister. Griselda would get up after saying that. She can be somewhat or very clumsy, but she never doubts what she feels. And she trusted that she made the best decision in choosing you. That was the last thing she said, so she left and went to lie down on one of the beach chairs in the place. Issei would sigh complicatedly. Me, and my blessed luck. The young man felt that the matter of his love life is going to be the biggest headache of all, but maybe it will be worth it. He cannot deny what she feels for all of them, and that due to her previous trauma, things did not go in the best possible way, and even more so because she is partly to blame for the fact that nothing progressed. It shows that everything is not as easy as you would expect it to be. With that new voice, the brunette would now see how Tobio approached him, along with his black dog next to him, Jin. I'm not going to deny it. Issei would sigh reassigned and would look at the dog Jin with curiosity. So that's the shape of your longinus, Canis Lycaean, huh? It's the first time I've seen it very close. Well, don't be intimidated. Tobio would caress Jin's head. He is the calm one and even has a will of his own. Although he normally only listens to me when I am the possessor of him. What abilities does your longinus have? Issei asked, trying to remember if he talked to Azazel about the abilities of each longinus. He only allows me to control the darkness and the shadows and move from the shadows. And even Tobio would raise his hand and, as Jin's red eyes glowed, a small scythe materialized in his hand. He can take the form of almost anything and even give me weapons of my own. When he's not in his guard dog form, he turns into a cursed sword that will curse you if you let yourself get cut. His skills and power are good, but he is still inferior to Regulus Nemia in terms of power. Oh, incredible. Issei was surprised by this explanation and. By the way, if we talk about the old Valery or the current one, do you have the confidence to be able to beat him in battle? I'm going to be sincere with you. Even when Valery could only use the Juggernaut drive for a few minutes, she was stronger than me and only lasted less than 5 minutes against her. Tobio would laugh wryly and a drop on the back of his neck at the memory of her. The silver-haired woman undoubtedly swept the floor with him despite his multiple abilities. Heavens. And Azazel has great self-esteem in you, Issei said with an ironic laugh. And I'm only the second strongest of all. Grigori. Tobio would shrug his shoulders as his scythe disappeared. To later take something out of his pocket, it was a photo. Check this out, you might be interested. Issei would look at that photo confused and then take it and see it better. Seeing the image of a younger Tobio, about 16 years old. Besides, he could even recognize Lavinia and Natsume in the photo, perhaps the two of them were even 16 years old. There was even a brown girl with green eyes that he didn't know. Only to finally see a silver-haired, blue-eyed girl with an expressionless face, who looked like she was about 15 years old. Is that Valery? That's right. Tobio would stand next to the young man to see the photo while he smiled with nostalgia and some sadness. Maybe you don't know it, but before, Valery was very expressionless. It was evident in her expression as if she did not want to continue living. But the only thing that kept her going, so to speak, forward, was her revenge towards her father and her grandfather. Valery couldn't even cope. Issei asked, somewhat sad to know what she was like in the past. That look of hers in her photo is that of someone who no longer cares about anything, not even her own life. In part you could say Tobio would then sit next to the chestnut tree and look at nothing. The day she arrived in Grigori, she was locked in the room they gave her for 2 weeks. Apparently it wasn't easy for her to keep her mother out of her life, and that's why she wanted time for herself. We all felt sorry for her and did our best to make her smile, and she rarely did. Raising a girl with Valery's traumas was not easy. But still, we never gave up on her. Issei would look at the photo again, seeing the image of Valery from years ago. She was an almost similar case to Akeno, only with the difference that Valery, despite hating her Lucifer blood, used that inherited power for her purpose and to master the power of divine dividing. But without a doubt, we are happy that Valery has now changed. Tobio would look out of the corner of his eye at where Valery and Lavinia were, now more normal. And without a doubt, that change in her is thanks to you, Ice-kun. Hey? Do you think? Issei asked, somewhat confused and at the same time surprised. That's right, Tobio nodded and went to see the brunette with a solemn look. Maybe you don't know it, but after she believed that you died from Samuel's blood, she was kept locked in her room in Grigori for 2 days while those monsters attacked the underworld. And she had lost her will to fight again. The brunette was surprised by what he heard, remembering that Arthur told him something similar a long time ago. If she had been the old Valery who felt almost nothing, and if things had been different back then she wouldn't have broken down over something like your death. And that shows how much has changed in a short time. Issei couldn't deny that what Tobio said was true. Even she can't help but think a little about how things would have been if she hadn't had that argument with the others that night. There's no point in thinking about that. What done is done. Valery's change thanks to you is good, Ice-kun. But Tobio would sigh something complicated. It is obvious that he in turn creates a weakness in her thanks to her falling in love with you. Hey? Why? Issei asked. As I told you, you didn't see her back then when she thought you had died. But she was down, sad and depressed in a much worse way than years ago. Tobio would put on a somewhat harsh expression. The current Valery, who now shows her emotions and is happy with you, is at the same time fragile. If something happens to you, like dying again and this time not having a chance to come back, then she will become depressed again. And I assure you that she will completely lose the will to live. Valery Issei didn't know what to think or how to feel after what he heard. She didn't expect this, but she can't contradict him either. Valery unconsciously always looked for happiness, but she never found it until now. And losing the source of her happiness will only break her completely. Without a doubt, both are very similar in that. I won't let that happen. I will always be by her side and make her happy. I know you will. Tobio would put on a half smile, being grateful. Of course, I suggest that you don't go overboard with your sections with Valery. I don't want nephew so soon. How did you? Do you think Lavinia wouldn't notice that Valery is no longer pure? Tobio interrupted Issei's question somewhat amused, leaving him speechless. She is Valery's older sister complex, so it wasn't difficult for her to figure it out. And partly Lavinia is jealous of it, since believe it or not, Lavinia has never had a lover before and she is still a virgin at her age. That wasn't necessary to know. Issei blushed a little at such information. And internally he couldn't believe that such a beauty like Lavinia still didn't have a man in his life. And he believed that perhaps she had some relationship with Tobio. Since the black-haired man was a first-class handsome man, even more so than Kiba. Hahaha. Well, anyway, Tobio would take the photo again and get up from his place, ready to leave. It was fun talking to you. So until another talk, that was the last thing he said, retreating along with his dog Jin from him. Jew. Seriously, Issei would sigh complicatedly, and internally he couldn't believe that when it comes to his personal relationships, many make tasteless jokes. And he internally hoped and feared that Tobio or Lavinia would complain to him for having had relations with Valery and that they were siskins like Serziches and Serafol. But apparently, they took it very well in part. It seems that it is only enough for them that Valery is happy, that the rest does not matter almost as much. With that, the day in the underground pool would continue as normal. The next day. It was already lunchtime at the academy. Issei and Valery were having lunch quietly in the schoolyard. And both being accompanied by Kaneko, Gasper, Ravel and Lefay. And they all saw how in another part of the courtyard, Asia, Irina and Ika were handing out leaflets to the students who passed by, while Zenovia was reading something on a sheet of paper. She apparently practiced and memorized her lines. Everyone please take a look at this. In these booklets are the proposals for the next Kaichu of the student council. Zenovia, she is a girl who can do anything if she concentrates on it. Here, please take care of me in the future. Vote for Zenovia Kai, please. I pray that you vote honestly anyway, please. Irina, Ika and Asia enthusiastically handed out the leaflets to the students. Since it was the election period, the corridors were covered with handmade leaflets. The posters were of Zenovia taking the pose of the Virgin Mary, along with a message from her saying, "I will bring true peace to Kuo Academy. I hope you vote honestly," thus creating a somewhat strange atmosphere. However, since Zenovia was an exchange student from abroad, along with her personality, which was well known throughout the school, the students' opinion from her posters was that they liked her style. Which was a surprisingly good thing. The students of Kuo Academy could be described as tolerant, calm, and a little curious. After the distribution of leaflets, Irina, Ika and Asia, who was helping with the election campaign during lunch, accompanied Zenovia as she entered the courtyard. "Ah, dear students of Kuo Academy, how are you?" Zenovia, who had a sash with her name on her shoulder, caught the attention of the students present. "I am a candidate in this year's election for Kaichu of the Student Council. I am Zenovia Quarta, second year. And I hope everyone hears my speech once I become the new Kaichu." Is it me, or did she just drop her polite tone and start using her usual way of expressing herself? Le Fay asked. So it seems Issei would shrug his shoulders, being somewhat ironic. And anyway, that's really Zenovia's style. Meanwhile, all the other students passing by left their business and came to listen to Zenovia. Where, then? Zenovia-san, go for it. We support you, Zenovia-chan. The students, both boys and girls, shouted their support for the blue-haired girl, who was beginning to gain even more confidence. "Oh. I'm surprised that she attracts the attention of so many people." Le Fay showed her amazement at what she saw. "That's because Zenovia-senpai is someone very well known at school." Kaneko would take a bite of her cookie and continue. "So as soon as she starts speaking, she will naturally be surrounded by a crowd. Heh. Just being a foreign girl is enough to catch people's attention." Issei would put on a bitter ironic smile. Furthermore, she is accompanied by Asia and Irina, who are like her and are also very popular at school. So it would not be strange if all the students, both boys and girls, are interested in them in their respective ways. Without a doubt, her style is completely different from Sona-sama's. And yet, she attracted the attention of so many people. Ravel added. As many know, Sona, the previous Kaichu, had a great capacity for work and, on the other hand, she was also able to listen to the students' opinions, resulting in a flexible response. Naturally, the opposite of Sona, who earned the students' trust by producing tangible results. Zenovia, the sports club type, was more of an athlete. Of course, the students wanted to know the reason why Zenovia was a candidate. But that stayed in the background and, "Hello everyone, how have you been doing things recently?" Just when the brunette had attracted everyone's attention, Momo, the other Kaichu candidate from the student council, walked by the place, starting to greet everyone. "Oh. Good luck, Hanakai-san. I'm with you. I'll vote for you." The girls the same age as her were cheering her on. Apparently, the people who support Momo are mostly honor students. However, being the success of Sona, the former Kaichu, has not it as easy. Issei even remembers that when she entered Kuo Academy, Sona was already the Kaichu of the student council. Which means that Sona has led Kuo Academy as the Kaichu of the student council for 2 consecutive years. And that could perhaps be the reason why Momo wants to succeed in her position. But anyway, returning to Momo, who was greeted by the honor students. Walking next to her was Saji, who was a candidate for Fuku Kaichu of the council. According to Saji, he does not feel capable of leading the student council, and that is why he decided to be a candidate for Fuku Kaichu, the second to command. "Hey, Saji-san, I'll also vote for you as Fuku Kaichu. But you must give me preferential treatment in extracurricular activities," an energetic-looking student said half-jokingly. "Those are 2 different things." Saji would squint. "I hope he votes honestly. Hahaha. He was just joking. I will vote for you." Saji would sigh complicatedly. "Seriously, that's what sports club people are like. You can tell that she doesn't have it easy." Valery gave her opinion while he chews his gum and makes a little bubble that explodes. "By the way, are there more candidates for the other council positions?" Now that you mention it, Issei would become thoughtful, trying to remember the candidates. Since there were only rumors of these. Aside from the other members of Sona-san's group, where some will continue with their same positions, I also heard that a girl who just transferred was in the election for secretary or treasurer. And according to rumors, she was a foreign girl. Although I haven't seen her. Furthermore, I also heard that a famous first-year honor student entered the election. But I didn't get the details of that guy's information, so I don't know much about that. As I understand it, Ravel, being thoughtful, caught the attention of her companions. That honor student who is in the first year and in our same classroom is called Nakiri Ryuda, and he is Japanese because of her features. And Nakiri? Valery was surprised by what he heard, but more so by her name. Does that name sound familiar to you? Issei asked her, and the rest even looked at the silver-haired girl. That's right, Valery nodded, and then she would look at the phoenix. Ravel-chan, tell me something. By chance, didn't you feel some kind of aura or power coming from that student? Hey? Ieto. Ravel would look thoughtful with a finger on her chin, but. That's right, Kaneko answered that question, earning Ravel's somewhat annoyed look. But I still ignore it. Although I had it hidden very well, thanks to my senjutsu I was able to discover that he has a power that he tries to hide. Although he doesn't seem to be hostile. Just as I thought. Valery would sigh and cross his arms. If that is true, in addition to his last name. Then it means that this Ryuda is from the Nakiri clan, one of the 5 great families of Japan that represent the sacred beasts. His words left Issei and his company speechless and surprised. One of the 5 great families of Japan. Issei would become thoughtful, trying to remember something and oh. I remember Akeno-san mentioned something similar before. And apparently, the Himejima family, to which she belonged, is one of the 5 great families, right? That's right. Valery nodded to his question and would raise a finger. So there are the 5 clans: the Himejima clan, which represents fire, and the Japanese phoenix, the Suzaku, who represents the south, the Daomen clan, who represents winter, and their sacred beast is a turtle with a snake around his body, called Genbu, who represents the north. The Kushihashi clan, who represent water, and their sacred beast is a blue dragon called Seryu, who represents the east. There is also the Shinra clan, who represent the wind, and their sacred beast is a white tiger called Byako, who represents the west. And finally, wait a minute, Issei raised his hand, interrupting Valery. Did you say Shinra clan? Isn't that Tsubaki-san's last name? As we know, Tsubaki-senpai was a member of the Shinra clan until she was expelled from it due to her sacred gear. Gasper said. Oh, I see, Issei said. Continuing, then finally, the last clan, the Nakiri clan, who represent the earth and their sacred beast, is a yellow dragon called Areu. Valery would cross his arms and continue explaining. I understand that the yellow dragon, Areu, is famous in East Asian culture and is the 5th symbol that completes the 6 yang, or the 4 symbols. The Areu is the center of the cosmos and represents the earth, the Chinese quintessence, as well as the change of seasons. I see. Issei was surprised by such an explanation, and that was a good explanation, Valery Lucifer. Upon hearing that somewhat childish male voice, everyone became a little alert and saw the origin of the voice in a certain direction. Watching him approach them, a young man of about 15 years old, wearing the academy uniform, with blonde hair combed back with long bangs in front of his forehead that extends in front of his left eye. And you are right in your assumption. Then Nakiri-kun Ravel didn't know how to react upon seeing him, and even more so upon feeling the supernatural aura from him. Confirming Valery's suspicions. Hello, Phoenix and Ryuda waved in a friendly manner and would bow before everyone. I introduce myself, as you already know, my name is Nakiri Ryuda. And I am a member of the Nakiri clan. His introduction of him undoubtedly surprised the young people. Although, Ryuda is just my name for the academy. Currently, I am the heir of the Nakiri clan, so I have inherited the name of the original Areu. You can call me Nakiri Areu, or simply Areu. I see. Valery would shrug his shoulders and look at the young man. So what is offered to you, Nakiri Areu-kun? Heh. Not much. Areu would smile friendly. I just came to say hello. The fact that I am part of this academy as a student is part of the agreement that the Biblical Alliance has with the Shintos and the Yaokais. So I am a representative of these. And at the same time an ally for you. Areu would give another bow. If you need help with something, anything, just say so. I will gladly help, as an ally of DXD. I see. Issei smiled when he saw that young man was trustworthy. Nice to meet you, I am. Hi do I senpai, the Sekiryuite. I know. Areu interrupted him, surprising the brunette. There is no one who doesn't know about you. And to be honest, suddenly, Areu would get a little shy as he took out a photo and a small marker. Will you give me your autograph? I'm your fan. I've admired you since you saved Kyoto, and I always wanted to have the honor of meeting you in person. Oh. Okay. Issei would take the photo and the marker, seeing that the photo was of himself in his armor. And he would sign said photo and then return it. Here you have. Thank you very much. Areu thanked, looking happy for what he got. And upon calming down, he would focus his gaze on Zenovia. I understand that they are currently 6 against 4, with Zenovia senpai in a disadvantageous position. Oh? Really? Issei was surprised by what he heard, and then he would look at where she could barely see Momo. It shows that Hanakai-san has not only worked together with Sona-san, but also produced tangible results. Which results in its student support being relatively high. Well, that's normal. But at least there are 40% who support Zenovia-san, said LaFay. And just like she said, a percentage like that isn't bad. For a new candidate, having that level of support at this time gives hope of a comeback. Since if it were only 10 or 20%, the defeat would be definitive. It seems that for the first-year students, Zenovia senpai is a very pretty woman, so her popularity is very high, Gasper said, with Kaneko next to her, who nodded in affirmation. And returning to the students who supported Zenovia. Zenovia senpai, I support you. Zenovia Onisama, I will definitely vote for you. But this situation, it was evident that there were, in fact, a lot of first-year female students around the BlueNet. Because Zenovia was a bit masculine, for those of the same gender, especially from the Cowhace's perspective, she must be very cute. Thank you so much. I will work hard, Zenovia responded and thanked him. Aye, the first-year female students screamed sharply together with a shrill voice. Ah, that's right, Ravel would suddenly remember something. I heard that among Zenovia Sama supporters, half of those votes are immovable. Hey? Why? Issei asked. It's because those people are all girls from the sports clubs that Zenovia Sama has helped before, or they are students that she has helped when they have experienced difficulties in school, so he won't turn his back on anyone who has a problem. Whether she is a student council Kaichu candidate or a normal student, she was silently worried about things at school. That's the reason. Said Ravel. I see. Issei was surprised at what he heard, and she couldn't help but praise Zenovia. Perhaps thanks to her athletic ability, Zenovia has been able to help the girls at the sports clubs from time to time. Although there are some difficulties every time she receives invitations to help, when doing so, she seems very happy. Her sense of justice is stronger than most, so she will definitely help a student in need. Issei was sure that those acts and that kindness had accumulated in Zenovia over time, creating a group of immovable supporters. With this, she feels that the electoral campaign would be really effective. Heh. Soon we will be third-year students. Issei would look at Valery, who smiled ironically. Although, for some reason, I feel like I already am. I feel normal, said Valery. Well, I feel like I'm already a second-year student, Gasper said. I say the same, said Areu. Likewise, Kaneko, Lefei and Ravel said in unison. Time after classes ended and Ria's, Akeno, and neighboring city. I think that apart from the taiyaki stuffed with bean paste, the rest are bad. But those with cream are also difficult to leave aside. Originally they were wheat flour, sugar and eggs. Since those ingredients are also used to make baked cakes, bean paste, cream or chocolate, they can also be used. Ria's stuck with the original, Ravel likes them with cream, while Kaneko has no problem as long as it's a cake. And the girls' dessert discussion became very passionate. But this pleasant and peaceful everyday scene, everyone prepared to pass the corner of a main street, but instantly. Suddenly, everyone felt like a wave of indescribable pressure was present in the environment and everyone became alert to it. Something wasn't right. Why do you feel that? Asked Lefei in a cold sweat and a little nervous. Why yes, Issei nodded somewhat complicatedly and with a drop coming down from her face. Although it is not something like a killer instinct, it does not seem to be benevolent either. This gives me a bad feeling. Valery looked in various directions, trying to find the origin of this pressure. Whoever it is, that someone is releasing their intentions towards them. How? Zenovia sweated a little coldly as she watched her hands shake. Realizing something. This is and it can't be. Kaneko would stick her ears out from Nico, and after concentrating a little, she would turn towards a certain direction, everyone then followed her gaze and. Giorno, young people of DXD in the direction where everyone was looking, there was a man so tall that he seemed to be 2 meters tall. He had a hood covering his face, and even with his clothes, you could see the big muscles he had. We finally meet, face to face. Who are you? Valery was the first to ask the question, since the others seemed paralyzed by the presence of this guy. In fact, she'd be lying if she said she wasn't intimidated by this guy. He is human from what she can see and feel in his aura, but this guy emanates a presence that makes Arthur, Tobio and Cao look like little children. Oh, where are my manners? The muscular man would bow slightly and then take off his hood. Leaving Zenovia, Irina and Asia, who knew who he was, completely speechless. The man had a wrinkled face, indicating that he is an old man who looked about 80 years old and had no hair. He was bald. I introduce myself. I am the cardinal priest of the church, Vasco Strada. Upon hearing that name, everyone without exception went into a state of shock. Had they heard correctly? Did Vasco Strada say? Estrada-sensei, Zenovia said, trembling slightly. Trying to hide her nervousness. Is he Vasco Strada? That Vasco Strada and the original bearer of Durandal? Issei asked no one specifically and remembering the time Arthur told him about this guy. And there was no reason in the world to face him in combat because it would be the end of him. The original bearer of Durandal. Gasper, being very nervous, was surprised by what Issei said and went to see Vasco. So. Warrior Zenovia, how is life treating you as a demon? Asked Vasco, looking at the blue-haired girl. Very well. Zenovia tried to stay calm while she broke out in a cold sweat. It's been a while since we last saw each other. His Eminence Strada. What brings you here? Not much. Vasco would shrug his shoulders and pull something out of his clothes. It was an envelope. I'll just say that since the possible war against Clipath is close, which seems inevitable, I thought I should give you one last lesson, Warrior Zenovia, to see if you are worthy of carrying Durandal. A lesson? Zenovia asked, still not getting over his nervousness. That's right, Vasco agreed and then extended the envelope he had. Deliver this to ex-governor Azazel and you'll know the rest. Somewhat hesitantly, Valery would approach old Strada, who also came a little closer to her, and take the envelope that he offered them. And Valery would look at the envelope somewhat curiously. You can open it and read it if you want, Lucifer-chan, said Vasco normally. Enough of that, and it better be important. Valery would open the envelope and read what was written in the letter there, frowning slightly. Is this serious? Very seriously. Vasco nodded and affirmed. Even so, do you know the situation we are in? Asked Valery. You're young, Lucifer-chan. After saying that, Vasco would turn around, ready to leave. We'll see you again in a week. You better be ready by then, warrior Zenovia. What do you mean by that, your eminence Strata? Asked Zenovia, having a certain bad feeling. I'll say it bluntly. Vasco would turn around again, and he would see the brunette with a smiling laugh. This is a test for you, warrior Zenovia, a combat between you and me, without rules or anything. The one who leaves the other incapacitated will win. It's that simple. What all the young people reacted to those words, not believing what they heard. Zenovia, on her side, stood next to Valery and saw the letter that Vasco gave her. A serious test fight between her and the old man, here in Kuo and seen throughout the Vatican and the churches. In addition to two others who also fought, being Lynn Selzen against her other mentor, Edward Cristaldi. And said challenge was approved by Michael and the Seraphim, since it had their angelic seal. This was something that I did not think would happen. But even with that, Zenovia could only open her mouth to say what she felt first, the rational side of her losing to the fighting side. I accept the challenge. With this, the fate of a battle was marked. The two former strongest bearers of Excalibur and Durandal respectively against their successors. A battle that was destined to shake the foundations of the Vatican and the Church. The battle between the people related to the Holy Swords is about to begin again. Chapter 42. Before the duel. That same day at night. In the VIP room of the Haidu residence, the DXD members who were gathered. Issei, Irina, Tiamat, Valery and their team, as well as the Gremory group and Citri, as well as Dulio, Griselda and Azazel. I'm really sorry. They always get involved in issues related to us. Michael, whose image was projected by a magic circle, apologized to the young people. Because I saw no ill will in old Strata's request, I decided to accept it. But why do they want to hold that event here? Asked Issei. It is because this is the place of origin of the alliance between the people of many factions. They probably have very complicated feelings about this place. Azazel would cross his arms. Furthermore, you also have an inseparable relationship with this topic. I understand that there have been multiple rebellions formed by exorcists before. Valery, with a hand on his chin, would draw attention. And these rebel groups have already been arrested, right? That's right, Griselda agreed. Those who rebelled before were people whose family members were mostly killed by demons and vampires, or those whose lives have been destroyed by them. In the past, they wanted revenge or to prevent a repetition of a tragedy that happened to one of the warriors of the church. And when the three biblical sides formed an alliance, the greatest opposition was either them or the higher ranks of the church who supported them. I'm not surprised by that. Arthur would take the floor and adjust his glasses. I understand that almost many joined the church, not because they were devotees of Christianity, but rather they joined because they wanted to kill, hunt or take revenge against evil beings such as demons and vampires. Practically, the church has many insane people who only prefer to fight senselessly and do not see beyond what they believe. I think the same Naya Kuroka stated, lying on one of the couches and eating cookies. And are we supposed to be the evil beings? Rather they are. All because the angels never got involved in the matter before, even before the alliance. Naya. I would say I think the same. But it still wouldn't have made any difference with that case, Azazel said. I think Irina, with her head somewhat lowered, had a sad expression. Even true devotees are dissatisfied with this. Don't be surprised, Irina-san. After all, no one is perfect. Not even the angels and the church are perfect, LaFay said with a serene expression, indicating that he meant business. I agree with what LaFay Morgana said. Michael nodded in agreement and was not offended, but rather accepted what she said, since it was true. But anyway, returning to the topic of the duel against Strata and Cristaldi, do you know what you need about them? For those who don't know, Azazel would go to see the young people. Strata is someone who is among the bearers of Durandal who is capable of rivaling Roland, and many people even say that he surpassed him. Some did not know what to say to what the Fallen One said. He is also one of the few people who managed to emerge from the war. Strata is someone who embodies strength and authority on the battlefield, as well as being a born leader. Not to mention that his eminence Strata is already 87 years old. What Irina said caused many to be greatly surprised. Is she serious? He is 87 years old, and yet, he still has the strength to continue inspiring fear and respect in so many. It would be better to forget his age. Zenovia, with a very serious expression, saw her hands tremble slightly. That man is a living legend. His body has barely aged. Why, you must be joking. Issei swallowed unconsciously at what he heard. If it weren't for me to analyze it well, I would say that he is not human. Don't be surprised. Ice Biku would attract attention. If you want an example of this, my old ancestor is a good example. That geezer is even older than Strata, but he's still a monster I don't want to face. I guess you're right, Issei said. Even if that guy looks old now, he is not weak and is still as strong as before. Azazel had an expression similar to Zenovia's. In World War II, Strata fought against Cacabiel, and in the end we were at a disadvantage. Incredible. Issei was surprised and couldn't believe that Cacabiel had been at a disadvantage against a human, but now that he's remembering, he remembers that Cacabiel mentioned something about the previous Durandal wielder being a real monster. Hence. I see. So he was referring to him. Now that I remember, Azazel would stop by to see Arena. Wasn't Strata a candidate to be a brave saint under one of the Seraphim? Yes, Arena nodded. Both Uriel Sama and Raphael Sama have chosen the eminence of him Strata, but he rejected both, saying that he wanted to die as a human. Wow. Saji expressed his opinion regarding what he heard while some were serious. I remember that when she was still a nun of the church, I once met the eminence of her Strata of her Asia, would put on a complicated smile. He seemed to be an honest and friendly person. Personally, I don't want to see Cristaldi sensei. Arena seemed nervous when talking about the other old man. After all, he mentored both me and Zenovia. And it was Cristaldi sensei who taught me how to use Excalibur Mimic. And I heard that when Cristaldi sensei was on the front line, he was able to use 3 of the 6 Excaliburs simultaneously. Ah, that's true. Azazel affirmed what the girl said. At that time, Edward Cristaldi was a topic of heated discussion within Grigori. Although he could only use 3 of the Excaliburs simultaneously, people said that it would theoretically not be impossible for him to control all 6 swords at the same time. Azazel would sigh. Either way, whether it was Vasco Strata or Edward Cristaldi, during the war, they were both recognized as ridiculously powerful people. Furthermore, they trained a large number of warriors, and those warriors have said that those 2 could be described as titans. With just one call, they could receive many warriors following them in response. The 2 of them were blessed with great talent, so much so that they are even capable of murdering legions of high-class demons on their own. Arthur would adjust his glasses, looking very serious. After all, they are quite rare by human standards. Even their powers are a rarity among demons and angels, and are still alive today. Well, since you already know what is necessary, Michael would sigh, being somewhat complicated. I apologize for this, but please, accept the challenge of those 2. You don't have to ask. Michael Sama. Zenovia would look at the Archangel with a smile. Maybe before she would have had doubts, but after this, I know what I should do. Zenovia squeezed her fist tightly. I will fight, and I will demonstrate my own conviction. I appreciate it, Zenovia-san. And I'm sorry for this again. Michael would bow slightly. Good luck in your duel against Strata. And as for Lynn Selson, she accepted the challenge without further ado. See you later. After saying that last thing, the hologram that reflected Michael would disappear along with the angelic circle. Well, seeing as it's obvious that you're going to fight, Zenovia-san. Kiba would look at the girl. What do you say? Can you win? I don't know. Zenovia would cross her arms. Probably not, since her eminence Strata is ridiculously strong even for her advanced age. But I wouldn't back down anyway. If we make assumptions, Azazel would scratch the back of his neck. In theory, Strata, even if he was an old man, would be equal to or even stronger than a Mau. Since we understand that he has physical strength and resistance that are beyond the human scale. And if we add Durandal to that, he is a true monster that no one wants to face. In fact, Serziches himself has admitted that he does not wish to face Strata, as he doubts that he can win even with his 100%. See, gosh. Ria swallowed hard and with nerves and fear at what she heard. For Ani Sama to be afraid of a human like Vasco Strata, he must be serious. Normally he is confident in his power and can destroy anything by just touching it or letting his aura flow. But this. I know. Ria's Sona, breaking out in a cold sweat, nodded in agreement with what his friend said. Anyway, Valery would clap his hands, drawing everyone's attention. We have a week before the duel. So Zenovia-sen will have to train hard. I'll take care of it. Arthur took a step forward, adjusting his glasses. According to reports of the duel, Strata will fight a very good replica of Durandal that only has 80% of the power of the original. So, even if the replica is inferior, legendary weapons depend on the control and will of the wielder. So that replica in the hands of Strata, for him, will be like carrying the real Durandal. And Vasco Strata is not the only one with a reply. Lafay would read the challenge letter they received again. According to this, Edward Cristaldi will fight with a replica of true Excalibur, which carries 70% of the power of the original, and with the 7 original abilities. So the same case applies to him. That replica in his hands will be as if he were carrying the authentic true Excalibur. Lin-san will have a hard time. I'm surprised they were able to create such good replicas, Issei said, with shock on her face. Creating a replica of a legendary weapon is not easy, to the point that it would be impossible, but Azazel would cross his arms. There can always be exceptions. An example, the replica of the boosted gear that Euclid created. Everyone became somewhat thoughtful at what they heard. Even I have been researching about it, and thanks to the jewels that Ice and Valery gave me from their Longinus, I can also create replicas of them, and that helped me improve my research on artificial sacred gears. Azazel would get something on his suit. It was a small golden blade with a purple jewel. So much so that even if he wanted to, he would add those skills to my downfall dragon spear. We already have enough with Euclid having those abilities, and I will not tolerate anyone else having them, even if it is you. Azazel Issei showed his disapproval of this idea, and Valery nodded in agreement. DSK they're boring, Azazel said, keeping his artificial sacred gear in his suit. Anyway, Arthur would look at Zenovia. Get ready for training, because I won't be soft. Technique is something that is always against you, so you must correct it, at least in part. Since Durandal is a weapon that is only suitable for direct attack and destruction, rather than fine techniques. So you should at least improve your timing with Durandal. Yes, Zenovia nodded in agreement. She knew that beforehand, she must improve in a factor in which she knows her mentor is superior to her. And how lucky that his synchronization with Durandal improved since the attack on Heaven, so he should take advantage of it. Well, we have exactly 1 week to prepare Zenovia, and I bet Lint Selzen must be preparing to duel her too. But the rest of you don't get confused, you will also train. Everyone nodded in agreement with what Azazel said. I'm also sorry to say this, guys, but this battle could completely change the minds of those in the church who still don't accept the covenant and are only forced to accept it reluctantly because Michael ordered it so, and as you already know, the majority of members of the Church and the Vatican are more conformist warriors who only seek to fight for no reason and are not very interested in peace, or they hate evil beings, such as demons, enough to consider them now allies, friends or trustworthy. And very few members are true devotees who accept the covenant without complaint. Hence, this battle could finally break that annoying chain of meaningless hatred. The Fallen nodded to what Valery said. This almost seems like a political problem. Naya Kuroka was still lying on one of the armchairs, being carefree. And here I thought that only demons were problematic with politics. Don't be confused with that, Kuroka, since even if the senseless hatred of the church is solved, the underworld, the demons, are still the biggest problem. Some went to see Azazel with doubt, but Riaz and Sona knew what he was talking about. The underworld accepts the alliance without complaints, and more so because the Formas and Zekrom Baal agree, the latter being the one who has more influence than Surziches and the others. For, as you know, the mass are mere symbols, and there is no value in a mere symbol. So, if the situation with Clipith is solved, if it is solved, the political problems of the underworld will begin. Since, as you know, the Demon Council is not happy that Ice defected and broke away from them. Although the mass have already given their verdict that he is free to decide what is best for him. And if it weren't for the fact that they still have Saraerg, who possesses the Regulus Nemia, they would be even more negative that they would even, perhaps, ally themselves with Clipith without hesitation, since now the balance of power is against the demons, almost forcing them to accept all this out of fear on the part of the council. The SK stupid conformist Riaz showed her clear annoyance at that stupidity, and Sona nodded in agreement. Those demands and political problems are almost like an excuse to give them back. Ice Valery, somewhat upset, would see her loved one. What do you think? I don't know for sure. Issei would scratch the back of her neck. Something complicated. But just as Azazel said, the priority now is Clipith. And if this is solved, we will see what to do with the political problems. Indeed, Azazel nodded in agreement with what the brunette said. So, are you ready? Everyone nodded and chose to go rest for today. Tomorrow will be time for training. Having said that, even if it was only for a few days, a lot of things happened among the youths of the Haidu residence. Where the training sessions were very intense, and Zenovia, who was going to fight, knew that. Zenovia and Kiba met in several practice fights to achieve a varied style, step and improve Zenovia's technique somewhat, while Arthur helped her improve her synchronization and harmony with Durandal. And true to what he said that day, Arthur did not hold back in training with Zenovia. The descendant of King Arthur did not go half measures and tried to get the Bluenet to fight even holding his great sword with one hand. Since according to the stories, Roland only wielded Durandal with one hand and thus devastated large armies of thousands or more, and only very few forced him to use both of his hands to wield Durandal. On the other side, Lint Selzen trained like never before in heaven with his fellow brave saints and was training his own skills hard. In addition, accepting the offer made to him a long time ago, he became a brave saint under the mantle of the Seraphim. Gabriel Lint knew that this was going to be a battle without limits, but she was determined to win. She may be called crazy, misunderstood and insensitive by many, but if there was something she hated or detested, it was senseless hatred. And she truly hoped that after this duel, all those who do not accept the alliance will finally accept it. And right now, she was in the main dining room of a Vatican Catholic church, which was empty. I've just passed lunchtime. But she was here for another reason, and the wait for her ended when the person waiting sat in front of her on the other side of the dining room table. You look terrible. The person sitting in front of her sighed reluctantly at her words. How has house arrest treated you? A little better than she expected. Siegfried seemed calm and not at all bothered by what he had to do. Since he was wearing his priest's clothes with a white apron, which he took off. In addition, the black spots on his body have disappeared. I would have expected an execution or being burned in the dark along with Jean, but Archangel Michael took pity on us. In the end, being a servant who brings food to everyone in the Vatican doesn't seem so bad. Although I still miss the feeling of battle. Heh. I understand you a little. Lint would laugh ironically at what he heard. You may not know it, but no one else has been able to wield Graham and your other swords. Although I was able to wield them, I rejected them, especially Graham. They would be useful if one day they decide to release you to fight. Heh. I couldn't expect less from my relative. Siegfried would laugh sarcastically and sigh complicatedly. Getting calm. I heard that you fought Cristaldi and that Zenovia fought Strata. That's right. Lint nodded in affirmation. Do you have any advice? Nothing that can help you, my relative. I'm sorry. Siegfried would shrug his shoulders. If we talk about Strata and Cristaldi, even I with my 6-sword style would be easily beaten by those two, especially by Strata. That geezer has even proven himself to be a worthy user of wielding Graham and using her to her full potential when training with him. They won't have it easy. Even so, I will fight. Lint would join his hands in his hand. Only then will we end this cycle of senseless hatred. Well, good luck with that, said Siegfried. Hey Siegfried, if you're done, come and help me finish washing the dishes, Jean called from the kitchen, and from her tone, she seemed a little dissatisfied. Heh. Still so whiny. Siegfried would laugh sarcastically and look at Lint one last time. Only luck in your duel. Maybe I'll see it. And achieve what we failed. After saying that, Siegfried would stand up and turn to leave, but first. Sieg, Lint called him, and he stopped by to see her. Why did you desert? What did you want to achieve? To be honest, I don't know anymore. Siegfried would shrug his shoulders. I guess I joined Cao, wanting to find a purpose in my life, or simply quench my thirst for fighting, no matter what I had to do or go through. Siegfried would then look into nothingness. I think both then and now, I feel the same way. I am empty and I still long to find a true purpose in life. Siegfried would then see the girl. At least you found yours, and you didn't end up like me or like Fried. I hope one day you find yours. Sieg. Lint would stand up from her place after finishing what he came to. See you. After saying that last thing, Lint would leave the place. And after crossing the dining room door, Siegfried continued looking at the place where she went. I hope so too, although I don't expect a miracle. Saying that, he prepared to go where his partner was waiting for him. Better to finish as soon as possible so you can rest before serving dinner. With only one day left until the duel in Kuo. At the Haidou residence, the young people received an unexpected visitor in the basement of the residence. I came for his help. It was Tannen, who was shrunk to the size of a person to be inside the place without problems. Oh, by the way, Tiamat. Congratulations on having danced with the boy. Tannen. Tiamat would look at him with half-closed eyes, emanating an unfriendly aura. Better measure your words. I'm sorry. Tannen apologized, somewhat scared. Proving that Tiamat was the one in charge among the Dragon Kings. But anyway. Back to the topic. As you know, my main role is to seek the good of the dragons that come from the human world seeking peace, and there is one in particular, of a rare species called Spectral Dragon. And he recently laid eggs. Are you serious? Tannen. Tiamat was very surprised by what she heard, as was the rest. Incredible. She didn't expect that there were still spectral dragons today. Almost many of the rarest species have become extinct, and there have been no traces of survivors or descendants. That's right. Tannen nodded. That's why this egg gives us a lot of hope. However, the incubation and hatching of spectral dragon eggs are very difficult. In other words, the environment of the underworld has a bad effect on the egg and could cause it to perhaps die before hatching, right? Tiamat completed what Tannen was going to say, who nodded in affirmation. That's why I was hoping you could lend me the area below Kuo City, Princess Ria's. Tannen said. It's no problem for me. Tannen saw Maria smiled sincerely at him. If you ask for it, I see no reason to refuse. And by the way, how long will it take for the egg to hatch? If it is here in the human world, then it will be faster than expected. Tiamat answered the Retide's question. I also propose that until the time the egg hatches, it would be best to leave it in a secret underground location, protected by many layers of barriers. Just in case and for safety. Tannen said. I understand. Issei would take a step forward. Then we will do our best to protect it. I'm sorry and thank you in advance. After saying that, Tannen would raise his hand, creating a magic circle on his right side. And the one who would emerge from the magic circle, carrying a huge egg that shone with resplendent splendor, was someone the young people knew very well. See, Crom Cruach. Issei was speechless at what he saw. Since, indeed, in front of them was the evil dragon that they fought against in heaven. Calm down. Tannen raised his hand, stopping them. And everyone came to see him. Let's say it's a long story, but Crom Cruach is now my guest in my territory. Guest? Valery asked incredulously, almost not believing what he heard. I am currently under the care of Tannen. Crom Cruach spoke calmly, not caring about everyone's gazes. This is to simply return the favor. Really? Tiamat would look at him with doubt. Tannen lets you stay in his territory in exchange for only helping him carry the dragon egg. Heh, you've softened, Tannen. At least I'm not a greed obsessed with treasures, Tannen said. Hey, don't criticize treasures and relics, you wouldn't understand, Calf Dragon Tiamat insulted him. How did you call me woman unexpectedly? Tannen would stand in front of Tiamat and both of them would emanate their auras slightly. I dare you to tell me that to my face. As you wish, infamous Calf Dragon Tiamat insulted him again, this time with a terrifying smile that scared some of the young people. I do not like this at all. I'm afraid. Asia would hide behind Zenovia, who was somewhat tense due to the aura of both dragons. Oh, are they going to fight? Can I join? Crom Cruach asked, somewhat interested. No, Tannen and Tiamat responded in unison, stopping emanating their auras and moving away from each other. Heh, I can tell you still have some balls to stand in front of me and not be intimidated, Tannen Tiamat said with a sarcastic laugh. When you have a very intimidating female for a wife, over time you get used to it, Tannen would shrug his shoulders and sigh. Anyway, I'll go and say that although Crom Cruach is an evil dragon, he is also a pure dragon. So there are ways to understand each other. I see, Issei said. I still suggest you keep an eye on him, Tannen Drake said loud and clear, so they could hear him. I will keep it in mind, Drake Tannen said. Anyway, putting aside what they said about him, Crom Cruach would place the dragon egg on the ground, which was half the size of a person. And Crom Cruach would caress the egg. Come. There is nothing to worry about, Tannen said with some grace when he saw the disbelief in the young people. And then he would go see a certain dragon loli. It's good to see you again, Office. Hello, Office greeted him without importance while he ate a chocolate. Did you know that Office was with us, Asen? Issei asked him. That's right, Tannen nodded. Mau Surziches informed me. But I won't say more. Just knowing that the dragon god is here with you, then I can rest easy. Office Crom Cruach would draw the attention of the loli who would stop by to see him. Do you want to fight? Her question proposal from him left almost everyone speechless, but no. Office would shake his head. I promised Ice that he would never fight. Really? Asked Crom Cruach, tilting his head a little. And what do I owe for you to accept? I don't know, and I would still reject it. Office took another bite of his chocolate as she took Lilith's hand. And don't even think about asking Lilith, she won't accept. Lilith will not fight, Lilith promised Ice, the Office clone said without expression and licking a popsicle. I understand, Crom Cruach would shrug. Reassigned. Oh really? Did he just give up like that? Valery asked, somewhat incredulous added. The eyes of Crom Cruach have observed many things that have happened in the human world. I have not been sealed or eliminated either, and even now I continue to observe the world. I feel like he can understand his emotions. As times change, human culture changes, good and bad change, accompanied by the change in demons. After seeing this for years, even if you are a powerful dragon, your values will change, said Tannen. I see. Issei understood, as far as she could, what Tannen said. Office has only had some contact with them before, but she has become as she is now anyway. Of all those who are called dragons, perhaps the one that is most powerful is purest. However, also there are those, like Grendel, Layden or Yamada no Urachi, who are rotten from the inside. Anyway, as time went by, Crom Cruach seemed to be interested in my observations of dragons. Tannen continued with his explanation. There have been a lot of species of dragons that I have brought. So, I'm sorry in advance. And please do not make this matter public. Don't worry, Asen. Trust us, we will guard the egg with suspicion if necessary, Issei said. And if we find out that there is any sign of decline, we will contact you immediately, said Rias. I am very grateful, Tannen, thanks sincerely. Mophis and Lilith were in front of the spectral dragon egg and caressed it with, one with curiosity and the other with longing. In this way, the unexpected visit ended peacefully. And the location chosen to keep the dragon egg safe was the underground space beneath Kuo, which is more difficult to access. However, just knowing that there is hope of having a mutual understanding with the evil dragons is an achievement, and this event made everyone feel strong emotions. That same day at night, Issei was alone in the underground pool of the residence, meditating while he let his scarlet jet aura flow, plus he was shirtless and only wearing his shorts. Maybe he will decide to swim after a while to relax. The duel in Kuo is going to be tomorrow, and, although he is not the one who is going to fight, he still had his own training. Although training the body is not bad, training the mind cannot be forgotten. This is because it can allow a person to calmly think about a lot of things. Meditating while floating in the air is even better. And he even dimmed the lights in the place to their minimum, that way the environment is better to concentrate. And as he concentrated, Issei felt like he was no longer sitting in the sky, being a good few centimeters in the air. He didn't need to see himself to confirm it, it was enough for him to feel it. Although he can fly without problems with his dragon wings, even without armor, they told him about the possibility of flying through techniques and without wings, so he put it to the test. He knows that he is still far from mastery or perfection, but it is something. And it looks like Office and Great Red's powers make it even easier. Issei would sigh as he landed back on the ground and opens his eyes. At least I've done better. And now I can flow part of office's aura. Although he still feels a little strange. Well, because you have a body with the blood and powers of Great Red in office, this probably brings unprecedented change and perhaps also contains hidden potential, Drake said. In other words, not even a dragon knows what he will become in the future, right? Said Issei. That's how it is. Although this thing is worrying, it is also interesting. No, better let it be. Until today, we have overcome countless crises, Drake said. I know Issei would sigh something complicated. Although I think it would be better if we could all understand each other, but. You get it, Drake interrupted him and knew what he would say, whether it's a human, demon, angel or dragon, his upbringing will always be different, as will his values and experiences. It will be natural that there will be discrepancies. You can only hope that the grudges between species don't grow any further. Yeah. I guess I understand now, Issei said. Huh? Oh, Ice. You were here. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the young man would turn around and see Zenovia entering the place, wearing only a white shirt that reached below her waist, so he couldn't confirm if she was wearing anything underneath. He didn't expect you to be here. I say the same about you. Issei would shrug his shoulders as he glanced at Zenovia in that nightgown. In her eyes, she looked hexy with just that. What are you doing here so late? I just wanted to swim a little. Zenovia smiled wryly. Am I bothering you? Nah. Anyway, I was already thinking of retiring, Issei said unimportantly. I see. After saying that, Zenovia stood at the edge of the pool as she took off her big shirt, revealing that she was not wearing anything under her, being completely naked. He doesn't even wear underwear. Issei was speechless at what he saw with a slight blush on her face. He admits that Zenovia has a firm and curvy body, which was well proportioned and was visible in the weak light of the place, and before he says anything, she professionals. And she admits that she stared for a moment at the blue-haired girl's good ass. Hey, Zenovia, why are you swimming naked? Although she asked that question, internally she didn't mind, as long as he was the one who saw her. Swimming naked feels very liberating, you know. Sometimes I come alone at night to swim, Zenovia said. I see, Issei said. After that, Zenovia decided to do a few laps in the pool while she swam. And as she made the rounds, several things came to her mind, both the duel she would have and the elections. And after she finished doing 3 complete laps of the pool, which took almost 8 minutes. Zenova would go to the edge of the pool where Issei was, and he looked at her with doubt. I can overcome them, right? I can surpass Sona Kaichu and his Eminence Strata, right? With just that, Issei understood that Zenovia was somewhat worried about the 2 opponents she had to defeat. I've always thought that if you're going to do something, then you should be able to surpass your predecessor. Whether it is a warrior or a student of Kuo Academy. With just that, Issei could tell that Zenovia was saying the things that made her feel uneasy. That was proof that she had the mentality of if I'm going to do it, I have to win. That reminds me of something. What is the reason why you want to become the new Kaichu of the student council? To be honest, Kuo Academy is the first school I have attended since I was born. Zenovia began to speak from the depths of her heart. Since I started attending here, I have never felt bored. Chatting with my classmates during class, on breaks, club activities, class activities, school trips, they are all new and exciting to me. I'm really happy. Zenovia smiled in her own way. I really like this school. I really think it is possible to have that significant place in this world. So I want to give him something back. No, Zenovia would shake her head. I want to leave something at this school. That's why I naturally thought of becoming Kaichu of the student council, to give my all for the school. I see. Issei smiled slightly at what he heard. She really likes Kuo Academy. She even knows that she is very active in school and she enjoys everything she does. No matter if it's attending classes, participating in activities or chatting during breaks, Zenovia has always been doing her best to enjoy all of this. It would be good if you shared what you said with everyone. Maybe. Zenovia rolled her eyes with an ironic laugh. Although I still have tomorrow's duel pending, and she would stop her words and remain thoughtful for a moment until she decided on something. Ice. What's wrong? Issei asked. Zenovia would not answer her question and she would get out of the pool, soaked. And she approached Issei, who was still sitting on the ground, as if she were going to tempt him right there, where before Issei said anything, Zenovia joined her lips with his, a kiss. Issei didn't know what to think about that, but he didn't dislike her either. So, out of instinct, she hugged Zenovia with her arms and pulled her towards him, and they both separated for a moment. Ifufufufu. That's my first kiss. For the record, the brunette didn't know what to say to what Zenovia said. But now that she thinks about it, it makes sense. Ice, I'm serious about everything. Whether it's because of Kaichu's position on the student council, in battle, and of course, in love. Issei would sigh. As I told you before, I still have a lot to think about this. But I won't reject what you feel. That's enough for me. After saying, Zenovia would put on a smile between sad and happy. The reason I was able to choose this lifestyle is thanks to Ria-san, Asia, Irina and you, as well as my other friends and people. But there are so many things I want to do just because I have you by my side, Ice. I was able to have that happiness in my life with you. And gradually I have achieved my goals. You are the first, and you must also be the last man to give me those things. Zenovia would then stare at him. Ice, no matter what position I am in or what path you decide in the future, I will always follow you. And I wish that you allow me to continue by your side. Issei was speechless for a moment at what he heard while she thought about what to say. He admits that Zenovia is not the best example of a girl in love and always jumps to meaningless conclusions, but when she says what she feels, it is sincere. Alright, time to say something else appropriate to the situation. I will take your word. And I have no problem with you staying by my side. Thank you. Zenovia would smile sincerely and a slight blush on her cheeks. Then she held the boy's face with her hands and internally thanked Griselda for teaching her this. I love you, Ice. After saying that, she kissed the brunette again, who reciprocated. Areu, something interesting is happening here. When that familiar voice was heard, the brunette felt a certain fear for a moment. And when she turned around, Valery could be seen at the entrance of the place and she was wearing a white nightgown that fit her figure and she was smiling normally. Don't you think? Valery somewhat alarmed, Issei quickly stood up while Zenovia remained normal. This is. Haha. Don't worry, Valery would downplay the matter with his hand. I understand very well, and you are not in trouble. Just hearing that, Issei felt a little relieved. In fact, when I saw Zenovia-san coming here while she was looking for you, I decided to follow her and listen to all her talk. So everything is fine. Oh. I see. Issei shrugged in relief, for a moment fearing the worst. It is clear that Valery trusts him a lot and is not one of those who draw bad conclusions without meaning. Although he feels that for this occasion, perhaps he was lucky, although he cannot say for sure. Oh, taking advantage of this, Zenovia seemed to realize something and she stood up from the ground, looking determined. Valery Lucifer, you can call me Valery, Zenovia-san. Oh, I understand. Zenovia would cough and sigh. Valery-san, I would like to ask you to let me sleep together with Ice and you for tonight, at least to boost my morale for tomorrow. The place remained silent at the blue-haired girl's request. Where Issei didn't see the problem, but the one who had the last word was Valery, who was thoughtful. Until. Okay, what Valery said left Issei and Zenovia surprised. I do not see the problem. After all, you already revealed what you feel, right, Zenovia-san? So I have no reason to refuse. Although it is clear that Office and Lilith will be with us too. Heh. I don't feel like it would be the first time. Zenovia laughed ironically as she remembered how she used to sleep with Issei along with the others before that night. And thank you, Valery-san. And I go and say that you would be, or are, a great matriarch of the harem of Ice. I don't believe that. Valery blushed a little embarrassed and crossed her arms, looking away. Also, for the record, if I hadn't taken Ice that night, possibly you and the others would have him to yourselves. And it seems unfair to me to take away what you want just because of a mistake. Heh. That just shows that you are a better matriarch than anyone, Zenovia said with a wry laugh. But whatever. Valery would turn around to leave, but not before seeing the blue-haired girl again. And by the way, put on some clothes, at least underwear. And don't go naked, neither in the house nor in the pool. That was the last thing he said, leaving the place. Heh. I shouldn't be surprised by that about her. Issei smiled somewhat bitterly as she tossed Zenovia her shirt. But I agree, you better put something on. How demanding you are, Zenovia said with a certain sarcasm and grace. The next day. The day was finally the day of the duel against Vasco and Edward, and our protas were heading to the main church of Kuo, where the duel will take place. Furthermore, it was already night, since the duel would take place at night. Well, I'll report something quickly. While they continued on their way to the church of Kuo, Azazel decided to speak. Since the duel will take place in the city church, a pocket dimension has been created so that they can fight without holding back. That way they don't damage the exterior. And Strata and Cristaldi accepted this. Although it is curious that they do this on a Friday, although I have no complaints, Zenovia said. But that, and without more to say, everyone continued on their way to the Kuo church, which took them a few minutes to arrive, since it was not that far. And when they arrived and entered the place, some began to admire the remodeled church of Kuo, especially Issei. Since this is the same church that Rainer and her companions used last year, only it is remodeled like a normal one and used as a base of operation. Friends, hello. When that female voice was heard, everyone would see how Lint approached them. Desu, time has passed. I say the same, Lint-san. Arena smiled kindly at him. Lint fixing Issei and Ikki. She would lunge towards this and. Whoa, Issei didn't know how, but when she realized Lint was already sitting on her shoulders, how did you manage to move so fast? Nikki's secret. I'm surprised that in so few days he has quickly become attached to Ice-kun. Kiba watched the interaction between those two in disbelief. Well, Ice-kun doesn't seem to mind. After all, he himself said that he would have liked to have a sister. Arena said. I just hope she doesn't have a sister complex. Ravel said bitterly. I understand you on that. Lafay said in the same way. Oh, by the way, Issei would remember noticing and decided to ask. Your aura and essence are angelic. Do you? You assume very well, and Nikki Lint would stand up even if he was on Issei's shoulders and then do a somersault jump and land firmly on the ground. I have been reincarnated as a brave saint. When she said that, a golden halo appeared on her head and angel wings spread from her back, which were 8 wings that shined in silver. I am in the service of Gabriel Samadezu, and I am a joker, the joker of hearts, he said the last thing by showing his joker symbol on the back of her hand. Wow. A joker, I didn't expect it. Issei saw that with shock. But weren't you a candidate to be an ace? Zenovia asked, and some remembered that detail. Oh, what happens is that changed. Lint would raise her hand and make a sphere of purple fire appear. When I got my longinus, my values went up. So it took the joker card to reincarnate me. And 8 wings for just being reincarnated, 8 baby wings. What a sandwich she has. Kuroka gave his opinion. Well, he couldn't help but think that Lint has a habit of saying things out of tune. Hahaha. Lin-chan has always been a somewhat special case. When that familiar voice was heard, everyone would see how Duelio approached them, accompanied by Griselda. It's good that they arrived. His Eminence Strata and His Eminence Cristaldi are waiting for us in the training area to begin the teleportation to the place of the duel. Griselda would then go to see Zenovia. Are you ready? I'm completely ready, Griselda's sister Zenovia said. Then follow us. As Griselda said, everyone began to follow her to the place where her opponents were waiting for them. By the way, Azazel would attract the attention of young people. I should also inform that the setting for this duel uses an area of 10 kilometers radius. So it is big enough to move freely. Will we have to worry about injuries? Asia asked, somewhat worried, carrying Issei in her arms. Since it will be without rules. We won't have to worry about that, Asia-chan. Griselda decided to speak as they continued walking. We already have the best healer among the brave saints and a few medical angels with high-level healing magic prepared. You can even give your contribution if you want. I see, that's good. Asia sighed in relief and freed herself from worries. By the way, where will we sit to watch the duel? Asked Biku. There are stands prepared in the training area and we will see the duel through a holographic vision, Duelio said. That said, the walk lasted a few more minutes and upon reaching their destination, some began to admire the training area of the Kuo church. Since it had a place for 2 people to fight and there were a few steps in the place. However, admiration for the place would take a backseat once everyone felt how the atmosphere became somewhat tense and everyone saw how in one of the stands, Vasco Strata and a middle-aged black-haired man who looked like 70 years old. In addition to 2 young people with them who were hooded. Ah, how good that you have arrived, Zenovia Kai, former Governor Azazel and other members of DXD Vasco, greeted them all with sincerity and no hostility, making the atmosphere a little less tense. A very interesting group, especially with the 2 celestial dragons and the Chaos Karma dragon. It's been a while, Brad. Azazel would smile bitterly. Even though you are an old man, you are still a brat in my eyes, little Strata. Or, that's kind of flattering. Azazel Bach in the Fallen One had an anime style drop at what Vasco said. It would have been nice if Betrayal Tan came too, that guy still owes me a game of defeat. Did you fraud him? Akeno asked in disbelief. That's right, Azazel nodded. In World War II, Betrayal lasted longer fighting Strata than it even made him serious. And after the war, both met again on one occasion and played the defeated one. The result, a tie and with a building completely destroyed with just the pressure of his physical forces. Brutal, Biku said. Without expecting it, Irina ended up fixing her gaze on the middle-aged black-haired man and broke out in a cold sweat when he saw him. See Cristaldi-sensei. How long, Irina Shidu. Edward would look at her without indifference. Tell me, how much have you improved? And also, have you found a motivation? I have improved as much as I could. Irina was a little nervous and everyone knew it. And as for my motivation, why, you could say that I already found it. I see. That's good, Edward said with a shrug. Vasco would look at the young people until his gaze would fall on Kiba. Knight of Ria's Gremory. Me? Kiba pointed at himself foolishly, although it was obvious that she was addressing him. Isaiah. When Vasco said that, the blonde was almost shocked at what he heard. I heard that's what they called you while you were in the facility. Really? Issei would stop by to see Kiba with curiosity. Is your real name Isaiah? Why didn't you mention it? You didn't ask, Kiba responded with a sarcastic laugh, and the brunette got a vein on his forehead. How does His Eminence Strata know that about me? That's because of all the children who died because of Archbishop Galileo's project. Only one of them, apart from you, managed to survive. What Vasco said left everyone absolutely speechless, especially Kiba, who began to tremble slightly with anxiety. Her name is Tosca. Do you remember her? Yes, Kiba nodded, still being surprised. Without saying anything, Vasco would look at one of the hooded men next to him. And when one of them took off his hood, he revealed a girl of about 14 years old with white hair tied in 2 pigtails. Isaiah. As soon as she saw Kiba, Tosca covered her mouth with her hands and tried to hold back the tears that were emanating from her eyes. Don't tell me that almost without containing himself, Kiba let out some of her tears upon seeing her. It was her, almost as he remembers her eyes that you Tosca. Yes Tosca agreed, smiling and crying as she came down from the stands and approached Kiba. Where being in front of him, she would caress his cheek. Isaiah, you've grown up, we were clearly the same age back then. What a relief. Kiba held the hand with which she caressed her cheek. And without hesitation, he hugged her tightly, which she reciprocated. I never thought she would see some of you again. I thought the same thing too, said Tosca. And how are you still almost as similar as you were then? Kiba asked as she separated from the hug and stared at her friend. It barely looks like you turned a year old. She survived thanks to a powerful barrier-type sacred gear. Vasco's words would catch everyone's attention. She was discovered after the experiment Valpert did, and she was in a state of suspended animation, and we were unable to free her from the barrier that kept her that way. But after the alliance was formed, we were able to free it thanks to the technology Grigori lent us. Oh. I am surprised and at the same time happy that they used my technology for something good, Azazel said. Because she was in a state of suspended animation while she was inside that barrier, her body stopped aging, and she was very weak when we took her out of it. That's why she still looks very young. Vasco would smile. After this, you can take Tosca with you if you want. It's better that it's in better hands. His Eminence El Estrada Kiba wanted to say something, but the words still didn't come out and. You don't need to thank, boy. Vasco raised his hand, stopping him. I don't expect compensation or anything, I just did what I thought was right. Vasco would then look at Asia. Do you remember me, Asia's sister? Yes, Asia nodded. We've only met once. You are not only a truly devout believer, but also a gentle girl. Vasco would receive something from the other hooded man next to her. It was a stack of letters. This is for you. The old man would approach the blonde and hand her the letters. This is. Asia would see the cards, remaining in disbelief. And even more so when she recognized some of the names written in those letters. They are letters of gratitude from all the people you healed with your twilight healing. What Vasco said surprised everyone, but Asia even more so. After you were excommunicated from the church, those letters kept coming to me. Why does he give this to me? Wouldn't it have been better to have them directly? Asked Asia. When I heard that you were going to be excommunicated, I tried to go look for you as soon as possible and clarify your case, but I didn't arrive in time. Vasco would smile with some guilt in his expression. Very sorry. I am. Without holding back, Asia cried with happiness, knowing that, at least, there was still someone in the church at that time who continued to believe in her even after what she did. I hope you write again to the people who sent those letters, or go and ask them how they are. Vasco would caress Asia's head. I've already fixed that. If you want to meet them, just tell me. Issei would catch the attention of Strata, who would stop by to see him. Well, I'm happy for them both. Why did you do it? Do you think I would judge them for being demons? Vasco would laugh at the irony. Boy, well, I have killed legions of demons in my youth, it was only those who did evil. I have also met demons that were not evil, as well as fallen like Azazel Bakken and Berekiel Tan. I believe in equality and I long for peace rather than war. Do I need to tell you more reasons? I don't think so. Issei would make a complicated face, but she still couldn't help but admire this old man. Even so, what do you hope to achieve with this duel? Let's better wait and see what happens. Vasco would put on a half smile. After all, actions speak louder than words. I agree, Zenovia said. Well, Vasco Edward would catch the attention of his friend. We've already delayed this for a long time, so we might as well get started. It's true. Vasco would look at Zenovia. You and I will fight after Edward and Lin Chan, okay? I have no problems with it, Zenovia said. Good. If we are ready. At Griselda's words, two angelic circles appeared next to her. Let the first two combatants stand in these circles to be transported to the artificial battlefield. Ready? Edward asked, looking at Lint. I was born more than smart, Desu, Lint said energetically. With that, both combatants went towards the angelic circles and stood in them. Within seconds, both are enveloped by the light of said circles and disappear from the place. Let's go to our places. Everyone nodded to what Azazel said and went to sit in the stands. Griselda with a communication circle would notify Michael, who along with his brothers, Gabriel, Raphael and Uriel, began the transmission of the morning to all the churches in the human world, as well as in heaven. As this was an internal matter on the side of heaven, it was not necessary to report it to the underworld or the rest of the alliance for the moment. However, it seems that the information was correct. In a dark alley in the city, a hooded man laughed pleased, accompanied by three other hooded men. It's better to start now. Do you know the address of the Security's house? It's not far from here, Euclid Sama, one of the hooded men said to the demon. If we are going to do this, let it be quick. Still, I have a question. Euclid Kun, the demon would go to see the hooded woman who let her face be seen. Nema, is this necessary? Isn't it enough for us to have that woman and leak the information about our hiding place to start the war? Razavum Sama wants it that way. According to him, defeating both celestial dragons with that woman will be a piece of cake. But apparently Euclid would laugh evilly. He wants to give her some more cruelty. Oh. Then it's okay. Nema smiled the same way. And just like that, the two demons along with the other two hooded men were on their way to where the Haidu residence should be. And unbeknownst to the members of DXD or the Alliance, the curtain on the war for the world had been raised. Chapter 43. Decisive duels and problems. The first entrance duel to the central duel of the night had begun. Lind Selzen and Edward Cristaldi were face to face in a very wide field with few buildings that were ruined churches. You've changed something, Sensei Lind said. Edward would shrug his shoulders. Lind Selzen, if you continue to recognize me as one of your mentors, then can you accept my sword's punishment without further ado? Don't ask for complicated things, Sensei Lind would smile normally. You know. Edward would sigh. I heard that a certain church facility, where ceremonies were held to remove sacred gears, has begun to be occupied for demonic rituals. That is already sinful. I must bring judgment to those whose minds and bodies have already been defiled. Does that mean you want to destroy that facility? Asked Lint, narrowing his eyes. What do you plan to do with the children who live there? They will be purified of their sins in purgatory. Edward would shrug his shoulders. Just hearing that, Lint's expression changed completely. Even if it's a joke, don't say those things in front of me, Sensei. Her voice had some hostility towards the old human, who clearly knew the words that would make the artificial girl who was normally relaxed and optimistic angry. She knew that her opponent was trying to provoke her, but still. She couldn't ignore that frivolous statement. Lind Selzen, why does a good warrior like you still not realize? Edward would shake his head while he seemed to regret. Even if there is an alliance, it is still necessary to eradicate evil. Or has your heart been replaced after you were reincarnated as an angel? You even possess one of the holy relics among the Longinus, the Saint Cross, and you can even destroy the balance of the world, right? Sensei, I have never thought that way about the world. Lint would shake his head. No matter what happens, I only want to do one thing, and that is to do everything in my power to protect the smiles of those innocents. I became strong because of this, I underwent the Sigurd project because of this, and I became a brave saint because of this. And that belief has never changed. Edward, upon hearing that, put on a complicated expression, as if feeling that some part deep within him resonated with his feelings. Even if I say all this, I am an angel now. Then there probably wouldn't be any punishment. Lint would shrug as she pulled out true Excalibur from her angelic circle and struck a pose. Continuing this conversation is meaningless. Even if this continues, there are no words that can shake my mind and heart. Very well, then I will follow my ideals too. Edward would put his hand on the handle of his sword sheathed on his back and draw it out, showing his replica of true Excalibur, which in appearance is the same as Lint. Even though the god we respect is the same, if the justice we believe in is different, then it will have to be corrected. Edward would stand guard with his sword in hand. Today I will leave all my beliefs here. The wages of sins is death. That's how you talk. Dezu. Lint would manipulate true Excalibur and make it transform into two twin pistols. I'm going to shoot. The girl fired 3 sacred blasts from her weapons at the old human, who deflected them without problems with his replica. Even with that, Lint fired several more shots at the old man, but he was fast, thanks to rapidly. And not only that, the replica diverted its shots to the girl's certain surprise, who chose to take some distance. Lint would shoot several times into the air and using ruler, she would make the blasts plummet towards Edward, who was dodging them thanks to the speed that rapidly gives him. Edward decided to take advantage of the speed factor to cut the distance with Lint, who used his weapons to block the replica's blow to the human's surprise. It's obvious that you like playing with firearms more, girl. Area, I won't deny it. However, Lint would smile amused, and some sharp blades appeared in the lower holes of her guns. Let's start with this. Dezu. The artificial girl deflected the replica's attack and then turned and managed to kick Edward in the torso, who grunted at that and, with one hand, slashed her replica towards Lint, who covered himself in time with his weapons. Even so, he was sent flying by the force of the attack and stuck one of his weapons into the ground to stop him a few meters away. Ugh, that was close. Lint was grateful for her new supernatural resistance. It wasn't bad. Punning Lint, I must admit that you are clever. Edward would smile halfway. Your abilities are basically what one expects from an exorcist, and the way you employ true Excalibur's abilities, I bet Arena Shidu and Zenovia Quarta couldn't do the same as you. Area, the compliment is appreciated. Sensei Lint would smile optimistically, but without letting his guard down. Anyway, let's continue with our duel. I say the same. Dezu. Both would attack each other head-on and clash their weapons. After Lint exchanges his pistols for a pair of combat knives, Edward made some effort to resist the blows of Lint's blades. He admitted that he was strong, and that was surprise. Lint, after blocking an attack from the replica, would use his strength to deflect the replica to the side, leaving Edward exposed. Lint took advantage of that to attack with one of his blades and leave him incapacitated, but unexpectedly, what she ended up cutting was an illusion that disappeared the moment she touched it. And then. This way, with Edward's voice behind her, she turned around in an abysmal manner and managed to cut off a sacred torrent at the last second. And the human smiled at that while he pointed his sword at her. It shows that you have instinct. Anyone else would have already received that and barely resisted it. Ugh, I'm lucky that my body has a danger memory. Lint would laugh bitterly. Interesting. Not everyone can do that, even it would have taken me a little, Edward said sincerely. Well, then Lint would make his weapons shine, turning them into pistols with blades in the lower holes. Let's play Dezu. With that, the artificial girl began to fire several holy blasts at Edward, who began to dodge them while running around the place without any problem. When a blast almost hit him, he left an illusion to distract the opponent from him, while he concealed himself with transparency. Lint noticed at the moment she destroyed the illusion of the human and began to look around her while she tried to capture her presence in something. Since the transparency skill, apart from making the user invisible, can also seamlessly camouflage their presence, something that only the most technical people know how to use. Lint, seeing that she would gain nothing by searching with her eyes or trying to sense his presence, decided to trust his instincts, so she closed her eyes and let his instincts warn her of the danger. Why are you closing your eyes? Asked Issei, not understanding what the girl was trying to do. She is trying to know where his opponent is based on his instinct. Many turned to see Vasco, who was smiling halfway. Just as Edward said, that girl, Lint Selson, has everything one expects from an exorcist. One of the methods we practice is to learn to have a relaxed mind and heart and let the body act only against the risk. A quite useful method, but at the same time complicated when there are humans who cannot master the art of sensing presences. Why did that sound like ultra instinct to me? Issei wondered with a raised eyebrow. That is a quite complicated method, and those who can do it are very few, like 1 in a million. Tosca would take the floor and smile in the same way as the old man. Not even Dulio Gesualdo or Griselda Quarta, who are among the best and calmest, can do that. Really? Zenovia would go to see her mentor. I hate to admit it, but it's true. Griselda crossed her arms reassigned. It's true, admitted Dulio, eating a donut and with a little box full of these. Returning to the fight on the artificial field. There you are. Lint dodged the invisible slash that was coming towards him as he turned and then shot at his opponent, who in the end showed himself, and with his other hand, which hit across, he created a transparent circle that blocked shots without problems. Not bad, Lint Selson. It shows that apart from Vasco, you can also do that. Edward smiled somewhat pleased. To be honest, I can do it too. I only tried you a little. Stop underestimating me, sensei. Lint would make a kind of cute pout. Lint-chan Dezu can do almost everything. That shows. But that said, Edward would disappear at high speed, and his presence seemed to have vanished. Lint would be surprised to see that he appeared at his side. How fast Edward would hit with his replica, which Lint blocked in the last second with his angel wings surrounded in his purple fire. The impact made her suffer, but she took the opportunity to shoot towards Edward head-on behind the defense. Edward blocked the girl's shot at the last second with her retort, thanks to her reflexes augmented by rapidly. While Lint looked at her wings surrounded by her purple fire, they were not damaged, but a few feathers still fell out. Anyway, Edward would get the girl's attention. Shall we stop playing games? That's not even a question. Dezu. Lint smiled and accepted the challenge while she put away her wings and prepared her Excalibur blades. It's incredible to see how they both fight without setbacks. Kiba was surprised at what he saw, like many. Both use skills and techniques that counter each other almost at the same time. And they know how to take each other by surprise, but they don't let each other be intimidated so easily. Irina gave her opinion as she swallowed hard. There was no way she wanted to fight those two. Now I understand why she is a genius, Zenovia felt and saw her hand tremble while she watched the duel. She makes me a little envious. I admit that she would also make it difficult for me in a fight. For someone like Arthur to say that, it must mean that it is true. Everyone watched the duel. Edward managed to counter Lint's shot skillfully while running around the place and taking advantage of the relief. See how Edward chose to attack head-on, and that Lint, after transforming his weapon into his classic sword, counter, and that both begin an exchange of sword blows at high speed, gives something to talk about. Both combatants attacked each other without quarter and dodged as best they could the other's slashes, which due to the force of the wind destroyed the ruins around them. Both take a certain distance from the other, and Lint creates a pistol in his other hand thanks to Mimic and shoots sacred blasts wrapped in his purple fire, which surprised some. But he launched 2 different sacred attacks at the same time and combined. That was surprising given that it is not natural to see something like that in someone. Without a doubt, this girl is a prodigy. You can tell that her abilities are unique. Azazel's words made everyone see it. According to what I understand, when the Sigurd project was created and they tried to create an artificial descendant of the original Siegfried, they tried to create someone who would not only be able to wield Gram, but also have an indestructible body, as well as a great ingenuity. The Edo, what is this about the indestructible body? Issei asked, which did not surprise many. This boy still needs to know a lot about mythology. According to the stories, the hero Siegfried faced and killed the dragon king Fafnir with Gram. And he bathed in the blood of said dragon, causing his body to become as hard as horn, which made him invulnerable. Arthur would adjust his glasses as he spoke. And it is also said that only at one point on his back, in the area of the heart, did a blade rest that prevented Fafnir's blood from bathing that part. So he had a single vulnerable point on his invulnerable body. Not to mention that Fafnir was revived by Odin and the Norsemen after that, Tiamat said with her arms and legs crossed on his seat. Of all those characteristics of the hero Siegfried, it was not possible to create someone with all those characteristics together. Azazel would cross his arms. So only individual people could be created, with a characteristic of said hero. Siegfried inherited the ability to wield Gram and Lint, the great wit of said hero. And from what I know, they also have someone with an indestructible body, right? The fallen one would stop by to see old Strata. You got it right. Vasco would shrug his shoulders. But that will be for later, although I admit that girl has quite unique talent and potential among the exorcists. So he classified her at a level close to, or perhaps higher than, Griselda-chan. Griselda's sister was equaled or surpassed. Zenovia happened to see her mentor who looked a bit depressed and had a purple aura around her. While in the vision that showed the duel, Lind launched several slashes with her sword and used them as feints to shoot with her pistol, making Edward strain very defensively. It seems like he can't play with her anymore, so he started to get more serious. The battle continued with the flow of change, with almost no advantage for the two combatants. In the different churches and the Vatican, some watched the battle with such emotion that they contained the desire to scream with emotion. The fight was good, and even more so seeing how Lin kept up with Edward in every way possible. Seeing how Edward went on the attack with multiple tangible copies thanks to Mimic and Nightmare, plus that Lind fired a large burst towards the air that turned into a rain that destroyed the happy copies, and then clashing swords against Edward was incredible. Everyone who was trained by Edward and those who had seen him fight knew what he was capable of even at his advanced age, and for someone to be able to stand up to him one-on-one is incredible. And in heaven, the most analytical angels knew that the battle could go to either of the two, the one with the strongest spirit will win. Michael watched the fight carefully. It was impressive to see such capable warriors fighting hand to hand against each other, and he knows how strong they both are. Lind makes good use of his abilities as an exorcist to cover his weak side, and that was something that although Edward could also do, she could notice how age affected him a little in that factor. Lind had managed to get Edward away from her after a holy attack from the human, who was already attacking with more power and experience was on her side. But even with that, Lind began to get more serious, and the exchange of blows between their weapons was noticeable. Edward looked a little frustrated seeing how the artificial girl kept up with him, but he still remained calm with some surprise. The experience in battle was evident. This is getting complicated. Edward would sigh. I guess it's time. Are you ready for the real round, sensei? Lind asked, somewhat amused. That is not even answered. But this, Edward would disappear from Lind's sight, who blocked an impact towards her from her opponent, only to see that the old human was floating in the air, and without wings. Was that a joke? His speed and reflexes thanks to rapidly added to the tangible and intangible copies of him made him dangerous. Now he flies in the air without wings. Damn. I can do this thanks to ruler, but anyway come on Lind Selzen, show me what you can do. Anytime Desu Lind displayed her 8 angel wings and took flight, then shook her weapon to hit the human who covered herself with her replica and then attacked, but the girl used her wings as momentum to avoid the attack, after shoot a beam from his gun that pushed her. Haha, don't catch me Desu, we'll see about that. The battle continued to be seen by all members of the church in heaven, where in the Vatican Catholic Church, Siegfried and Jean, along with other young warriors, watched in amazement what was happening. What a good battle. It seems that you are in a certain bind, my relative. I hope you can turn this around. A defeat on your part would give a bad image to the new generation, and that even with an alliance, the old customs will not disappear. Siegfried would notice the look of the rest of the young people, and continued with his gaze focused on the fight. Wow, I must admit that they do it well. Jean watched as both combatants kept pace with each other, neither wanting to give in. I'm even a little envious of that girl's ability, but that old man, he seems like a monster. It's hard for me to believe that she is over 70 years old and she is a little younger than Strata. But still, he is human. Strata Sensei and Cristaldi Sensei are the most capable of all humans. They are people who, even at their advanced age, fight to maintain their titles as the strongest humans of all. Siegfried would squint. The two have been more serious, but not with everything yet. In my opinion, either of us can win, said Jean. Maybe Siegfried would shrug his shoulders and make serene eyes. But still, that is not known. The blonde would go to see Siegfried with some doubt. I have fought her many times before defecting, and I know that she has something planned. You can see in her eyes that she is determined for everything. Wow, look at the way his shots move. The young exorcists could see that Lint's shots moved as if they were remotely controlled, but it was enough for Edward to lose concentration for a few seconds. The fight continued with both opponents attacking the other and finally managing to cause damage to the other, but immediately the other returned to the attack. This showed that they were evenly matched in terms of overall combat. It was even seen that Edward created several copies of himself, whether tangible or intangible, and to make things a little worse, is that these copies imitate the speed of the original thanks to rapidly. But the more analytical ones knew that something like that takes a lot of concentration and that perhaps Edward is hiding with transparency while he controls the copies of him. Lint was somewhat affected by the old man's sudden attack and almost didn't know how to respond. The certain wounds on her body were a clear sign that things were serious, but what ended up disconcerting the girl was seeing like a rope he caught his left leg, Edward being the one who turned the blade of his replica into a whip. And using force, with the girl still trapped in his whip, he would smash her against one of the ruined buildings, to the horror of several spectators who heard the girl complain about the force of the blow, so that the human would then launch a sacred cutting attack on her. Without giving him the opportunity to do anything. Will she be okay? Le Fay's question was answered by seeing the condition of the artificial girl. When leaving the attack zone, she had several injuries, but she did not look that affected. She's getting more serious. Ravel looked seriously at the fight. This was Edward Cristaldi's strategy. What do you mean, Ravel? Kaneko asked with doubt and looking at her. It's obvious Sheeran his plan from the beginning was this. Maintain an even fight for several minutes and then do this. Naya Kuroka felt the irony of all this. Edward Cristaldi certainly knows how to be scary in a fight. He certainly knows how to harness all of Excalibur's abilities, especially with Mimic and Nightmare combined. He is human, so he is trying to find the quickest way to win without trying so hard. Some fell silent at Arthur's words. A long battle is not beneficial for humans, no matter how strong they are, everyone has a limit and tries to end the battle quickly with all possible means. We just have to see what will happen, Ria said calmly. So who do you think will win? Asked Asia. We don't know, and anyway winning is secondary in this duel. Everyone agreed with what Akeno said, they only have to see how this will end. Hulin complained as he received a holy shot squarely. Damn, bad timing for Edward to also imitate and manage to use his style of using a sword and a gun at the same time very well. This is if he is serious. I'm sorry for you, Lint Selzen. But the battle is already decided. Edward looked at the girl from the air, since he had brought her down, and she looked at him seriously. In a one-on-one, no one can beat me. If you fought me together with Irina Shidu, Zenovia Quarta, Griselda and Dulio, maybe they would have defeated me long ago. But this is not that case. Heh. You just admitted that you can't against so many, you old sensei. Lint would laugh bitterly and somewhat amused. But I do not care about that. Losing or surrendering doesn't suit me. I'd rather fight and lose with honor than run away like a coward. Lint would position herself with her wings spread, and his weapon became his two pistols. I will defeat you, Cristaldi-sensei. Well, so be it. Edward accepted the girl's spirit with pleasure. With that, Lint began to fire a barrage of holy blasts at Edward, who dodged or countered those shots with his replica as best he could, although one or another almost hit him. Taking distance, Edward would make his replica glow, and around him several blades appeared wrapped in sacred aura, which amazed many. Deadly holy rain. Aiming her replica at her, Edward's blades would rain down on his prey. Just by seeing that, Lint loaded all the power possible into one of his Excalibur pistols, in which he accumulated his purple flames, and both weapons were responding to the girl's desires, and he can't lose, not because she is obsessed with winning, but to prove her worth and that of the new generation, and to change old beliefs that are unnecessary today. And when he felt how her weapon shone brightly, it was time. Holy flare. Lint would shoot a fierce and gigantic purple gold flame from her gun. The flame was so large that it covered much of the place, to the astonishment of everyone. And said flare repelled and consumed the human sacral blades, following them towards him. Edward, seeing how that flare was going towards him and knowing that he had no escape, only had one option left, so he began to concentrate a lot of sacred aura on his replica while using blessing for strengthening. And with that, the human would launch himself without fear towards the great purple golden flare. To everyone's surprise, it was suicide, but no one expected that Edward managed to cross the great flame by cutting through it, and that said flames would join the blade of his replica. And the most analytical ones knew what he did. He used blessing and ruler to catch the attack and make it his own. Cunning. It's over. Lint Selzen. Edward charged head-on at the girl, ready to end this. And I already told you, sensei, I never give up, not even now. As he spoke, Lint attacked his opponent head-on with true Excalibur in his sword form. And the moment both swords collided with each other, nor ever. The clash between both swords created a large shock wave in the place, and a crater formed beneath both opponents. Both opponents, angel and human, struggled with all their strength. Where Edward took advantage of the purple gold flames in the replica of him, but in this way, said flames on the replica of him began to diminish and join the blade of Lint's true Excalibur. And to top it all off, even the replica's holy aura was diminishing and true Excalibur's was strengthening. That was. Are you using blessing and ruler to absorb the power of my replica? Asked Edward almost without believing it. Correct Dezu. Although, to be honest I didn't plan this. Lint's sincere words left everyone speechless. So how? Actually, I felt like true Excalibur Dezu was telling me what to do. How ironic. It seems to be true that even the legendary weapons created by humans are in some ways similar to sacred gears, both in responding to the will of the wearer and in adapting to his evolution. And that is what I am showing now. But those words, the girl would put more force into her struggle, making Edward retreat and kneel on the ground, with the sacred aura of his replica disappearing and the blade of her replica seriously cracking. It was her chance. The last attack. Now Lint would raise his hand and in the sky above them a purple angelic circle with golden details formed roaring flame of God. From said angelic circle in the sky, a beast made of purple gold fire emerged, a western dragon. And said holy elemental dragon hit Edward directly, creating a small flaming explosion. By the time the smoke cleared, Lint could be seen looking at Edward lying on the ground, with slight flames on his suit and slight burns. He was even breathing and was barely conscious. The girl's attack, although she looked powerful, said attack was very contained and had enough power to defeat Edward without damaging him so seriously. The Edward Cristaldi cannot continue, so the winner is Lint. Selson Griselda announced that she was chosen as the referee of the event. But why you know? With some effort, Edward would look up from him to see the girl. If you had made flashier attacks along with tangible copies of yourself thanks to Mimic and Nightmare, you could have defeated me a long time ago. No, more like Edward would shake his head. If you had used even more true Excalibur combinations along with your longinus, you should have been able to defeat me in a matter of nothing. He discovered me. Dezu. Lint would scratch the back of his head and stick his tongue out of it. I admit, I actually held back during the fight and pretended like I couldn't do certain combos with true Excalibur-chan. But I did it for a reason, sensei. And what would it be? Edward asked, sitting as best he could on the floor. While all the spectators listened to his talk. I'd equally with you. Lint's words left Edward and several others somewhat surprised. Sensei, if I didn't have true Excalibur or my longinus, or both, I don't think I could have fought on equal terms with you, much less beat you. Although being an angel now, perhaps even without my two weapons, I would have managed somehow. You're strong sensei, too strong. I understand. Edward would smile with his face lowered. If I were in my best years, believe me, what I showed in the rest of the fight is nothing compared to what I did. Then Edward would then look at the girl. Lint Selson, you are the most worthy and born user of true Excalibur. Use it well. Hi, Sensei. Lint thanked with a bow of respect. With that, two angelic circles would appear beneath both combatants and they disappeared from the field, returning to the training room with the others. Where one of the brave saints in the place, Dethel Waldsimler, began using his sacred gear to heal both of them. What a great battle we have seen. A hooded man next to Strata spoke in amazement at everything he saw. Without a doubt, Eminence Cristaldi's power and tenacity is incredible. But Lint Selson's tenacity and ingenuity is worth highlighting. I agree, Teodoro Kyan Vasco would smile pleased. While Edward's abilities are unique, it must be said that it was Lint's perseverance that draws the admiration. Although the fact that she held back against Edward shows that this battle was already decided. But that girl really knew how to make us all believe that they were fighting equally. I didn't even notice that she was holding back. If she is that capable now, I don't want to imagine how capable she will be in a few years. Oh god, at least it's all over. Asia breathed, happy to see that the two combatants were not serious, especially Lint. Those two were great, especially Lint, Biku said with a smile, amused by the combat. I admit that I have never seen Cristaldi-sensei fight like that. Arena was barely processing everything that happened. But that Lint-sen has, in a way, played with him, shows his superior potential and talent. He didn't even expect that. To be honest, Lint-sen gives the image and impression of being someone who is optimistic and takes everything as a game, but in combat, he is almost unpredictable, Zenovia said. I say the same. Griselda nodded and affirmed. Ho. Well, a lot of excitement for a battle and it was intense. Vasco would go to see the blue-haired girl who became somewhat serious. We will wait 5 minutes for our duel, warrior Zenovia. So relax for now. Nobody said or objected to what Strata said, especially because the short break was needed for a while. On the part of the spectators in the churches, the Vatican and heaven, many of those who saw the fight were satisfied. Siegfried was, so to speak, happy that Lint had won and gotten people who accepted her even with her tricks. She even wonders if she could have done better sooner if she hadn't defected. Oh well, what's done is done, all that's left to do is move forward and see what the future holds. But now there remains the central battle, the battle of the night, one that no one undoubtedly wants to miss. Heh. We are already here. In one of the residential areas of Kuo, Euclid and Nema, along with the hooded men, were finally in front of the Haidu residence. Although, a somewhat annoying barrier, Nema analyzed a barrier around the house, it prevented any unwanted person from entering. And if they manage to enter by force, he will send a signal to alert the alliance. Jump. Don't worry, it's nothing I can't get through without alerting anyone. One of the hooded men would remove his hood, revealing his face. After all, I am trusted by those in this house. Everyone smiled, pleased at what the champion, Diehauser Belial, said, who began to use his guest pass to enter the residence without problems. Time to make his move. The rest time had finally ended, it was time for the main duel of the night. Zenovia looked determined and prepared for what was coming and to give everything she had. The last battle had motivated her even more to show what she is capable of. Zenovia the aforementioned would see how her mentor, Griselda, approaches her and takes her cheeks with both hands, making her stare at her. Your opponent is her Eminence Strata. You have to be willing to give your 120%, you understand? Of course, I'll fight with respect. I absolutely won't be disrespectful, Zenovia said. Zenovia, understand this. Griselda would hug her protege and continue talking. The power of a woman is not in her physical strength, but in her skills and abilities in domestic things. I already know that. Zenovia would be a little or so embarrassed by that. They don't have to always remind her that she is not the best female example. After I find the true meaning at the end of this, I am going to improve my female domestic capabilities. Heh. That's something I already learned last year. Irina would laugh optimistically. You were quite slow to realize that, Zenovia. You're not the one to tell her that, Irina. Issei would nudge her friend. You were slow to realize that too. That's cruel, Irina replied childishly and with a tender pout. Still, you have become more like a girl, Zenovia. And I like that quite a bit. Griselda smiled at her protege. Before, by God and by your faith, you constantly carried Durandal, and your eyes never saw anything besides battles, although you could say that you didn't make any decisions, since you were born. Nowadays you are much more incredible to me, Zenovia. Griselda would then hug her protege again. You are the source of my problems, the person who makes me worry, and also my pretty sister. If it's you, then you must be able to become the Kaichu of the student council, and also surpass Eminence Strata of her. Zenovia looked a little embarrassed, but nodded. I will work hard to become the sister you will be proud of. When she said that, she headed to the place where Strata was waiting for her, both of them facing each other. Ready, warrior Zenovia? I've been waiting for this duel all week. Vasco smiled with determination. More than ready, Zenovia said. Well, it's time. Once both were in agreement, Griselda would make two angelic circles appear under both combatants, and both would disappear from the place in the brightness of the circles. Where both warriors would appear on the same field where Lint and Edward fought. The silence on the field was palpable, and with the spectators, there was no shouting or anything, just silence, and it was already time for the most anticipated duel of the night. Well, it's time for a little lesson. Vasco would smile half-sidedly while he held in one hand his replica of Durandal, which seemed small in his hand. Something obvious, considering the almost 2 meters that the old man measures. Warrior Zenovia, learn well during combat. I will. Zenovia nodded as she wielded Durandal with both hands and put herself on guard. I will give my all. Well said. At those words, both of them went against each other and struck with their swords, which collided and created a shock wave around them. They both even felt the impact and strength of the other in their hands, with Vasco being somewhat surprised, but smiling a little pleased. Time to turn up the intensity. Both retreated a little and then attacked again, this time with strong and somewhat faster cuts that were repelled by the other's sword, while Vasco attacked at full power without thinking much about dodging, but in blocking or counterattacking. Zenovia waited more patiently for the attacks to block them and then attack when she saw a small opening. Zenovia dodged a slash and then attacked with Durandal, but Vasco blocked her with her reply and launched a blow with his free hand towards the girl, who crouched to avoid the impact. Seeing how the sheer force of her punch shook the air and destroyed the rubble behind her made him realize that that punch was serious. So this is the Eminence's sacred fist of her. Zenovia took a small jump back and prepared to attack. I must be careful. Saying that, the girl raised her sword charged in sacred aura and launched a sacred slashing attack towards the old man, who countered the attack with her reply effortlessly. But he still felt the force of the attack. It was destructive, although it was not that powerful. Interesting. They both charged at each other again, clashing their swords again. The force and wind created were greater than before, and the simple crash shook the place. But even with that, both struggled hard with their swords, wanting to surpass the other while staring into each other's eyes. Good movements and attacks, there is no doubt that they are full of spirit, said Vasco with a sincere half smile. Heh. Thank you, Zenovia would smile bitterly. Although it is a fact that your attacks, even with your fists, are very dangerous. So I doubt I can resist them. Heh. I can say the same about me, Zenovia Kai. The girl was surprised by Vasco's sincerity. Even with my old body, I still have a very abnormal resistance for humans. But that didn't mean he was nearly invulnerable. If I receive a direct attack from you or from any powerful being, I will be terrible. After all, I am an old, weak and fragile human. With or without powerful weapons, we are still weak. That's why our best way to fight and win is use every strategy and weakness to your advantage. I know. The old man smiled at what Zenovia said, who also smiled. I won't criticize you, but it shows that you greatly appreciate your humanity. Now I think I understand why you rejected Raphael Sama and Uriel Sama's offers. It's good that you understand. As a former human, you certainly understand that when he said that, Vasco would put less force into the struggle against him and then backed away just like Zenovia. Let's keep going. Understood. His Eminence. Zenovia launched the attack as did Strata, resuming the fight. Is incredible, and to think that was just raw power and some strategy and agility. Elint was surprised by the combat that took place, as were many. And the spectators in the churches can already imagine her reactions. And to think that they showed such skill with just that, this fight will be great to see. No way to say it. Lin San Kibble looked seriously at the fight and noticed that Irina and Arthur were too. Seeing that is a little frustrating. Even though Zenovia San had talent and potential, she never showed anything like this in combat. Proof of how much she has grown and changed. Talent is of no use if you don't train it. No one objected to Griselda's words, since they were true. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fight between Zenovia and Vasco, and no one wanted to miss a second of it. Suddenly, Vasco would be surrounded by the sacred aura of his replica, and then he would disappear from Zenovia's side at high speed. How fast she knew that he must have been impregnated with the aura of his weapon to do that, and that it was something that very few know. His body reacted instinctively and protected himself with Durandal. Even so, Zenovia felt the force of the blow and was pushed away a couple of meters, leaving some ditches in the ground with her feet being very firm. Anyway, Zenovia swung Durandal several times and launched several blasts toward Strata, who charged at her to attack, deflecting the blasts without problems with her retort. She with her replica raised. Zenovia charged power and launched a blow with Durandal against Vasco's replica. Both hit instantly and caused the ground to crack. Even with that, both of them began a strong struggle while emanating their auras, trying to show their power to the other, resulting in the ground beneath both of them cracking even more due to the force used while their auras collided. None gave in, none showed any sign of surrender. At that, Vasco with his free hand would launch a blow charged with a sacred aura. With that, Zenovia felt as if time was slower, perhaps because of the adrenaline, but anyway. As best she could, she dodged the blow of Strata past him very close to the body, and then, while now holding Durandal with one hand, took the arm with which Vasco delivered that blow to his surprise and kneed him right in the elbow to Strata's pain. Even with this, Vasco kicked the blue-haired girl away from her to give himself a push back and be a few meters away from her. Vasco rubbed his right arm, which severely damaged his elbow. He will have to be careful now. Although seeing how Zenovia grabbed the left side of her torso, they are the same. Phew. That hurt. Zenovia rubbed a little the area where the old man kicked her to get her away. It hurt a little, but it still hurt. At least limit her attacks with that injured arm. We are the same. Zenovia would stand firm, somewhat sore. I have to take advantage of the adrenaline. Heh. I admit it, Zenovia Kai. Vasco would smile defiantly. Well, I expected you to dodge my blow. I didn't expect you to restrain it and damage it to me. Congratulations. Although it seems I returned the favor. Heh. Blame Issei taught me how to counterattack and try to limit my opponent's attacks. Zenovia would be on guard. It wasn't easy, but it's something, although I still think that he is the brute in the fight and not me. Hey, what does that mean? Issei felt offended by what she said. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but I have to agree with her. Seeing how everyone supported what Valery said made the brunette lower his head with a depressing aura. If they say it, it's true. On the field, both opponents put themselves on guard to resume the duel, with both surrounding themselves with the sacred aura of their swords to strengthen themselves. Although Zenovia sweat a little at the energy that Vasco emanated, it was enormous and penetrating. Let's go. Everyone watched the battle without much to say, but the most analytical ones knew that Vasco Strata was now more serious, seeing how Zenovia blocked or dodged the cuts of the old man's replica, and that she received very minor injuries, worried some. Seeing how Zenovia attacked with Durandal's aura at full power showed that she wanted to cause damage, but Vasco did not let her have it easy or did not allow it. Zenovia took her distance and charged Durandal with aura, launching several sacred blasts to keep Vasco at bay, but he deflected them with his replica without problems, only to later see how Zenovia was hit by a wind wave created by Bask. The battle had intensified. Vasco Strada now had a certain advantage over Zenovia Quarta, who despite being able to go at his speed, now found it difficult to respond or block the attacks, since even Vasco made feint after feint and then attack, disconcerting Zenovia who barely covered herself with Durandal. The battle scene from the outside had no words or anything, the image shows it all or fist, which he didn't use much. Damn, Zenovia can't fight back now like she wants. What Arena said was everyone's thought. She now has very good speed, almost comparable to mine. Kiba would narrow his eyes. But the way Strada Asen uses that replica of Durandal is undoubtedly as if it leads to the authentic one and uses attacks that are too powerful and dangerous, and Zenovia is still somewhat far from that, although she has the speed and strategy factor somewhat in her favor. Of the best, so what can she do? Asia asked a little worried. The only thing I can think of that could give her victory in this duel is if she manages to deliver a direct attack. Arthur looked seriously at the fight without clearing his view of her. If he managed to distract Strada for a moment and launch an attack that incapacitated him or managed to destroy Durandal's replica, he could win. And I only see the second option as more possible, Faye said with serenity on her face. Everyone continued watching the battle. In the churches, the Vatican and heaven, it was undoubtedly intense to see this battle, but those who knew what Vasco was capable of smiled confident and pleased. Seeing how old Strada was managing to intimidate Zenovia was good for many. With her defeat, they will be able to demonstrate that even with the alliance, the old customs and beliefs will never disappear, that evil beings cannot coexist with good ones, that only light and darkness were destined to kill each other, and that one is superior to the other. Seeing how Zenovia was going to attack with Durandal's aura at full power, made them see that she was desperate, a little more, and on the field of the duel to her, hell, she barely managed to reduce the internal damage, and the things that she will have to heal later felt like a broken rib while kneeling on one leg. You have the speed, agility and reflexes, Zenovia Kai, but Vasco would sigh. You still don't have enough synchronicity and harmony to use Durandal in all his splendor. It's a shame. Ugh, believe me, His Eminence, that is a matter of which I do not have total control. Zenovia would stand up as she can, standing firm. But at least my synchronicity and harmony with Durandal is better than before. I see, although I see that even so, you will not fall so easily. So being calm, Vasco's aura began to increase even more and become more intimidating, with his replica of Durandal shining in a pale gold. I will end this duel, using the best I have. That said, Strada charged power into his replica, and it was very clear how it accumulated power. His charge was dangerous. Seeing how the old human slashed in the air towards Zenovia made her move thanks to her speed, the wind wave created by the replica passed by, and the damage it caused to the surroundings was enormous. It seemed like an earthquake had happened. Shit. It's over. With Vasco's voice, Zenovia saw his replica go towards her, and her injuries and illness caused her to not be able to react in time. There was no escape from her. Vasco slashed his replica into the girl's torso, causing a very slight small wound to appear on Zenovia's torso, who even so, felt a horrible pain never felt before, with a large amount of blood coming out of its mouth. With that, the brunette fell to the ground apparently defeated. Zenovia, San Issei, Irina, Asia and Griselda looked in horror at how Zenovia was left. Damn, she can't do anything anymore. Get her out of there now, Rhea screamed in distress and worried for her knight. And just when Griselda was going to conclude the duel and get Zenovia out of there. Wait, look, Gasper pointed to the image, and to everyone's surprise, the brunette was still conscious barely. It's incredible that she can remain conscious even after receiving a direct sacred cut. Saji looked impressed at what was happening, as did her companions. Still, she's done. Sona squeezed her hands on her skirt. She can't do anything anymore. No, not yet. Everyone looked somewhat surprised at how serious Issei was. I know she can do it. So Griselda-san, the woman would look somewhat doubtful at the young man. Can you do something so that Zenovia can hear us from here? She could use some words of encouragement. I understand. Griselda accepted the somewhat dubious suggestion, since she saw no hope that Zenovia could continue, but it's worth trying. It's over, there's nothing else you can do. Zenovia Kai. Vasco watched as Zenovia tried to get up, but without much success. Better give up and go get treated, before your condition worsens, and the sacred power in the wound spreads. I can't. Damn. Zenovia felt that her body was losing sensitivity, and how the sacred power in the wound expanded little by little. Is this how it ends? Good heavens. Don't even think about giving up now, you airhead. That voice, she recognized that voice that echoed through the place. Ice. Zenovia looked up, and she could see the projected image of her friends and others of her. Don't give up, fight to the end like you never would have done before. Now it was Irina's turn to cheer her up. I know you can, Zenovia-san, it's not the first time you've been in a similar situation. Show your determination and worth. Don't even think I'll let you give up after having come this far and having made the change. Asia, Kiba, Griselda and everyone's shouts of encouragement to make one last effort to get up despite the injury and the great pain he had. Shit, it even hurt him to try to breathe, 1 foot first, then push off. Hide with a cry of pain and effort, Zenovia stood up to the astonishment of everyone and the applause of many. She looked weak, but her eyes showed that she had not given up. Oh? His Eminence of Hemstrada, I have a reason why I accept this duel, Zenovia interrupted Vasco. Well, he takes the wound in his torso. It's to show myself that I can do it. Despite the bad and difficult things, the girl would take a step slightly. I won't lose. I can't lose, not because I'm obsessed with winning, but. With her right hand trembling, Zenovia would take Durandal from its handle and wield it. For my friends and the man I love that they support me. For those who fought until now with determination. For you in response to your challenge. I am going to win, to show you that my determination is not weak, and that I am worthy of possessing Durandal. I'm here to show everyone what I'm made of, and I will prove it with my Durandal. The girl's eyes shone with a silver gleam deep within them. She hadn't lost yet. Strong words, Zenovia Kai, but Vasco would not finish her words because a great mysterious glow was present, and said glow came from. The Durandal. Zenovia saw how her sword shone intensely and how its aura enveloped her, and for some reason, she felt the pain disappear from her body and how the wound on her torso partially closed. Besides feeling her blood boil, this is. For some other strange reason, in that he remembered what was discovered after this duel a few days ago, about how many were waiting for Vasco to win and demonstrate that light and darkness cannot coexist, that they are only there to kill each other, and that one is superior to the other, so. It was then that something occurred to him, something crazy, but that can serve and prove the opposite of what others think after all. If Kiba could combine the sacred and demonic power in a sword, and Valery, she is the incarnation of the light and the demonic power to create the demonic light, so why not her? But taking advantage of the fact that it is a similar case to Kiba's, but in reverse. With a holy sword and being a reincarnated demon, she can emanate demonic aura. So remember, demon power is different from ordinary human magic. Modern magic uses calculations and equations, while demon power uses imagination, so. Zenovia would lift Durandal as he emanated the holy aura from him, confusing many. What does he plan to do? And his doubts were dispelled when he saw how girl desired and gave her a free pass. She was his possessor now and will follow her will. The holy and demonic energies in the weapon were in balance as they shone brightly and formed a spiral of reddish golden aura. And when said spiral and shine disappeared, the change in Durandal was seen, one that left everyone absolutely speechless. Durandal's blade was now bright silver with blue and gold lines, the edge of the blade was now red scarlet, and the handle of the weapon was half dark yellow and bright red, with bright jet black lines. That was. Your Eminence Strata of her eye before, like you and many others, believed that light and darkness were two different forces that cannot coexist, and that they are only destined to kill each other, and that one is superior to the other, but after everything I have experienced last year until now, I realized something. That belief is wrong. Zenovia would point her sword at Strata. Light and darkness are two forces that have always existed since the beginning of time, and neither can be superior to the other. If one goes down or up, the other must regain balance. Being an entity of darkness does not make you someone bad, and being an entity of light does not make you someone good, rather, you forge your own path. We can all have evil and goodness in our being, and it is up to us to choose. Zenovia would smile without fear to say the last thing she needed to say. This is a result that had already been seen before, and I show it again to everyone. Light and darkness, sacred and demonic, two different forces that can unite and coexist, and that is the result for this new Durandal. Chmwa Durandal. Her words were accompanied by the new sword, Chmwa Durandal, emanating a powerful saint demonic aura, and her dense aura continued to increase, with no sign of stopping. And the saint demonic aura that she released was pure and powerful, causing the surroundings to tremble as did the spectators on the other side. Azazel's laughter caused everyone to come out of the amazement and shock they were in. That girl, I never thought I could achieve such a thing. She did something similar to what Yudo did. Ria still didn't believe what she saw, but it was real. Zenovia-san, please win. I won't forgive you if you lose after giving such a fabulous demonstration. Asia and Arena supported her friend as best they could, in addition to admiring how beautiful Chmwa Durandal was. Issei only smiled at what she saw, as did many, especially Griselda, who seemed to cry with happiness. Although Kiba seemed a little anxious and couldn't help but feel a sense of deja vu. He already wants a duel with Zenovia later, since. That's it. Vasco almost didn't believe what he saw, but he seemed anxious. Yes, this is its Durandal's authentic power, no rather, it's even further than before. Durandal's true essence is just pure power. Saying that, Vasco would become on guard with his reply. Come, Zenovia Kai, with everything, yeah. But this ready, both swordsmen launched themselves against the other, and with their swords they collided again. This time the force of this crash was such that the entire place shook like never before. They both looked each other in the eyes, and one thing happened to both of them: to hell with the strategy. Thus beginning both swordsmen a fierce sword battle. Chmwa Durandal and the Durandal replica exuded a silver glow as sparks flew from them as they clashed fiercely and brilliantly against each other. The shock waves of pure power alone caused the entire battlefield space to shake and everything around those two began to collapse. The ruined church buildings began to collapse one after another, and deep fissures also appeared on the ground surface. Even the top of the field began to creak, and a kaleidoscopic pattern could be seen through the dimensional crack. Just seeing this incredible fight between Zenovia and Vasco reminded Issei a lot of his fight with Tiamat a long time ago, and even more destructive than that time. Like that occasion, it was a product of pure destruction and damage. The result that was generated by both swords was shock waves with such an effect that it was feared that in the world in which those two resided, only they could understand that strength and power. This battle even proved something to everyone who watched it, something that is now wrong and was another great start to the new era. The top brass of the Vatican and the churches, as well as all the warriors and several angels in heaven, couldn't believe it, seeing how Strata now retreated due to the harmonious holy demonic power of Chmwa Durandal was incredible. But just now, everyone was beginning to question their old beliefs, and the words that Zenovia said seemed to reach the depths of their beings. Light and darkness do not represent good or evil, that is something that lies in everyone. Everyone can be good and bad, it's up to you to decide what you want to be. Many were wrong, and this proves it. That girl, Zenovia Quarta, was a sacred entity who was reincarnated into an evil one, but still, has not lost its light and knows its darkness well. After a clash between their weapons that took them both away from each other, the battle continued its course. Both swordsmen could even feel their arms and hands numb, it even hurt a little, but they didn't even feel it, and the shine of his swords did not lower. Just as Lint said, legendary weapons are a small equivalent to sacred gears, they respond to the will of their owner. The stronger the desire, the more power it will have, and that was precisely what was passing. Both were still willing to fight only with one purpose, and that was to see who is stronger. "Come on Zenovia Kai, let's give everything for one last clash," Vasco challenged her as he charged all the power he could to his replica. Chmwa Durandal, the aura of this one began to envelop Zenovia. It was a reddish golden aura. Respond to my emotions, and let's end this. The aura that the sword gave off was dark and shiny. The last attack, the scream of both marked the end of this battle. Both attacked the other to deliver the final blow. When the swords of both combatants collided with each other, they created a shock wave throughout the place that caused the last buildings to fall and the ground to seriously crack, and then cracks began to appear on the blade of Durandal's replica, and old Strata's breathing became heavy. It was clear to see that he was becoming exhausted. Strata knelt with one knee on the ground while he continued the struggle, but "Come on, Durandal!" With that scream from Zenovia, the unthinkable happened. The blade of Durandal's replica broke greatly as the girl pointed her sword away, and the old Strata was now helpless, without any weapon and kneeling on the ground. "It's over. Heh. You win." Zenovia Kai. Vasco would smile at his successor with complete pride. "Thank you for giving this old man one last great battle before his retirement, Zenovia Quarta. You are worthy and the best Durandal user that has ever existed in history." Just hearing those words, Zenovia couldn't stop her tears from coming out with emotion. One of the things she longed for most was for her own predecessor to recognize her as worthy, so she raised Chmwa Durandal in sign of victory and thank you for this great fight and this great honor." Her eminent Strata. Her words were accompanied by all the spectators cheering. What happened? Vasco Strata can no longer continue. The winner is the slashing princess, Zenovia Quarta. Hearing Griselda's words, Zenovia suddenly felt as if all the momentum in her body was gone, and she knelt on the ground, leaning on Durandal, who returned to normal after fulfilling her part. He must train to make that combination of energies more lasting, since he feels his energies are very low. And with that, two angelic circles appeared beneath both combatants that took them out of said field and returned them to the training area with the others. Zenovia San, Asia and Arena were the first to arrive and hug her friend, who did not deny the affection. "Congratulations, Zenovia San. I couldn't expect less from you." "Heh. Thank you." Zenovia smiled gratefully at her two friends, who continued with her group hug. "Are you okay, your eminent Strata?" The hooded young man who was next to her the entire time asked, somewhat worried. "Yeah. Don't worry, Teodoro-kun. This old man will not fall so easily." Vasco would pat the head of the hooded man identified as Teodoro. "I just need to rest. Although, I think it won't be long before I retire." His eminent Strata. "What does it mean?" But what?" Zenovia's words were interrupted by the surprised and disconcerting cry of Roswis, who had in her hand a Nordic circle with various patterns that indicated something to her. What's wrong, Roswis-san?" Valery asked the question that many wanted to ask, and this is bad." Roswis would pass by to see everyone with a pale face. "Guys, the magic alert of the barrier in the Haidu residence has been activated, someone has gone through it." Just by hearing that, everyone without exception was left speechless by what they heard, fearing the worst where Issei remembered certain people who were still in the residence. "Mom, Dad, Office, Lilith." Those words from the chestnut tree were enough to worry everyone even more. Moments before. Excellent. Euclid looked complacent at the somewhat destroyed room of the residents. This will serve to provoke them. We already have them, Euclid Sama said, one of the hooded men, who was carrying an unconscious Mickey in his arms. While Diehauser carried Goro on his shoulder. Well done. Euclid would then go to see where a certain woman was. Nema, stop playing and let's go. It's okay. Nehema sighed, reassigned as she had her foot on the back of an office on the ground, plus Lilith was next to her, with a blade on her stomach. Although it is a pity, these two, especially Lilith-chan, did not attack and only tried to defend. How pathetic. Anyway, Euclid would shrug his shoulders and then leave a paper with a magic circle on the living room table. Let's get out of here and remove that barrier so that they can come to receive our message. As you wish. Nehema shrugged her shoulders, and when she took just a few steps, she felt like they grabbed her foot and let go of me. You dirty eyesore that never existed. The succubus would kick her tremendously. Lilith in the face, pushing her away from her. But that said, the three demons and the hooded man would leave the residence, where, being outside, Diehauser would be enveloped in his demonic aura, and within seconds, the barrier that surrounded the residence disappeared. Ready? And they must have already received the alert that something happened. That was the only thing I didn't cancel. Very good. Let's go. Everyone nodded to what Euclid said, and a magic circle with the symbol of Climax would appear below them. And just like that, the invaders would disappear from the place as if nothing had happened. The war for the world between Team DXD against Climax is almost here. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.